Good morning, everyone. I am Dan Sickle, Chair of the Sherborn Advisory Committee, calling the public hearing to order to consider warrant articles for the 2025 annual town meeting. Thank you for everybody who came. Great to see people. This is always a long day. Back before my time was called Bloody Saturday. Hoping that's a misnomer for today. The one good thing about it is it does mean spring's pretty much almost kind of sort of here, and the weather's pretty cooperative today. So that's one good sign from our public hearing. Our plan is to complete the public hearing today. If a continuation is needed, a continuation meeting is scheduled and posted for Monday, March 24th at 7 p.m. That would be an all Zoom meeting, not with no in-person component, hoping that we don't need that. It's a different Zoom link than this meeting. So if we do get there, go to the website, find the agenda for that meeting with the Zoom link, hoping that that's not necessary. Should just highlight for everybody on Zoom and in the room that the meeting is being recorded. Okay, so quick roll call to approve our agenda. The agenda for today is pretty straightforward. It is to consider all of the articles on the warrant for annual town meeting 2025. Is there a motion from advisory with respect to the agenda?
So moved.
Great. Sir Penn, you made that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thanks, Doug. And again, since we're all here, we can do a roll call vote. Hands, anybody in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Great, okay. All right, very good. So let me just do a little bit of a preamble before we actually get to warrant articles. So first off, I want to just introduce and acknowledge the service of advisory committee members who I have to say worked tirelessly this year. We met monthly in the fall, and then starting in January, we met pretty much every week except for 2, and had some meetings that went on later than they should have. We learned a lot from each other. It was a productive year, and really appreciate the commitment and the effort. And this would include Stephen Bonder, Laura Howenstein, Doug Kingsley, Paul Pilat, Nora Lynch-Smith, Shelley Suber, Mike Winters, and Penn Young. So thank you for all of the long hours and hard work, some of which is still to come. Also want to offer a special thanks to Jeremy Marcette, Town Administrator. He has done over the budget season a ton of excellent work to facilitate the budget process and support advisory in its work, and that is very, very much appreciated. And also a thanks to Chris Canny, Pam Dowse, Heidi Doyle, Jeannie Guthrie, Jackie Morris, and Deb Seafring for their support and the time, in some cases, extraordinary amounts of time they spent supporting the work of the advisory committee. So a little more on the process that got us here today. So operating budgets were submitted to the finance team in Town Hall by the end of last year. Capital requests were submitted during the fall. Jeremy Marcette and Deb Seafring met with each budget maker to consider, discuss, and adjust requests. And after that, the budgets came to the select board and the advisory committee. And as noted, the advisory committee met frequently. We met with each budget maker to review budgets, ask questions, and to do our best to make sure that everything made sense as best we could tell, and is appropriate to request and suggest adjustments. In addition to that, members of advisory are liaisons to different departments, and many liaisons met independently outside of the official advisory meetings with budget makers to, again, discuss and where appropriate challenge budget items. And we also met with the proponent of each warrant article, same sort of process. I mention all of that for a couple of reasons. One, to highlight that views expressed by advisory members are well considered and based on a plethora of information. That doesn't mean we all agree with each other's. It surely doesn't mean that everybody in this room or everybody in town would agree. But members of advisory have spent a lot of time thinking about, debating, and discussing these issues. So opinions you will hear from advisory members are not come to casually. They are based on a lot of deep thought and discussion. So the purpose of today's meeting is to get public input, answer questions from the public, provides an opportunity to try to, before town meeting, share information about the budget and warrant articles and have an opportunity to have some of that conversation here ahead of time of town meeting. And then ultimately for the advisory committee to vote its recommendations to town meeting. And those are the recommendations that will appear in the advisory report mailed to every household in town. So for each article or held parts of an article or the operating budget, here's how we'll proceed. Proponents, where it makes sense for this, will have 5 minutes to present the article. We'll then have a first public comment period. Public comments limited to 2 minutes per person. We'll then get to an advisory committee discussion session, and we'll then get to a second public comment period. And typically that would be when the select board would report their vote on each of these articles, their degree of support for these. And in a couple of cases, I think the select board is gonna vote in this meeting on a couple of articles that they haven't yet voted on. I think where they wanted to hear the public conversation before voting on things. And then we'll get to advisory motions in the advisory advisory voting session. So for speakers in the room, please come forward to the podium so that the microphone will pick up your comments and will get you on camera. And please identify yourself and share your address in town for the record. To keep things moving, I am going to enforce time limits on speakers. I don't do that just to be harsh, but just fairness across everyone who wants to speak and to kind of keep things going. Mike Winters to my left will hold up a card or flash when there are 30 seconds, when a speaker has 30 seconds left, and I'll hold up a harsher looking card when time's up. And once we get to the time's up point, please wrap up your comments because we really just again want to try to keep things on track. I would also ask, since the purpose of the meeting, one of the key purposes of the meeting is to gather public input, I would ask that people not repeat comments or arguments that have already been made. If somebody wanted to get up and say, hey, I agree with what the last speaker said, that's great. But it isn't necessary, again, because we'll have heard it the first time, it's not necessary to repeat. It's not necessary to repeat comments or arguments that have been made. We'll consider warrant articles in order. And Steve Tsai.
Just one clarifying question. You said 5 minutes for the presenters. How many minutes is the time limit for subsequent comments?
So for so in each of the two public comment periods, the time limit is 2 minutes per speaker.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. So we'll consider articles in the order that they are in the warrant. I think the final version of the warrant is posted to the website. There's been a nearly final version that's been posted on the website for a couple of days. We do anticipate using consent agendas. The advisory committee had a conversation about that in our pre-meeting before the public hearing began. And that just means that we're going to combine some articles and go through that process of public comment, advisory discussion, public comment, voting, and we'll do that all as a block. We'll do this for articles that typically are not controversial, on which I wouldn't anticipate a lot of public comment or a lot of discussion amongst advisory committee members. But there'll still be time for those to discuss everything as thoroughly as people want to. It's a way of trying to save a little repetitive process time so as to provide a greater amount of time for the articles that everyone is focused on that are going to be more controversial and that will warrant more conversation. Okay, so that's it for my preamble. Steve.
Sorry to keep interrupting, but I believe you still need to officially vote to open the hearing. You've opened the meeting, you voted your agenda, but I think you need to vote.
Got it. Thank you. And that it reminds me of two other things too. I'll do that in just a second. One, for anybody who's presenting, if you haven't sent your slides to Jeremy's the key person, but to me and Jeremy, please do that so we can have them set up and be easy for a screen share. We'll open the public hearing in a second, and then if there are any other boards and committees in addition to the select board that need to open a meeting, we'll do that too. All right, so my preamble done. Before we actually get to work, a motion with respect to opening the public hearing.
Seconded.
So moved, second.
Great. Let's see. And all in favor of that motion, please raise your hand and say aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, great. Thank you, Steve. Glad to get that. Don't want to do this and then find out we have to come back next Saturday and do it all over again. So thank you. Any other boards or committees represented here on Zoom that need to open a meeting? Okay, so then we will start in on the operating budget. Plan is Jeremy's going to do a brief overview of operating budget, and then something that we haven't done for some time. Kate Potter and Christine Walsh are going to do an overview of the school's budget, just so we get a bit more exposure on that. So Jeremy, the floor is yours. 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you, Dan. Just going to give a concise overview of the entire town budget roll-up, including all town departments, the school department budgets at a high level. And
Jeremy, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I messed something up. I'm following my notes. We should probably do our consent agenda on Articles 1 through 7 first, and then come to you.
Sure.
I apologize for that. Sorry to break you midstream. Yeah, so apologies. I'm losing track of my order and sequence here. I'm so excited to get to talking about the operating budget that I wanted to just jump over some of these other items. Okay, Jeremy, could you share the annotated version of the warrant?
I can.
Great, thank you. Okay, so back on track. So we're going to do a consent agenda for Articles 1 through 7. Jeremy is going to share a slightly annotated version of the warrant. I will briefly describe each of the articles just so that it's clear to everybody what we're discussing, voting on, and then we'll go through the usual procedure: public comment, advisory discussion, public comment, advisory vote. All right, so 7 articles before we get to the operating budget. So Article 1, reports. This is just the advisory committee making a recommendation to town meeting to accept reports from committees and boards in town, which typically appear in the town's annual report or any other reports that come in. Article 2 is supplemental appropriations for the current fiscal year 25, and the one supplemental appropriation is for snow and ice, or the winter snow removal and so on, and that's for $147,000. The typical way snow and ice gets budgeted is an amount gets budgeted with an expectation that if it's a snowier winter, we'll run over. And then Mass General Law allows us to do this supplemental appropriation at the end of the year. So that's $147,000, which would be financed with free cash. Article 3 is prior year bills. There are none. So our vote would be to just not do anything with prior year bills. Article 4, other post-employment benefits, so-called OPEB liability trust fund. So here the proposal and what's envisioned by this article is to allocate $100,000 of free cash to the to OPEB or other post-employment benefits, which principally is healthcare for retirees, for town retirees, plus a small set of other benefits. And I would just note that we also currently in the proposed operating budget, there's a $100,000 allocation also to that trust fund. So a total of $200,000, 100,000 from free cash, 100,000 within the operating budget. Article 5 is the cemeteries article. That typically is where the town would need to approve the cemetery commission to transfer funds from one account and allow them to use those funds. It's not necessary to do that transfer this year, given the finances and the balances in these accounts. So the proposal there would be no action. Article 6 are revolving funds. So again, this does not affect the operating budget, but a number of organizations in town have revolving funds where they collect fees or other sources of revenue. Those then get deposited into a revolving fund, which is then used to help fund operations of those departments. So it doesn't affect the operating budget. And the numbers shown here, are not necessarily the amount that will be spent. These are spending limits, which simply put a cap on how much may be withdrawn. How much may be withdrawn from the operating budget. You did? Thank you. Thank you. So these proposed caps on spending from operating funds: Council on Aging Program, 75,000, Board of Health Immunization Clinic, 20,000, Town Forest Sale of Firewood, 35,000, Farm Pond, 160,000, Ambulance, 170,000, Elder Housing, 500,000, Parks and Recreation, 150,000, and DPW Fire and Police Surplus Equipment, 50,000. So those are the proposed spending limits or caps on those revolving funds. And then finally, Article 7, stabilization funds. The intent here would be to use free cash to put $50,000 additional into the town's general stabilization fund and $100,000 into the capital stabilization fund. All right, so that's Articles 1 through 7. We're going to consider those all together. When we get to advisory voting, we'll take one vote on all of those, unless somebody wants to pull one out. So let me begin with first public comment period. So any public comments on consent agenda for Articles 1 through 7?
I don't know how to make one.
Anybody on Zoom?
I would like to, but I don't know how to do it.
Chucky, I think you can just speak.
Okay, nobody's talked to us about not transferring any of that cemetery money, so can we meet and then come back for a vote with your committee later?
Do you have a particular concern that you want to, because we can talk about it now.
Well, my concern is that they're not going to transfer the money again, and it's money that can only be used by the cemetery. And so I don't understand why it can't be in a cemetery fund.
Let me turn to Jeremy, who I think can provide some background for us here.
I'm going to request Deb Seifert, the Finance Director, Town Accountant, to give us the balance available currently for the capital for the cemeteries. And Chucky, I know we've been discussing and trying to get the Cemetery Commission to meet for some time. Does the Cemetery Commission have a meeting scheduled?
And Deb, please just come right in with
Okay,
information
Yeah.
as you find it.
yeah, the cemetery currently has a balance of $78,000 that can be spent from previous year, town meeting transfers.
Jeremy, any comment on that?
Just that seems adequate for the expenses for the coming year.
Okay, thanks.
And that the cemetery commission has not met to discuss this, so.
Okay, thanks. So Chucky, if you could hear that on Zoom, 78,000 in that account, which I think the thought is that would be sufficient to cover the year's expenses. Does that sound?
Maybe, but it's still, the money that you're holding on to never can be used for anything but cemeteries.
Understood, and in a future year when it's needed, it would be transferred as needed.
Yeah, in the account that it's currently held in, it's got more flexible uses in that the cemetery commission could appropriate it to perpetual care, or it could appropriate it in the future towards capital. So retaining those funds where they currently sit gives the cemetery commissions more flexibility. And since it doesn't seem that they need it for capital this coming year, it seems appropriate to take no action.
Yeah, and
Ask Jeremy a question. I can't see anything, so I'm just talking, sitting, in a vacuum here. If we wanted to transfer it to the perpetual care, can we do it if it's still locked up here, or doesn't it have to be under our control to do it?
Those funds are currently under your control, and could be at a regular meeting of the cemetery commission could be put towards perpetual care.
The 85 could, but can the amount you're still holding also be?
Yes, I believe so.
All right, because I was under the impression that that couldn't be until it was released by the town. All right. If that's the
Okay.
case, it's fine, but if it's locked in there and we can't do it for another year, and you and I have talked about what we want to do.
yeah, okay.
If it's appropriated or put towards capital with this article, then it is locked up, then you couldn't use it for perpetual care.
Oh, okay.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
All right, so I think we're all on the same page now. Thanks, Chucky. And I think, okay, so I think we're all on the same page, and I think we're back for Article 5.
Thank you very much.
That, the proposal would remain the no action as we talked about. Okay, any other public comment from first public comment period? Seeing none, I'll close the first public comment period. Advisory discussion. I don't think we need to spin around and get views on this because I think we're all pretty much on the same page on that, but any advisory discussion? Seeing none, I'll close the advisory discussion period. Second public comment period.
One for the select board. So the select board voted to actually support each one of these articles, 1 through 7. The only caveat, they're all unanimous votes with the exception of the Parks and Rec proposed funding limit was actually supported with a 4-1 vote.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comment?
Since I was the one vote no on the,
Yeah, and please speak up because we need the mics to pick up what people are saying or the Zoom recording will get messed up.
since I was the one vote no, I just wanted to explain that the issue has been resolved thanks to the efforts of the chair of the advisory. So I am no longer in the negative on this. If we revoted it, I would vote unanimously with the rest of my colleagues.
Your call. We should take that, or you want to revote or whatever.
It's up to the board. Do I have a motion on the board?
I say we just move ahead.
All right.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's great. Okay. Thank you for the comment. That's helpful. Just that I think select boards all on board with all 7 of these. Okay, so then I'll close the second public comment period. So advisory voting session. Any motions with respect to the consent agenda for Articles 1 through 7?
I make a motion to accept the consent agenda.
So
And All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, so now what I was so eager to get to before, we'll get to now, which is the operating budget, which is Article 8 on the warrant. And Jeremy, now if you want to proceed, that'd be great.
Sure, thanks, Dan. So I've been asked to give just a concise overview of the entire operating budget proposed for fiscal year 26, including schools, town government, and the so-called undistributed expenses. So I've got a few short slides to share with a summary roll-up of all of the budgets currently proposed and before the advisory. Here is a summary divided by those three major categories: education, town government, undistributed expenses. The school committees have supported their budgets, and those are as shown here, and some more detail will be given on those after I'm finished. That includes the local schools, the regional schools, and assessments at Tri-County, Norfolk, Aggie, and Minuteman. Currently, there are 5 enrolled at Tri-County and 3 at Norfolk Aggie. The larger increase this year is a result of a debt assessment for the new Tri-County complex. Town government expenses include all town governments and is proposed at an increase of 4.34. On undistributed expenses, those are expenses that are not directly attributable to any one department, but affect all. Those being health insurance, the assessment paid to the Middlesex County Retirement and debt service. Some notes, notable things there, the town's health insurance rates for FY26 came in at 10%, a 10% increase. However, Deb Seifring, our finance director, did some updating of our accounting and enrollees, and instead of being reflected as a 10% increase to the budget, it's at a 6% increase, but a fairly large dollar amount increase. We are told that we should be forecasting 8 to 10% going forward, which will more or less be that entire 8 to 10% in future budgets, because we've already sharpened the pencil. The Middlesex County Retirement Assessment is typically a 6% year-over-year increase. However, this year included a one-time COLA for retirees. So that is a little over a 10% increase. Debt service is for your capital projects, and this does assume some that the project proposed are approved. So overall, the overall town budget as proposed is a 3.49% increase. We'll note that since the budget process was started this past fall, the original budgets and what's been proposed now have been reduced by about $100,000 through the budget development process. Here is an overview of where the town expenses go. Directly to about 58% go to the schools budget. Town government is about 25%, public safety, public works, and general town government. And then about 17% is those undistributed expenses. Of the insurance and benefits, about 45% go to the educators at Pine Hill School and 55% to general town government. Focusing on the town government budget drivers, here's a summary of some of the high points that are included in the budget detail for each of the departments. Just of note, the town government budgets include a 2.5% salary COLA adjustment for non-union employees, as recommended by the Personnel Board and as presented by advisory's guidance to budget makers. The budget funds the Public Works union contracts, anticipates the settlement of the police officer contract, union contract, includes additional call firefighter support and EMT coverage. We've included a shared veteran services officer with Walpole and Medfield. That amounts to an increase in the budget of $14,000. Previously, that work had been done by a town volunteer, but because of new requirements from the VA, she's not able to continue doing that. The budget includes additional administrative support for Public Works, a part-time children's library assistant, the first year of funding for regional dispatch, that's $81,000 included in this budget, which our cost, the assessment to the town will be phased in over 3 years. I believe going up over those 3 years to $350,000, give or take. That would be the annual assessment for the town. There are some reductions in the budget. The sustainability department, with sharing a sustainability coordinator with Holliston, has a budget reduction of $22,000. And we've realized some savings in electricity costs from the solar installed at the fire station. So the budget is paid for by 3 general sources: property taxes, local receipts. Local receipts might be the fees for building permits, that sort of thing, that are collected, and state aid. The vast majority of the revenue is from property taxes. You know, a little over 90% of the revenue to pay your expenses comes from property taxes. With this budget, as proposed, would increase tax bills on average 3.38%. Assuming that property values increase 5% for next year, the tax rate for this budget would drop by 17 cents per thousand. So your tax rate with this budget would be approximately $16.41 per thousand. Here's a quick summary of Proposition 2.5. It governs how town budgets work. The number that we've been tracking and is important for Sherborn is this excess levy capacity number, which with this budget would sit at $762,000. Once that reduces to zero, then the town's budgets would be constricted by their limits of Proposition 2.5, which is 2.5% over the prior year's levy limit plus new growth. And that's generally about $1 million. So once the excess levy capacity is exhausted, then without a budget override, the town's year-over-year budget increases would need to be limited to around $1 million in aggregate. Here's a history of that excess levy capacity from fiscal year FY21. See, it peaked at 1.6 million in fiscal year 22 and has had a steady trending decline. And you'll see, as proposed, the FY26 budget minimizes that decline. It slows it shallows the ski slope, which is a good thing. And in addition to the operating budget, there are monetary articles that relate to your budget. Using free cash, there are contributions to the OPEB trust, which is $100,000 from free cash and $100,000 in your operating budget. A contribution to general stabilization, contribution to capital stabilization, and a supplemental appropriation for the snow and ice budget for the current fiscal year FY25. And part of your capital budget is proposed to be funded by free cash of $702,000. And what's proposed to be placed into your stabilization accounts meet with your fiscal policies for minimum balances in your stabilization accounts. That done, Dan, I'm
all right. Excellent. Thank you, Jeremy. So on schools, Kate Potter, Christine Walsh, if you want to come on up and Jeremy, can you share their presentation? So Kate Potter from the Regional School Committee, Christine Walsh from Sherborn School Committee. Thank you very much for being here to do this morning. And Jeremy will get your presentation set up in just a second.
Thank you.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, great. Good morning. I'm Kate Potter for Snow Street from the Regional School Committee. Here with Christine Walsh, as you said. Christine is chair of the Sherborn School Committee. And thank you for inviting us to share this overview. The school committees have been working since December to create a financially responsible budget for the town, but also one that ensures that the staff and administration have the appropriate resources that they need to make our schools as great as they are. So our next slide, please. Thank you. Our budget assumptions are based on regular school operations and projected enrollments. We comply with the town's budget guidance, and we align our budget with our district strategy. We have our 5 overarching tenets: excellence and innovation and learning, challenge, support all students, professional learning and growth, family and community engagement, and safe, sustainable spaces. Christine Walsh, 6 Bridle Path. And so with the, next slide, please. Thank you so much. This is for the region. Yeah, no worries. I'm still up. Budget drivers are payroll and related benefits for the region represent about 0.85 of the budget. Key drivers are that the contractual increases of 3% based on our contracts that we agreed to. Salary savings from retirements and staff changes. Healthcare costs increased at about 5.4% of the region. And we continue funding for OPEB liability trust, which is about $250,000 annually. We continue trend budgeting for all of our other operating accounts. Next slide. Oh, thank you. Could we have the next slide, please? Thank you. We continue trend budgeting for all of our other operating accounts. One-time expenses are removed from the base budget. And this year we will be starting a new 3-year transportation contract beginning in year 26. We're very excited that we have no debt costs at the region for 26. The final payment on the middle school building of $710,000 will be made in May.
Please note that student enrollment remains level. We have projections for 373 at Pine Hill and 1,080 across the region. And just a reminder around out-of-district budgets. So when appropriate and in the best interest of the student, we do try to keep our students within district. It's very beneficial for them to be with their neighbors and their communities as they are coming up through the school system. But we recognize that there are instances where that is not in the best interest of the child, and we do not have these structures or supports in place. So we turn to out-of-district placements at that time. You see that in FY25, we budgeted for 13 such instances, and in FY26, we are expecting about 14 placements outside of the budget. Next slide, please.
So some financial statistics of the region. Our total proposed operating budget is $29,087,346. You can see that the bulk of that goes to salaries and benefits. This represents a budget increase of 0.73, about $210,000 over last year. Revenues from the state, Chapter 70 and 71, which is transportation, along with use of E&D and various fees for student activities, help to offset the budget by about $4 million. Sherborn's assessment is based on enrollment, is $11,798,286, an increase of about 1.59. And the net Dover and Sherborn taxpayer cost per in-district pupil is estimated to be a little over $23,000, which includes all costs, benefits, insurance, etc.
Next slide, please. Thank you so much. For Sherborn, this slide is very similar. You'll note that our proposed operating budget is $8,432,285. And we like to think of our budget as having two components, in district and out of district. You will note that this is a budget increase from last year of 2.31%, with the majority of that coming from out of district costs. But again, we have an additional student that we want to ensure is okay and well taken care of in our budget. And I do want to take a few moments to just thank everyone in our community, our Sherborn neighbors, taxpayers, and wonderful donors, Pine Hill CSA, Solwyn Fund, MS Positive High School PTO, the Mudge Fund, the Boosters, FOPA, and so many of our wonderful private donors. We thank you for your time today. We thank you for your thoughtful consideration and your support. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Christine. Thanks, Kate.
I just want to add that if you'd like to have a more in-depth look at our meetings, you can see it on DS Cable TV. March 4th was the Regents meeting and March 11th was the Sherborn meeting. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Okay, so following those excellent presentations in the interest of keeping things moving, I won't pile on with the usual advisory chairs, budget overview. I promise it'll be in the advisory report, so it'll all be there. I was just gonna offer one observation, which is just that the proposed overall budget increase this year is smaller than last year, which is good news, but of course, the town is going to continue to face budget pressures in the future. And that's going to put upward pressure on tax bills in the future. This year's budget benefited from some one-time factors that held down increases, but are unlikely to be repeated. Looking forward, I think there are going to be some significant capital needs, still lingering pressures from the high inflation of recent years. There's going to be a new teacher's contract coming up in a year. And in addition to that, uncertainty about state aid, given political dynamic in Washington now. So I think many different factors that are going to put pressure on the budget. And, again, in town, unless either, we're willing to accept a lower standard of service, we find new sources of revenue. Unless one of those things happen, tax bills are likely to continue rising. So in addition to the work we're going to do today, I think looking ahead to future years, there's continued hard work and hard choices ahead. So just slip that in as one general observation. So that said, let's get on to Article 8 and the operating budget. And I'm going to read the budget line, the name of each department that has a budget in town and the dollar amount for that. And advisory members can call a hold on any of those budget lines. If a hold is called on any of those budget lines, we'll take that department's budget, we'll set it aside. We will go through our usual process for considering articles for all of the non-held items in the budget. And then after that, we will come and individually consider budgets, again, going through that usual public hearing process for each of the held budgets. So let me start, and let me just read these. Jeremy, do you want to share this? Is that feasible to do or not?
The spreadsheet version?
Yeah.
Yes.
That might, I'll be reading off the list, but that might make it easier for people to follow if it's up on the screen as well. We'll get there in just a second. All right, excellent. Let me then read through these. So select board, $388,873. legal, $80,000, assessor's budget, $175,142, treasurer collector, $219,088, accounting, $327,141, advisory committee, $4,532.
Sorry, Dan, are we supposed to be calling hold as you're reading these?
Yes, you can do that, or we can do it at the end, but absolutely interrupt me at any point if you want to call a hold. Probably best to just do it in real time.
I'd like to call hold on the first one, the select board.
Okay. All right. Let's see. So conservation total, 106,393. Planning board, 72,279. Town clerk, 171,838. Election and registration, 22,124. Information technology, 182,461. Town buildings, 409,750. Sustainability, 49,783. Police, 2,223,016. Fire and rescue, 622,275. Ambulance, 341,000. Emergency communications, the regional dispatch, 81,000. Inspector's office, 133,512. Coming to the schools, yeah, Dover Sherborn Regional Assessment, 11,798,286. Tri-County Vocational, 133,012. Sherborn Schools, that is Pine Hill School total, 8,432,285. Norfolk Ag and Minuteman, 87,723. Department of Public Works, 1,356,805. Snow and ice, 90,603. Solid waste disposal, 364,400. Recycling total, 3,230. Cemetery total, 89,500. Board of Health, 187,113. Council on Aging, 207,705. Veterans, 17,317. Library, 646,768. Recreation, 150,000. Historical Commission, 3,850. General Insurance, 258,464. Employee benefits, including OPEB and retirement, 3,681,209. Total debt service, 1,998,253. Reserve account, 300,000, which would bring the grand total proposed budget to 35 million, operating budget that is, to 35,416,730. Okay, so we have holds on the select board budget. Let me just get all of these. Select board, Board of Health, library, and recreation. Okay. Any other holds from advisory members beyond those four? Okay, so then we're going to consider and go through the public comment and so on, that process for the non-held items. So we've taken all the budgets of those 4 held items. We're gonna set those aside. We'll come to those later. So for the non-held parts of the operating budget, let me open things up for public comment. It's an easy crowd. Okay, seeing none, I'll close the first public comment period. And let me open up then the advisory discussion period on the non-held parts of the operating budget. Comments, discussion? Seeing none, I'll close the advisory discussion portion and open up the second public comment period. Eric.
The select board voted unanimously to support these non-held items on the budget, operating budget.
Great, thank you. Any other public comments? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment period and we're into our advisory voting session. So any motions with respect to the non-held parts of the operating budget?
I move to accept the non-held operating budget line items.
The second.
Second, okay, great. All right, any discussion about that motion? Then let's vote. All in favor, aye. Any opposed? Okay. Excellent, okay. So now let's come to the held budgets. So we'll come to the, we'll do these in order. We'll come to the select board budget where the number is 388,873.
Yeah.
I don't know that there's anyone who wants, Jeremy, is there anything you wanted to say about this or Eric as proponent, or just jump into conversation and discussion?
I mean, it's consistent with previous years. It's a minimal increase, so I'll be just interested in addressing any questions about it.
Right. Okay, great, thank you. All right, so let's open up public comment. Close the first public comment period. Let's open up the advisory discussion period. Doug, was your hold if you want to start?
Maybe I missed something this winter, but I don't recall ever meeting with the select board to discuss their budget. We've met with every other department.
We certainly heard from Jeremy, who discussed that budget and what was included in it.
When was that?
I'd have to go back and look at minutes, but I think we did talk about it.
Okay. I'll have to go back and review minutes. I don't recall any discussion.
Is there something in particular that you wanted
I
to
don't
know
have
about
it.
or
I don't
talk
have-
about that? Because we certainly can do that
I
now.
must have missed that part of the meeting or don't recall, but I don't understand what we're spending money on. What is the budget consist of?
So I can, you can share the budget if you want to bring it up and then maybe just walk through the components. I can bring it up too if.
I think it should open. Here's the budget detail for the select board budget, which essentially funds the office of the select board and town administrator, the salaries for the town administrator, assistant town administrator, and the administrative assistant. For salaries, it also funds the townwide senior citizens tax credit program where seniors can do some volunteer work and get a reduction in their taxes. And then it funds the expenses of said office. Overall, this budget met advisory's guidance. in that there was COLA applied for the salaries consistent with that recommended by the Personnel Board. And there was a reduction in expenses by 10%, in that we reduced the consulting services line, which had been a line item used to hire an HR consultant. But as we've taken on more of those duties and that work with staff instead of outsourcing.
Thanks. Eric, anything you want to?
Yeah, the largest expenses are really two salaries of the town administrator, assistant town administrator, both of which are essential and I think are at or below the market value currently. You may expect it to actually go up in upcoming years.
Thanks.
Is the town administrator's salary entirely reflected in this budget, or is it shared?
It's entirely within this budget.
Right.
Other advisory discussion, comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the advisory discussion period. Come to the second public comment period. Eric.
Select Board voted unanimously to support this budget.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment period. Come to advisory.
I have my hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who I can't. Who is?
It is
Courtney. Go ahead, Courtney. We'll slip it in. Didn't
All
quite
right,
finish my
Courtney
sentence.
at 41 Green Lane. You advisory discussed this at your January 22nd meeting, and I believe you're all present.
In theory, say, we think this is a horrible idea, don't vote, but it's still gonna be on the
Okay.
warrant. I mean,
Thanks. Thanks, Courtney. And okay, thank you, Courtney. Okay, then we're going to close the second public comment period and come to an advisory voting. Any motions with respect to the select board budget?
Move to accept the select board budget.
Thank you.
And can I call just a point of order? You should all be moving favorable action.
Yeah.
You guys don't accept the budget. Town meeting accepts the
Yeah,
budget.
yeah,
So you're
yeah.
just recommending favorable action on it.
Yeah, I said that at the beginning and then got off track. So favorable action.
I move favorable action on the
Great.
select board budget.
Thank you.
Second.
And any discussion on the motion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, great. Very good. Okay, so then we're going to come to the Board of Health budget next. Jeremy, maybe you could share that one as we get going. So Board of Health budget. Let's see where we have that. Okay, the total amount in the proposed budget is 187,113. Jeremy will get that up in a second. Okay. I can offer one quick comment on this, and then Daryl Beardsley or Julie Dreyfus might want to offer a few comments. I will just note that this budget will appear a touch above guidance. I think the primary reason for that is that at our meeting with the Board of Health advisory meeting, we suggested that they include some things that they anticipate spending money on to make the budget more realistic, rather than just kind of, well, this is where we were last year, we'll just kind of stick with that, since there are some things happening that had them just add a couple of things. And that's the primary reason that this looks a little bit above guidance. Daryl, Julie, do you want to offer any comments before we get to general public comment?
Other than,
Yeah, come on up, thanks. And Julie Dreyfus, Vice Chair of Board of Health.
So we were trying to take into account the guidance that we received at our first advisory review, taking into account our budget, but also trying to keep our increases modest as possible.
Use the microphone so people can hear.
Oh, can you?
Just pull the microphone up, it'll adjust up. No, yeah,
It's actually not.
Is that
I don't think it's,
That's not working.
Is it on?
oh,
yeah, I'm gonna adjust the.
all right, so,
Where's?
just, it's here, just, I think if you just speak a little louder, it'll be good, it was just a
Do
little
you want me
soft.
to stand right there?
No, you're fine, just,
Okay.
you just a little more volume to get it, thanks.
So we were taking into account our, the feedback that the committee gave us in our first round, when we were looking at our run rates, we were looking at how, what we were anticipating, and then trying to kind of find the middle ground, which was, we recognized there might be a slight increase, but then we were trying to keep it as modest as possible.
Thanks, Julie. Okay, let's open the first public comment period. Yes, Robert. Yeah, come on up. And just speak with some volume and the mic will pick it up.
So is this adequate?
Yeah, that's great.
Okay. Robert Johnson, 272 Western Avenue. And I'm asking if there, within this budget, is there sufficient funds to alert new people who are coming into town who may not understand that we don't have public water and public waste, that they need to be very careful about what they put in their toilet or any other area. So that, you know, people coming from areas that have
Betsy's husband.
waste disposal, they have been able to do things that really harm their system here. So are there adequate funds within this for that purpose?
Thanks. Comment on that?
I guess, is it
Just-
Robert?
Yeah, Robert.
Robert, I
The
guess
hand
I'm not
raised
sure
in
if
the-
you're
in the-
referring to mailers. We don't plan on doing mailers, but part of our communication is certainly through the town website. But we don't have money set aside to do any type of a mailing. Anytime someone comes into our office, we are happy to educate them on any questions that they may have regarding their wells or septics, but we don't push out information to new residents.
Let me pick up, I'll come back to you. Daryl Beardsley on Zoom had her hand raised if you want to offer a comment.
Yes, I'll mention that historically, but not recently, the Board of Health has sent out information, but mailers became less of a common means of distributing things, and we have been trying to put it on the website. So this has been a topic that we've been discussing with Robert a bit, but we've had a reduction in staff. So we're anticipating revisiting this issue when we're back up to full staffing. And I do think it is important to reach out to people who are unfamiliar with septic systems and best management practices for those systems. So it is something that's on our radar, but we do need to get back up to staffing. And I think that the staff will be able to handle it when we're back to normal.
Daryl, and just for identification, that was Daryl Beardsley, who's chair of the Board of
sorry.
Health. Okay. Other public comment? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment period and open up the advisory discussion period. Doug, go ahead.
Has a new administrator been hired?
I am not on the subcommittee doing that, but I can tell you that there have been multiple interviews. And I think we're in the second round of interviews for administrators, so I'm hoping very soon.
So not yet is the answer.
So not yet.
But your expectation is like within weeks, months, I mean?
Again, I'm not on there were two members.
Daryl want to comment on this?
Daryl was on the subcommittee, however, I know that they are in the second round of interviews. Whether or not we decide to offer any of these candidates the position, and then the auditor takes to negotiate after there, so I don't know the exact timing.
According to the job description, Mark Warren will report to this person. Is that still the expectation?
The agent has always reported to the administrator.
That's interesting that you would say that. Okay, is the town in litigation with the prior administrator?
There have been claims brought by the prior administrator, and we are not in litigation at this time.
What's your best guess? Are we gonna end up in litigation?
I would like to object to this
Yeah.
line of questioning. This has really nothing to do with their budget.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we do want to shut this down. But if there are other questions, comments related to
I
the
have
budget.
another question related to the budget.
Okay,
My understanding is the Board of Health has not met, for example, in this room or anywhere in person in over 5 years. Is your expectation that you're gonna continue to meet remotely?
I think you're getting off budget stuff here. I mean, I think there are other venues, other places to talk about, you know, the internal operation of the Board of Health, but here we're here really to talk about the budget number and whether, you know, whether that's the right number or it should be a different number. Okay, Daryl.
I was just going to respond to the question about hiring. We are hopeful that we are getting close to making an offer. But we'll see how that goes. There's still negotiations to be done.
Okay, thanks. Doug, other things on budget that you wanted to
Nope.
get into? Okay. Other advisory comments, questions, discussion?
I make a motion for favorable actions? Or
just
no? Okay,
Say,
sorry.
we're almost there, not
Sorry,
quite. Thank you. No.
Okay, moving along here.
And your motion was, you know, it was exactly formed right for favorable action. Just hold the thought for 1 second. Okay, so we're going to close the advisory discussion session. Let's open up the second public hearing, the second public comment period. Kara.
Select Board voted unanimously to support this budget.
Thanks. Other public comment? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment period and we'll open the advisory voting session, and let me look in this direction towards
I make a
Nora.
motion for favorable action.
Thank you.
Second.
Second, Shelley, okay. And any discussion of the motion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, 8-1. Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, so now we come to the library. And I should mention, Doug, that when we, in the advisory report, you know, because this was pulled out as a held item, you know, there will be a separate brief comment on that. And as a person who is in the dissenting or minority view, you can write a minority report that would, you know, reflect the alternative view in the for the advisory report. Okay, so coming to the library, the proposed budget for fiscal year 26 for the library is $646,768. And I'm going to use the chair's prerogative to just make a couple comments before we get to, before we get to Liz and proponents' comments on that. Just to provide a little bit of background, because as I think many people know, there's been much conversation about the library budget and much back and forth. Just to kind of review how we got here, back in January, the initial proposal from the library for budget was for an 11% increase to boost staff to meet greater demand for library services. Advisory members, liaisons of the library, other advisory members had concerns about the request, whether it fit within the town's budget constraints, how it compared to advisory's guidance. and concerns about the degree to which an increase of that size was justified. So the currently proposed budget shows an increase of just under 4% compared to that 11% initial ask. And that figure was a compromise based on extensive conversations between Liz Anderson, the library director, Brian Connolly, the chair of the board of trustees of the library, Mike Winters, vice chair of advisory, and me. And I completely get that not everyone likes this. I think some will think that that's not enough given demand on library services. I think others, including, I suspect, some advisory members, think that it's too much and the library didn't make the case. So, that proposed 4% increase, that's what's in the number I just read, in my judgment, lands in a reasonable place that hopefully people can live with, even if it doesn't coincide with exactly what everyone initially wanted. All right, so chair's prerogative done. Liz, if you'd like to make some comments.
I have some slides so I can share them.
And Liz Anderson, again, library
Liz
director.
Anderson, yeah, library director, thank you. So this isn't working, is that right?
Yeah, just speak loudly and the mic will pick it up here.
You can go to the next slide, thank you. So I'll be going through some information in my slides. So we have been incredibly successful since we reopened, and our community uses and loves the library. We've seen an increase in our traffic of 195%, an increase in circulation of 30%, an increase in square footage of 50%, an increased demand in our children's room. Our kids' circulation is up 49%. So our renovation added a beautiful new children's wing, 2 new larger meeting rooms, and 2 study rooms. With our meeting rooms getting used 2 to 3 times a week by the school, the police, council on aging, and various other town departments and boards, and our very busy children's room, we really have become the community center for our town. We are the only town building open nights and weekend hours. With this increase in our demand and activity, we are requesting a 19-hour children's library assistant, which is an addition of $22,712. The library's private endowment also contributes an offset to the library's operating budget. In fiscal 26, it will be $88,519, which the library's total department expenses net of our endowment is a 2.3% increase over last fiscal year. Slide. This is a snapshot of our budget. So our overall budget is a 3.9% increase over fiscal 25. We are down 4.7% in our non-salary expenses. The total department expenses increase equates to our part-time children's position. Otherwise, we're flat year over year. We've also had, as I mentioned, contributions from other sources that offset our budget. Our library endowment continues to go up every year, and it's up 15.5% over last fiscal year. Next slide. The demand from our library, from our community for our library services is clear. We've seen increases on all fronts. Our checkouts have skyrocketed. The use of our print collection has increased 140% over the last 5 years, the highest jump in more than a decade. And we've seen a major uptick in just people using the library. Next slide. We have also increased our volunteers and interns by 461% in the last 4 years to try to mitigate the increase in demand. We've also have additional support from our incredible Friends of the Library group, whose fundraising finances all of our programs. We're incredibly privileged to have an amazing group of volunteers and interns, including teens who get community service credit from the school. We're working hard to get help, but we also need paid library staff in the kids' room to meet this increasing demand. Our master's level children's librarian provides meaningful service to our specific community. She has built trust and relationships with families. She offers pre-literacy programs to our youngest population, ages 0 to 5. We're the primary free, openly accessible place for this age group and their caretakers to congregate, to be read to, and enable young ones to socialize before they enter school. We are the go-to spot for after school, and the school-age crowd in the afternoon. An additional part-time staff would provide Jen the opportunity to strengthen her relationship with the schools, attend professional development classes, have off-desk time to order books, create displays, which is a standard among our peer Minuteman libraries who offer an average of 17 hours a week of off-desk time for their youth services staff. We have 0. Our children's area of the library, as you can see here in the left, used to be a small corner of our main library, and now we have a beautiful 4,000 square foot addition. Next. Physically, we need more staff to cover the increase in space that we have. Among other challenges, it's also a safety issue. Our kids' room has 1 librarian with the many new spaces being occupied. There's sometimes 50 to 100 kids or parents coming in at any time. Next. Not only is our space larger, but the demand for books has increased. Kids' book circulation makes up half of the overall library's material circulation, and our kids' circulation is up 49%. Next. It really has been such a joy working in the library these past 2 years and welcoming the community back, and see the way that our library has transformed from a small semi-rural library into a bustling community space. We have truly become the living room of our community, and the children's wing is at its center. As the second educational space after the schools, the library is the place to be on early release days, professional development days, and throughout the summer when the schools are closed. Last year, we had 356 participants in summer reading, a record high. I strongly urge you to support the addition of this part-time position that would help to meet our current demands in the children's wing. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Liz. Okay, so we'll open up the first public comment period. Go ahead if you want to come up. Yeah, please come up so you're closer to the microphone. Oh, Brian, okay. And again, 2 minutes, and I'd ask that people don't repeat things that have already been said.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. Brian Connolly, 9 Thoroughbred. I'm also chair of the library trustees, and I just wanted to let the group know that on Tuesday night, the 9 trustees voted 9-0 to support the budget that Liz just presented. For those of you who don't know, library trustees have kind of a unique role in Massachusetts under Massachusetts General Law 78, and they're there to govern and protect and support libraries in local communities. And Dan and Mike, thank you for the engagement over the last couple of months on working with us and advising on the budget. So we think this is a fair budget, and as you saw from Liz's presentation, you know, library services and library needs have changed a lot since the 1960s and 70s when a lot of us were kids. It's not sitting in a quiet room reading a book and whispering all the time. I think Liz and the team have done a tremendous job of taking the new library that was open almost to the day 2 years ago and really enlivening the community with all the work they're doing, and I ask that you support this budget.
Thanks, Brian. Let me go to you next, and then we'll jump to someone on Zoom. Go ahead.
Sandra Burke, 30 Parks Drive. I'm the president of the Friends of the Sherborn Library. The Friends of the Sherborn Library are a 501c3 organization that operates separately from the library. We fundraise within our community to raise funds to donate to the library to fund programming within the library. We also pride ourselves in being the bridge between
It's Sandra
and the community. Because we live in a small town.
Can I have a large iced tea with 4 sugar?
Somebody needs to mute themselves, sorry.
You're not on mute. Okay, you're not on mute. Because we live in a small town, the Friends also literally houses the welcome committee to the entire town, which is super unique. Our library is the way that people are introduced to our town. It's our community connector. As the Friends president, I've become so involved with the inner workings of the library and have seen just how vibrant this place is. This is our only open community space in our town, and the community craves that. Families come here not just to use the library, but to connect to others, and in doing so, they build a stronger community. I also personally use the library heavily. Myself and my family are here most days, and together with the librarians have often joked that it is our second home. In being here and planning these community events, I see how there is a need for more support. The children's wing is bustling at all hours of the day, and despite Jen's incredible superwoman ability to recommend a handful of books to children, while also checking someone out and handing out stickers for cleaning up to another family, she can only do so much at once. I'm so proud to be a part of this library that we have grown as a community, but with that growth comes the need for more support. We're not asking for much. A part-time children's librarian is not a big ask, and it is something that the library cannot operate efficiently and continue to create the wonderful learning and community space that it is without. I want to highlight that the Friends are working with the trustees to provide funding for the library as much as possible. We have even gone outside our regular mission of programming this past year to help provide funding for staff development, which is not something we have ever needed to supply before in our history. The only thing left is the salary for a part-time librarian, which the Friends believe is an absolute necessity.
Thank you. So let's go to Zoom. Kara McDermott.
Yes, thank you. Kara McDermott, 24 Ivy Lane. As a parent, volunteer at Pine Hill CSA, former member of the Friends of the Library, we truly cherish our library, and so many in our community do. And so I just want to put in for any budgetary concerns that families and residents of our town just want more services, not less. And so anything that can support providing additional services or additional hours is going to be well received by very many in our community. And please consider this budget that's being offered up by our library staff. Thank you.
Thanks, Kara. Go ahead.
Good morning to you all. This is Irene Sarantias Bosley, 5 Peckham Hill Road, Sherborn. Thank you to all members of the Select Board and Advisory and all our town department staff here today for your service and commitment to the town. I share that service and commitment to the town. Now, I am a frequent user of the library, a frequent patron, and personally have probably participated in maybe 100 meetings that have taken place in the reopened library that opened about 2 years and 2 days ago. I'm also the mother of 3 girls, ages 12, 12, and 10. And my girls experienced the old library for about 6 months before it closed. Then they became frequent users of the library in the Sherborn Community Center for about 6 years, where they became independent readers. And now for the past 2 years and 2 days, are enjoying, like everyone else in the community, the reopened space. My girls, when I park at the library, they run inside. They run inside. This is a happy and peaceful place for them, and they love the children's wing. Now I asked them about their comments, like what they thought about the children's wing and the children's library section, and they said they love the books, they love the comfortable seating. The librarians are nice. The librarians help them find stuff. So my children have personally put a lot of demand on the current librarians, and the librarians answer all their questions, they make recommendations, they help them find books, and they have awarded them with prizes for their summer reading progress. And I am in support of the library budget's proposal, and also support all the comments that were made by Liz, Brian, Kara, and Sandra. Thank you.
Thanks.
Other public comment. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Caleb Dolan, 4 Fawn Road, fan of library. I guess it's my official position. I offer up 2 arguments. Since 2012, children's literacy rates, as well as adult literacy rates across our country, have collapsed roughly. You know, that's the rise of the smartphone. We desperately, and I think every parent in this room would speak to this, we are in a battle for our children's attentions and minds against a lot of forces, and the library is a space that cultivates focus, that cultivates learning, that cultivates being present, not wrapped up in technological junk. So anything we do to support it is wonderful. And secondly, this is one of the few places, perhaps the only place in this town, where my 18-year-old, my 14-year-old, and my 8-year-old can mutually agree to go. And then secondly, they are not just with their age group. They are with elders, they are with people across this town, and that is an incredibly important thing for them to grow up recognizing the power of community, and this is a space that does it. I'd rather live in a community with slightly higher taxes that values community and values children's learning than anything else. So
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so we're going to go to Zoom. Tom Trainer has his hand up. Tom, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Dan. And I just like to echo the last couple speakers, and I will speak from the vantage point of someone who's lived here 30 years and now is enjoying the grandparenting years. When we first came here, of course, we were delighted with the then fairly modern library, and the transformation for what's been brought on now with both the physical space and the excellent staff. Now that we can bring our three grandchildren when they're visiting, is just a very positive experience, and I can't say enough for the library, and I support this budget, and maybe hope it can continue to grow in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. George, go ahead. And then we'll keep going.
Thank you. George Fisk, 27 Hollis Street. And I wasn't planning on speaking, but I have to, because as past president of the Historical Society, and for the last number of years, the Historical Society has had an absolutely wonderful partnership with the library, working with Liz Anderson, working with Brian Conley and the trustees and all of the staff has been extraordinary. And it's worked wonderfully for us, and I hope they feel the same. Thank you.
Thanks, George. Okay, go ahead, please.
Allison Willick, 26 Bywood Road. I moved here with my family in the summer of 2020 and could not wait for the doors of the library to reopen. And I'll just say a few quick comments. When I learned, at the meeting a couple weeks ago, that our library has 0 hours of off desk time as compared to libraries around the community that are smaller in size and less trafficked, I was really quite shocked. And I thought to myself, in what other business setting would this be acceptable? Whether you're a doctor meeting with a patient, or a chef preparing a meal, or a librarian greeting patrons, prep and debrief time is essential. And I think when I meet with my clients, what my day would look like if I didn't have that in-between time. We pride ourselves on living in this beautiful town, a great community. We call it a hidden gem. It's focused on community, and the library really is our home base. This is exactly what we hope for. When I'm there, I look around and see the bustling children's wing, our very own revolving art gallery in the community room, which hosts speakers, local authors, yoga classes, a place where community groups meet, such as the Girl Scouts and Garden Club. The list goes on. The library is the heartbeat of our town. It's an investment that gives us an immediate return, enhancing the lives of so many in our community, and it deserves our continued investment to make it sustainable and continue to thrive. Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, please.
Hi, everyone. Megan Hermida-Lou, 127 Western Avenue. I'm just joining the chorus here. I want to talk about how important the library is to my entire family. Like Allison, I moved here at the beginning of the pandemic, and like for many people, it was a very lonely time. And I didn't know anyone in town, and I had a little baby. And the first person I spoke to in town was a member of the library staff. And she welcomed me, and she encouraged me to join an outdoor story time. And I did, and that was the start of community for me in Sherborn. And it continues to be my community. It's where we met most of our friends. It's where my kids meet their friends to play. It is our community. And it's also a center of learning where my daughter is learning how to read and how to tell time and how to take care of houseplants and how to play chess and how to cook, even with the selection of cookbooks that we have. And it's a place of caring because the library staff knows my kids, and they always take time out of their very busy day to make a connection and to boost their spirits and boost their confidence. And so the Sherborn Library is a treasure, and obviously many people agree. And the crowds of the people in the children's wing every time I attend also attest to this. And so as a space that is so well loved, so unique in being open and welcome to the public, that is a community center, that is my kids' second home, it is worth the investment, and I really urge you to support the library and its staff. Thank you.
Thanks.
Christine Walsh, 6 Bridal Path. We need to make this investment. I asked 2 people who are very special to me about why we should consider this. And the first one was my father. He is a Vietnam vet. He is 75. He is a former police officer. He took my daughter into the library soon after it was opened. This is a gentleman who didn't have any books growing up, never graduated high school, joined the service at the age of 15 because he lied. And he was walking through the halls of the library with my daughter, generations apart. And he said, wow, maybe things would have been different if something like this had been available to me when I was young. My daughter, who is 12, when asked why the library is so important to her, and the children's room specifically, noted that it is a place where you can be yourself and find yourself. In this day and age, our children face so many stressors that myself, a child of the 80s, not that far removed, could never even imagine. There's scholastic pressure, there's extracurricular pressure, there's parental, caregiver, community pressures. They can exist in the safe walls of the library, in the safe walls of the children's wing, with the love, safety, and protection of our librarians. They can be themselves and they can find themselves. Please find it within yourselves to support this budget. Thank you.
Thanks. Other public comment? Steve?
So I just want to point out, just to place into context all of the public support, the part-time children's wing assistant that they're asking for, the cost of that salary would equate to about 1.1 cents on the tax rate, which, as Jeremy noted in the introduction, the projection for the tax rate with the current budget would be to decrease by 17 cents. So this has almost zero effect on the tax rate.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Other public comment?
Marnie has her hand up online, Dan.
Oh, Marnie, go ahead. Thanks.
Hi, thank you so much. Marnie House, 17 Southfield Lane. I'm a parent, a Friends of the Library member, and when I moved here to town, I didn't have any kids. Liz was one of the first people I met and instantly became family. Her entire family helped us install the exhibits room in the basement. So it was her kids, her husband, her parents, all of the other librarians. They take on so many jobs besides the exact space where they are. And as a public school teacher, I'm looking at the children's librarian and seeing that she programs, she leads programs, she organizes, she cleans. As a teacher in an understaffed district, I see that that is 4 jobs in the Sherborn Library. There are so many things that they do that need support and so many people that they reach even beyond their job description. I would really encourage that we vote this through. Thank you.
Thanks, Marnie. Other public comment? Seeing none, I'll close the first public comment period and open the advisory discussion period. Penn, you want to start?
Yeah, I'll start. So I'm Penn Young. I'm actually one of the library liaisons. And I raised my hand for that because I too love the library. I moved to Sherborn in 1990 and have been a heavy user from day one. And I'm in the library several times a week. I often do work in the library, so I actually have a very good idea what goes on in there. In fact, Elizabeth Johnson, Liz Anderson's predecessor, actually once offered me a job in the library. I was in there, and I'm serious, I was in there and talking about things I was doing. She said, you know, there's an opening coming up. You should apply for it. It was actually the job that Chris Lamb retired from. So I love the library. I know a lot about it. First thing I'm going to say is the library is not threatened. And I think we should all understand that. I think all of us here on advisory, I'll speak for myself, but we support the library. And I don't know what if Doug has a specific budget proposal. I do, but it does not threaten the library. And I'll say a few other things. One, Elizabeth Johnson put together an employee plan for the expanded library. They currently exceed that. They have more people than Elizabeth Johnson planned to hire. I came away, I met with the other liaison, Shelley, and I met with Brian, Liz, and several members of the trustees for 2.5 hours. We got a very detailed presentation. Then they met with full advisory. They met again with full advisory. They've met several times with Dan and Mike. Through all that, I felt they had not made a case for a staff increase. I think they could juggle what they do better. I think I also will say that I have been in the library and I've seen the very busy times at the children's section. I have seen extremely quiet times at the children's section. I've had conversations with the children's librarians. If they're talking to me, then they're not, they're not out cleaning. So the other thing I'll mention is that in the full advisory presentation, they mentioned that if we did not put this budget forward, if we put forward a flat budget, they could cover the position with state aid that they have in hand. So I looked at that picture, I feel they did not make a case. They talked about staff burnout, and we covered that that actually is not the case. And I think that I'm going to propose, well, where do I propose? Or do I wait? I'll wait.
Yeah, let's get to that
I'm
when
done.
we get to, let's get to that when we get to motions. Doug, go ahead.
Thanks, Dan. Well, speaking for myself, I'm delighted that we have a library, and especially after we paid so many millions to get the thing built. And I appreciate all the public comment and support. The issue before us, I think as Pam described, is does the library need more money next year than this year? And this board has met with the library multiple times, and I would say, speaking for myself, that the library did not make the case for an increased budget. In the current year, the library is not under any sort of budget constraint, and despite that, the library management chose to close the library to the public approximately 10 hours a week, not to save money, but really as the employees kept working during those 10 hours. I would submit that one of the results of that, intended or unintended, is that there's a perception that the library is under a budget constraint because it's not open as often as it was because of this decision. I would, jumping ahead, I am of the view that we should keep the funding level flat year to year. That's where I come up.
Okay, thanks. Others on advisory with comments or anybody want to share a perspective? I share my view of supporting the proposed budget.
Can I have a brief comment?
Yeah, brief, because I want to get it around to everybody.
No, very brief. Just want to say, the topic of off-desk hours, that was actually new to me in this. And I don't see, first of all, I don't actually see the on-desk strain at the library being there, but also that is not a thing in a lot of professions. So here in town hall, people have to juggle dealing with the public and getting their other work done. And that's true across much of the workspace. So I think that, off-desk hours may be a thing in the library world and the staff in the library world. But for everyone else, if you have a public-facing job, you need to juggle dealing with the public and getting everything else done. Thank you.
Other comments? So I'm guessing, just to maybe clarify a little bit in terms of thinking about a flat budget, presumably, I'm guessing that would mean 2.5% COLA for current employees, and then everything else flat is what I'm guessing you had in mind. Okay, just so everybody sort of understands.
And I would have a specific number.
But that fits with that general, okay,
Correct.
Just so everybody understands what kind of the alternative is. Anybody else on advisory? Paul, go ahead.
Okay, I want to say that I'm in favor of the library budget as proposed in adding the children's library system. And I feel like listening to the conversation earlier, I think Liz and Brian did a good job of listening to the advisory's feedback and bringing that increase down to like a reasonable level. I actually didn't even realize myself that the majority of the circulation of the library is in the children's room. I actually go there a lot, but so to me it makes sense to sort of increase the service level by adding a children's library system. So I'd be in favor of that.
Anybody else before we hide this off? Stephen.
I think what makes this particular budget a little unique as compared to the others is that we're talking now about a gross number. And there is other support that the library budget receives. And I think we should I think we need to take that into consideration as well. As an example, there's a state aid offset that mandates a certain amount be spent on the library. There's funding from the endowment, which I know is not a required contribution back to the operating fund, but I assume that that's a consistent number. And there may be some flexibility with that as well. And I think on the budget, there was some other donation line item included in there for $5,000. Maybe that's going against the landscaping budget. So I encourage the endowment to continue to fund to the fullest extent that it can this budget. I'm generally in agreement with the budget and the addition of the 19 hours to support that. And I think we just have to be careful on a going forward basis how much this budget's going to increase over time. As Dan alluded to at the very beginning, we as a town are going to have constraints. We saw the 2.5 override amount is beginning to get smaller. The environment is changing. So those are my observations on this budget.
Thanks. Laura, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say I found this whole discussion again with the inclusion of public comment very interesting. And I think the way I'm thinking about it is sort of where is the middle ground and where's the compromise. And it strikes me that this budget as proposed meets that for me. I do agree with Steve that we need to think also carefully in the future years about being judicious about costs and expenses. But it does seem very clear to me that the children's wing of the library is really the heart and soul of where a lot of the good gets done, and that's really an important thing to support. So I'm really supportive of the budget.
Thanks, Laura. Anybody else? Mike.
I just wanted to express appreciation for Liz and Brian working with us, to get to the point we are today. I think it was a really helpful process to get to a better number.
Thanks. Any other advisory comments? All right, seeing none, we'll close the advisory discussion period and open up the second public comment period. Eric.
Thank you, Eric Johnson. The select board voted unanimously to support this budget. And if can I make an additional comment?
Of course.
I would say for myself, in the 7 years I've been on the select board, since almost as soon as I was elected, I was the liaison for the construction and subsequent litigation of this library. And I've seen more than I want to see. But I will say that what's been clear throughout all of this, that it was the town's intent when they did this expansion of the library, obviously to support what is largely the children's wing, what they constructed here. Throughout the construction of it, there always was we're not going to compromise on the quality and the product to the community. And I'd just like to think moving forward, that intent was also the expanded services for the children. So that's just my personal take back from all this. It's also my understanding that the library supports also homeschool kids, which also helps their social and education as well on this children's wing. So that's just my commentary.
Thanks. Paul Durensis.
I'm urging you to support the number that's in the proposal before you and not any proposed amendment that might be offered to level it out. And the reason for that is similar to what Eric was just saying. I saw how hard the library trustees, the Board of Selectmen, and the town administrator and others worked to build a beautiful library. It's not an accident. It was a lot of work. And it always was with the vision of providing exactly what you heard from the public here today. That was the goal. Let's fulfill that vision. Let's fulfill that mission, so ably performed to date by all of the hard work that people had done to build this library. Why hide this library? Let's let it bloom and blossom and support our community. Please support the compromise appropriation.
Thanks, Paul.
Other public comment? Yes, go ahead, please.
It's more of a question than anything. I'm Jane Branch. I live at 15 North Main. This question is for Ken. I thank you for all your help with the library. I just had a quick question about the staffing estimations that was done by the prior. Was that based on the circulation estimations? Because I, for one, was surprised when I saw how much circulation had gone up since the library opened. Do you know if those predictions or staffing requirements that she was expecting was based on these huge circulation increases?
I don't know one way or the other.
I can offer a quick comment on that. So, so I think those numbers were put together at the time that the new library was just, the construction was just getting started. So as an estimate, based on, kind of an expectation of how much space and what staff, but great uncertainty. Who would know what's going to happen to circulation? Who would know exactly how that space was going to be utilized and so on?
That answers one question.
Doug, go ahead, Doug Brown.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Doug Brown, 92 Bullard Street. I just want to make two brief points. The first is that at a time in society when civic engagement is waning and libraries are under attack all around the country, I just wanted to observe how inspiring it is to see our community engaging so much with our library. And the second point I want to make is that the children of our town are truly our future. Young families are so actively engaging with our library, as the numbers are clearly showing. Why would we not want to fully support that level of engagement? Thank you.
Thanks, Doug. Go to Brian and then to Steve. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah. Hi, thank you, Brian Conley, 9 Thoroughbred, Chair of the Library. Just first of all, thanks for the feedback from the advisory board members. And I just wanted to mention a couple of things. To Steve's comment, the library has consistently given from their endowment. We've raised funds with the investments have performed well. This year, as Liz showed, it's 15% more than it was last year, $88,000. And that's about 50% more than it was a couple of years ago. So the fastest line item in the budget, both on the revenue side and the expense side, for the last 5 years has been the endowment contribution to that. As far as the hours, the trustees considered reducing the hours because of the work load that was put on the staff that was considered back in the fall to get us through the fiscal year that ends June 30th. We also looked at other towns. So towns in the Sherborn size range, we still have more hours than them. We actually have more hours than towns in the next size range up, which is 10,000 to 15,000. So it's less than we'd like, but it's more than some of the peers. And to just build on Dan's comment, so when the previous library director, who had served in the library for 35 years in Sherborn, had come up with that estimate, that was 10 years ago. And so I don't think that's really no longer a current data point, particularly with the data that Liz showed. So what came up with 10 years ago on staffing, I don't think is relevant to this year's operating budget. And Penn, I wish you had taken the job in the library because you clearly care a lot about it and could probably improve it.
Thank you. Thanks, Brian. Steve.
Also, just to address the question about the staffing estimates done by the previous library director, when I was on the advisory committee during that time, we applied a great deal of pressure on the library to reduce their budget and to not include positions that were merely anticipated in the future because of how in flux the building was, and in an attempt to essentially reduce the tax levy on current residents based on the sort of lack of actual library service at the time, knowing that in the future, when the reality of what the library service was, it might require an increase in budget. So just so you're aware that they actually cut some, proposed positions out of their budget because we're like, there is no library. Why are we funding for a new position when there isn't a library?
Thanks, Steve. That was Steve's side, just for the Zoom in minutes and all. Other public comment?
You got one.
Juliet. Online? Juliet, go ahead. Can't hear you.
Okay.
There you go.
Hi there. I'm sorry. I've been listening to this meeting as I'm driving to the Cape, so I pulled over just to make a quick comment. I just wanted to mention, I'm on the Friends of the Sherborn Library. I agree with all of the sentiments that people have expressed. My only comment is that you have a library director who's effectively the CEO of this part of Sherborn. She manages the building, the employees, the circulation, what happens in the library, and she has come to you with a budget that she has reduced upon request, and that in itself is a huge compromise. And beyond that, you have the Board of Trustees in favor, you have other people that are involved in the library in favor of this. And so I just want you all to take that into serious consideration, because I hear a lot of things about, I'm hearing a lot about, you might have gone into the library and there's quiet times and busy times. Staff need to manage people forward-facing tasks and behind-the-scene tasks. Anecdotal observations don't really or shouldn't have weight on this decision. You have people that are intimately involved with the library that the town pays to manage the system. And I think you should weight that accordingly. And so from what I've heard today, it seems like the case has been made. You do need a part-time person in the children's section. And that's, it just seems pretty clear cut to me. And I just want to make sure that you're weighting all of the experts' opinions on this versus sort of observations and anecdotal, stories or things like that. So that's all I have to say.
Thanks, Juliet.
Thank you.
Okay, any other public comment? I think that's a hand clap rather than a raise. The subtleties of Zoom. All right, seeing no other comment, we'll close the public comment period and come to the, I'm sorry.
Steph Harrison, just for.
Oh, Steph. Steph, go ahead.
Okay, hi, thank you. I just wanted to make a quick public comment that my children are library users and I'm there every week. And I feel that a flat budget for library line items seems like an unreasonable expectation and an artificial constraint. If we think of this as a new business that just opened 2 years ago, you don't know how many customers are going to walk through the door, what the demand is going to be. And the fact that the patronage is up significantly is really a testament to the value of this community asset. I think talking about staffing estimates of the past, they don't reflect the current realities and how patronage changes over time. And so I would ask, advisory to trust our hardworking staff to really be the ones who understand the demands of the job and just to put some trust in the people who are in the trenches and running this shop here. Thank you.
Thanks, Steph. Okay, any other public comment?
Can I respond to that public comment? No.
We're going to come around to our voting session. We'll get a chance to comment then. Okay, so I'm going to close the second public comment period. Let's open the advisory voting session. Let's start with any motions and we'll have discussion on the motions. Mike.
I move for favorable action on the library's proposed budget.
Second.
Okay, just get this down. Okay, and discussion on that motion. Doug, sounds like you had a comment.
I just say it was worth noting that I think in the presentation we heard from the library, there was massive turnover. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it was close to 100% in the staff. So the staff that we're putting all our faith and trust in is basically brand new. Is that not correct?
I think a lot of that, I think there has been turnover in staff. I think I took that comment as to refer not just to the staff, but to Liz in particular, the trustees and others who would have some knowledge of library operations.
I just didn't know if people were generally aware of the 100% staff turnover.
Yeah. Other comments on the motion on the
I have a
floor?
comment.
Shelley?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure, and I don't know if they can speak to this yet, but I would be inclined to support the budget after a lot of back and forth, and appreciate all the time that everybody's spent on this. I just want, I don't know if there can be an assurance that we will resume the being open to our patrons and the public, since it is such a high demand institution. It was preemptively closed. I understand the reasoning why, but it's been closed with the fiscal 25 budget. It was preemptively closed this year with the budget that we gave them from last year. So I'm hoping that this position, if I were to vote in favor for this, and I can see all of the reasoning why, it would mean that the library would then resume being open to the public on Mondays, and then resume the hours that we have basically supported with our fiscal year 25 budget. I don't know if anybody can speak to that. I don't know if that is something that I would be inclined to support it, knowing that they're going to reopen to the patrons and resume the hours that we supported in the fiscal year 25 budget.
So one quick comment on that, which is, I think the sentiment that you have about, the concern of Monday hours, I think a lot of people have those concerns. I think they've been expressed to, I think Liz, Brian, others, trustees, I think have heard those concerns. As for the budget, we can't put conditions on the budget. We have a number, we approve a number, and other than, expressing the view you just expressed, I am confident town council would say you can't have a budget that's a conditional budget because then you haven't approved a budget.
Okay.
So I think in terms of, looking for a condition or a promise, or I think we just can't do that. I think having expressed the concern is really valuable and helpful to make sure that trustees, library administration understand the desire for, Monday hours to come back.
Can I follow up on that?
Yeah.
I don't think it's unreasonable. I get the condition point. I get that. I don't think it's unreasonable to ask what the sentiment of the library management is regarding these 10 hours. So for example, we're going to be sitting here next year and find out it's closed 20 hours because they decided they need more staff time. I don't.
Right.
We didn't expect it to be closed 10 hours and we funded it to be open.
Yeah. So if Brian or Liz, either of you want to comment on that, I mean,
So we did look at the way that we came to the closure was really trying to meet our current demand, which had increased, which we weren't expecting. So we did all of our state reporting and tried to match our current staffing level with our current demand. So that's where that closure came from. And so in going into the future, yes, that we are hoping that that's where we can get to is by reopening on Mondays. So but we're gonna just keep taking stock of it. So we went back and looked at our summer hours, and last summer we were very busy on Mondays, so we will reopen on Mondays starting in July and then reassess from there.
Thanks, Liz. So other advisory comment on the motion on the table. Penn.
Quick motion. So just to respond to one thing that Steph said, and I appreciate what she says, but I actually also want to say that on advisory, it is our job to question the experts, as it were, to question the budget makers. Because if we were just going to say, you're the experts, we're not, what you say goes, we wouldn't bother to meet. Our lives would be a lot easier. The second thing is my own position, and simply speaking for myself, is I feel I have a moral obligation to the town, to the taxpayers, to the residents, not to support a budget for which I think a case has not been made. I dislike the idea of compromised budgets. I understand that people who see that position, I think, I'm not trying to call that into question because I'm sure they come to a budget that they think is justified. So I'm not knocking that. But what I'm saying is my position is simply, I feel I have an obligation not to support a budget that I don't see a case having been made for.
Okay, thanks, Penn. Any other advisory discussion before we? So then, so let's vote. The motion on the floor is for favorable action on the library budget as proposed. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Let me just get a count because this one's gonna matter. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and all opposed? Okay, great. Thank you, everybody. And thank you for a very full, good discussion. Very much appreciate the public comment. And Doug and Penn, again, you'll have an opportunity to write a minority report on that budget and highlight the things that got talked about today and so on.
So we just gave ourselves more homework?
Yes, you did. You did. That is how it goes. Okay, so that gets us, so one more held budget, the rec budget. I'm going to suggest it's 10:32. I'm going to suggest we take a 5-minute break. Let's come back at 10:37. We'll do the rec budget and then we'll get on to capital items. So see you in 5 minutes. Thanks. All right, let's come back. If everybody wants to get back and get settled. All right. So continuing on the operating budget, there was a hold on the rec commission budget. So give me 1 second here. That for the operating budget for rec, they have a capital request we'll get to later, but the operating budget request is for $150,000. Jeremy, if you want to pop their budget up on the screen. So on the Recreation Commission budget, any, not super complicated, any comments either just to kick things off, Dave Welch, that you want to make or Jeremy, you want to make before we just roll on to public comment?
Are we without microphones on?
That's the mic, so just speak loudly, and it'll get it.
Thank you. Dave Welch, 64 South Main, Recreation Coordinator. The budget that was submitted this year was for $150,000, which was in line with the past few years of five.
All right, thanks.
Sure.
Good. Okay, so let's open up the first public comment period on the rec budget. Seeing none, I'll close the first public comment period and come to advisory discussion period.
I'm happy to comment.
Doug, go ahead.
So I think it's worth noting that one of the challenges with this department is that they have not consistently invoiced, collected, I think north of $100,000 over a couple of years of field rental fees, a half dozen or so rent our fields. I would simply point out that we need, for lack of a better term, better management of this department so that we can collect the money that's owed to the town. I also want to point out, most people don't know this, but at town meeting last year, there was a capital budget approval, $100,000 was borrowed, it's still sitting in the bank, and it wasn't used to renovate the fields that this committee.
Well, the town meeting.
Town meeting. So I kind of see a couple gaping holes here in terms of what I'll just call getting the job done for this whole department.
Okay, thanks, Doug. And that just highlights the point, of course, just to emphasize, which I think people know, that of course it's town meeting that ultimately will be making all these decisions. The advisory committee is just going to make some recommendations that will go to town meeting. And on Doug's point, I would note, just as an observation or matter of fact, that Rec Commission has 3 members, and after the May elections, should be 2 new members. So, some new people, and hopefully a chance to take care of some of the issues that you highlighted. Other advisory comments? Yeah, Penn.
So first, a comment on your comment. It's a 3-member commission, but there are only 2 currently.
Yes,
okay.
That's right.
And then we'll come to the full complement after the May election.
Yes, and of the 2, one of them is not running for re-election. So there'll be 1 member continue and 2 new members. to get them back up to a full complement of 3.
Okay, thanks. And then I remember the discussion when the 2 part-time positions were melded into, and probably made a little loose in my terminology, a more full-time position. And my memory is that the expectation that if the in-office demands did not fully occupy, I'm sorry, what's the title? The
Recreation coordinator.
Recreation coordinator, he'd be available to Jeremy or perhaps others in town hall. And I guess my 2 questions are, am I right in remembering that, or is that something from the advisory fog? And if so, where are things on his in-person hours?
Dave, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah,
Or Jeremy?
I wasn't part of, unless Jeremy has a little history, I wasn't part of those particular discussions in terms of what the thinking, was there. I will say that the responsibilities of the recreation coordinator are all encompassing. So I'm one part-time employee to the town. I'm responsible for the programming as well as facilities that are utilized and rented out to the organizations. And so that, my part-time, my 25 hours are a bit of an accordion, as if you think about the way our year progresses, our busiest time of year is the spring. Going into the summer, that's when we have most of our programs going on. That's when we're reopening facilities. That's when we're bringing in contractors to do that work. And so I'll work greater than 25 hours per week during that period. As things start to ease out in the middle of summer, it'll shrink a bit. As things pick up in the fall, it expands a bit. And as things ease out in the winter, it'll contract a bit. The idea is that over the course of the year is that it averages roughly around 25 hours per week. But we have, in the nature of our role, or my role, is that it's the demands kind of go like this, almost like a pair of lungs, as the year goes along. As it relates to the field rentals that were brought up by advisory, for the organizations that are responsible, for paying those, everyone has been 100% invoiced. Over 72% of the money has been collected, and the remaining money is going to be in by May 1st. If we take what all the organizations have said to us, got their word, and so far they've been making the payments as they've committed to. So I want to acknowledge that, yes, it is correct that we did have outstanding invoices, but we've also been actively bringing that revenue back in, and we should be made whole by May 1st.
Yeah, go ahead, Doug.
So I appreciate your comment about the accordion nature of your work. You're still getting paid 25 hours a week every week, correct?
No, I only submit hours for that actually work.
So you're not getting paid 25 hours a week?
Well, some weeks it could be 30, some weeks it could be 18. It depends on the actual numbers worked and submitted.
Got it. But just to be clear to your last point, you're the individual responsible for invoicing and collecting the money for the fields?
That is correct.
And when did you start in your role?
I started in the spring, well, late winter, early spring of 2022.
So is there a succinct, simple to understand reason why 6-figure plus of taxpayers' money wasn't collected in a timely manner?
Well, first of all, obviously, it's my responsibility since I was the one that was responsible for the invoice. The short answer is that the process and method that I was doing to manage the invoicing and billing for the organizations that were utilizing our facilities was poor. And so I was doing it in arrears after the season was open or closed. The reason why is because during the season, there were things that would occur. And in the short time that I've been here, that's really been weather related, which significantly impacts the number of changes that need to occur post-season to settle invoices. the better way to do it, and the way that we're doing it in 2025 and going forward, is to pre-invoice for the season in advance and make adjustments along the way, so that by the time you get to the end of the season, you have a whole invoice, and that is on me.
Okay, thanks,
Thank
Dave.
you.
And getting the arrears stuff in by May 1st will be great. That'll be, important to make sure that happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. So other advisory comments?
I just appreciate that you've made that change based on the feedback. That's great.
Well,
Hopefully it will make things a little bit easier moving forward.
It's my fault, but I think the important thing is that, we've learned from it.
Yeah.
We've made some changes, and, going forward, it'll be better managed.
So appreciate that. Pen, I think you were next.
No, I'm all set. Thanks.
Okay, Nora.
No, I also want to thank you. Maybe it comes up more appropriately in capital budget, but for the booking of tennis courts and pickleball courts, for doing that
Yes.
also will be good.
Yeah, appreciate the hearing feedback and taking care of
Yeah,
things.
no, I understood. Thank you.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Okay, other advisory comments? Close the advisory comment period, open the second public comment period. Eric?
Select board voted unanimously to endorse this budget.
Okay. Other public comments? Yes, Paul Durensis.
From my perspective, recreation is one of the most important things that the community can do. It's important for our youth. It's important for people of all ages. It's run by volunteers. To hold volunteers accountable to a level of perfection when it comes to things like billing and invoicing and everything else. While it's nice to see the billing and the revenues, still, it's a recreation commission. And their focus and their function should be on children and the sports and making sure that there's a quality of life here in our community that we all appreciate as residents. So I think the Recreation Commission does a great job. The budget item we're talking about seems to be level funded across. So why would there be any reason to do anything with that budget other than have a vote of favorable action? So I would recommend that you vote favorable action and commend the Recreation Commission for their wonderful programs and their support for all our youth and seniors and everybody in between.
Thanks, Paul. Other public comment? Seeing none, I'll close the second public comment period and open advisory voting session. Any motions with regard to the rec budget?
I'm on to move favorable action on the rec budget.
450, as proposed.
As proposed.
Right, thanks. Nora,
Second.
second. Okay, thank you. Any discussion on the motion?
I just have a question for clarification. The billing for, like what we were discussing is for a paid position, like that's part of his paid position, his responsibility, right? It's not volunteers that are responsible for getting the funding for the
That
fields.
is correct.
And that money goes, that part, doesn't it go into the revolving fund that helps to maintain the field? So it is important, I think, that we collect the money so the fields can be maintained so they can continue to be of service to the town members. But I just wanted to clarify that it's not volunteers that collect the money, it's someone who is a paid employee.
Yeah, thanks, Shelley. Good
But
observation.
I'm also
Thanks.
in support of this budget being approved.
Yeah, thanks. Any other?
Action.
Thank you. Any other comments on the motion? All right, then let's vote. All in favor of favorable action at 150,000? All opposed? Okay. So voted
I will
eight.
write a minority report.
8-1 in favor. Okay, very good. So that gets us through the operating budget. That gets us through Article 8, 17 more to go. So let's see how it goes. So we will move on to capital improvement plan and capital items. This is Article 9. For those of you online, this should be on roughly page 2. And we're gonna do consent agendas for some of these, but the first is the ambulance fire department. So Chief Ward, if you want to say a few words about the ambulance.
Thank you, Zach Ward, I'm the fire chief. I appreciate the time to talk about our request for an ambulance. So the fire department is requesting $515,000 to replace our 2017 Ford ambulance. That is the town's only ambulance, the one and only ambulance the town owns. The reason why we're before you this year is because of the delivery time. So once we order an ambulance, which will hopefully be shortly after town meeting if the item's approved, we expect it to take up to 3 years for our new ambulance to come in due to lead times on these products, which is why we're before you this year. If we are to order a new ambulance in the May timeframe, we can expect it in the summer of 2028. Our current ambulance will be 11 years old at that time, which is mostly in line with the typical life expectancy of an ambulance for Sherborn, which has historically been 10 years, and they're recycled out after 10 years of service. It's one of the most vital vehicles that the town owns. It's one of the most scrutinized. It gets inspected by a number of state inspectors every other year. Just a couple of other statistics involving the ambulance. It's a revenue generator. I think it's the only vehicle in the community that generates revenue. Generates approximately $170,000 per year in ambulance fees, which are billed to insurance companies that help offset the operating budget of the ambulance. To come up with our proposal, we formed a 7-member internal committee. The committee spent a lot of time choosing our next ambulance. We visited several other area fire departments. We crawled under them, we climbed on top of them, we went through them, and we came up with a basic but reliable ambulance that will serve Sherborn well for years to come. In closing, again, it's a really vital piece of equipment. If you think of quality of life and services that people need in an instant, I put the ambulance at the top of that list for all the town's services. Just a couple more data points. Last year, we had our busiest year in the history of the department, 741 total fire and EMS responses. Year to date this year, we're already 12% ahead of that. And this year, we're 81 days into the year. We've done more priority 1, which is immediately life-threatening medical emergencies this year than in other 12-month calendar years in the 5 years that I've been here. So I think that speaks to the importance of approving this item. And that's all I got. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief Ward. Public comment. Open up the public comment, first public comment period. Seeing none, I'll close the first public comment period. Advisory discussion. Penn.
2 things. So first of all, I was actually lucky to spend a full day at the fire department a while back observing the things, and it coincided with an inspection of the ambulance, and it was done by state officials. And I was really impressed with the thoroughness of the investigation. And I was also impressed with, that the ambulance met that serious scrutiny. But my question is there, I've heard it discussed that we will keep this current ambulance once the new one comes in. So could you address that?
So there's been discussion as there is when we replace any vehicle in the town. The discussion's been, what do we do with the current vehicle? And we have 2 options. I always have what we prefer when we present it. Right now, it could go either way because we're gonna have this ambulance for another 3 years. So we really need to make the decision then. We can either keep this ambulance as a backup. Right now, when our current ambulance goes out of service for maintenance, we have to borrow one from another town through mutual aid. They're becoming less and less available for us to borrow. For instance, we've had an ambulance from another community in service as Sherborn Ambulance 1, while ours is out for service. And in the middle of doing a call, we completed the call and had to take the ambulance back to the other community because they needed it back, and then we had to go borrow another one. So one option for us, because we only have one ambulance, is to keep this as a backup. For those situations going forward. The other option is that we auction it off at that time. So we're gonna have to evaluate that in about 2 years to really see if the current ambulance is worth keeping as a backup, or if it's better to auction it off. We can't really make that judgment today. But both options are on the table. We'll certainly have those discussions when the time comes.
Okay, thank you.
So, thank you.
Thanks. Other advisory, Nora?
As the advisory member of capital budget voted 3-0 in favor. And also I wanted to commend you, Zach Ward, on Shelley and I as liaisons from advisory. Thank you for meeting with us for over several hours.
Good.
And
It
it
was
was
a good
very,
day.
very interesting and very good, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Other advisory comments? Seeing none, I'll close the advisory discussion period and open up the second public comment period.
Select Board voted unanimously to support this item.
Thank you. Other public comments?
I
Yes,
have
go
another
ahead.
question. Sorry, it's Jane Grinch again. Is there gonna be an opportunity, or is there a limitation on how long a extra vehicle could be used to rent to other towns? Could this be another source of revenue once our old one becomes our extra? Is it still able to be rented out to other communities as a source of revenue, or is there a time limit on the age?
Yeah, no, I'll certainly address that. So when we borrow an ambulance from another community, they don't charge us. It's done through mutual aid.
Okay.
So if for instance, we borrowed ambulances from Medway a lot in recent years, if for some reason Medway needed to borrow our spare, we would do that to pay them back, because it's mutual, the whole program. So there's no cost for that. So, but it's a great question. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks. Other public comment? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment period and open up advisory voting. Motion with respect to the ambulance. Paul?
I move favorable action on the ambulance capital item.
Second? Okay. Great. Any other discussion on the motion?
I just wish we had seen your PowerPoint presentation.
I was worried about the time. I was worried about getting.
Yeah, so you have some pluses on
We missed it, but thank you.
Yeah.
So, you know,
Yeah.
great slide decks.
All right. Everybody in favor of the motion of favorable action on the ambulance? Anyone opposed? Okay. 9-0 in favor. Very good. So let's keep going. We're going to consider the next two public works capital requests. This would be on Article 9 under exempt borrowing, items B and C. This is refurbishing the dump truck snow fighter for $250,000, roadway management for $350,000. Sean, Jeremy, do you want to just say a couple sentences about each of those, and then we'll just get on with things?
Can do. The first item is to refurbish a 2006 International dump truck sander. The vehicle is 20 years old. It's past its useful life. The project will refurbish the chassis and install a new body. The new body will have more flexibility for public use, public works use. The second item is your annual town supplement towards roadway paving and improvements. The request is for $350,000. That request supplements about $500,000 in state aid through 3 different sources of state aid. With that, there are 5 roadways that we would propose to work on this coming season, including Wildwood Drive, Bear Hill Road, Harrington Ridge Road, Washington Street near the Holliston Town Line, and Woodland Street from Apple Street to Washington Street. So if this funding was provided, those would be the roads we'd work on this summer.
All right. Thank you, Jeremy. Good. Okay.
Good.
Okay, great. All right, very good. Thanks. So let's open up the public comment, first public comment period. Seeing none, I'll close the first public comment period. Advisory discussion, comments. Nora, go ahead.
Capital budget voted 3-0 in favor.
Thank you.
Favorable action.
Thank you. Other advisory comments. Stephen.
I would encourage us in the communication with the town to gross up the line item so that it's clear that there's really $872,000 worth of work being done, supported by 3 separate state-funded programs, and the net is the 350 to the town. So I think at the moment, it might look a little unclear that only 350 is being done when we know that it's a significant undertaking by the town.
Right.
So I would encourage more disclosure in the public documents.
I'm just writing a note here as a reminder that we can explain that in the advisory report as one place where that could be highlighted.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, good, thanks. Other advisory comments? Seeing none, close the advisory discussion period. Second public comment period. Eric.
Select board voted unanimously to support this line item.
And go ahead.
So we're spending.
And please identify yourself.
Tom Ernston, Hollis Street. We're spending $250,000 to rehab an old 06 truck. We're not rehabbing the engine, I take it. And secondly, what is the cost of a new truck as an alternative?
Let John. Thanks for the questions.
Nice. We are not rehabbing the engine, as it may not be a surprise. We don't put many hours on these trucks. They just die of old age and degradation from the winter. So the frame gets attacked, the body gets attacked. So the motor gets swapped into the new frame. A new one comparable to this would be north of 500,000. The truck's going to have a hook lift, which we can swap bodies. So the sander will be stainless steel, and if this chassis hits the end of life, all that equipment will outlive the chassis. And it's very common in other municipalities, especially in New England, to take the equipment and put it on another chassis as they age out. So that's the intent there.
Thanks. Other public comment? Seeing none, I'll close the second public comment period. So we'll come to advisory voting. Any motions with respect to the consent agenda for refurbishing the dump truck, snow fighter, and roadway management?
I recommend favorable action.
Second.
Very good. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, let's vote. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Okay, 9-0. Excellent. Okay. So then we come to tennis courts and fencing. And Dave Welch, I think you have a presentation.
Yes, thank you. Should I reintroduce myself?
Sure.
All right.
It's good. It's good because people are taking minutes and things. So yeah, that's great.
Dave Welch, 64 South Main, Recreation Coordinator, a proponent for the Sherborn Recreation Tennis Pickleball Court project. You can go ahead and advance the slide, please, Jeremy. So this is our second year in sharing this project. This is some of the information that we shared from last year. And in a lot of ways, I'm excited to share that the popularity of the courts continues to grow. Where we see it is mainly within our youth programs in terms of both the total enrollment that we have, but also how quickly it fills up. By example, we recently published our spring and summer programs. The first programs to fill were the tennis programs, the racket programs, and they already have a wait list. This is in March, and the programs don't start for another month or so. So it's see the same thing. We actually have one section for our summer program that is almost full as well. So you're talking about over the course of the spring, summer, and fall, over 100 registrations, nearly, or hundreds of registrations just for tennis. And so when we wait list, we try to expand it. If we can expand it, then there's not an opportunity for those kids to actually do the sport for that particular season. So there's always a rush. Those kids eventually grow up. If they stay in town, some of them go on in turn to play with the high school, and so they also utilize the facility for practice and matches. It's one of the facilities that really entertains an array of ages, everyone from kids that are, at Pine Hill all the way up to members of our COA population who utilize it for pickleball and tennis. So it does get a lot of action. And it's the only year-round facility, ice and snow withstanding. We can go ahead and advance, John. So why are we here? Well, no one can actually give me the actual age of these courts. They're old, they're past their service life. These are some of the examples of what's out there presently. The equipment's breaking down, the surface is splitting open. I categorize it, or I wouldn't categorize it, but if anyone who objectively is in the field would categorize it as, depending where you're staying on the court, from fair to poor. And they've already have had their one chance at a Band-Aid solution, which is an inexpensive method to cover the court with a fabric and repaint it. That's already been done, and that lifespan is only supposed to be 2 to 5 years, and we're well beyond that as well. So we've tried everything we could to extend it, and it's time to repair, and it's time to replace it. Next slide, please. We're also not ADA compliant. There's actually no way for anyone to gain egress based on their abilities or desire to go into the courts. So today, whether you're a parent or grandparent, if you want to pick up your kid after a lesson and you have any type of impediment, you'll have someone else pick them up, or you'll have to have your kid come out to you because you can't get onto the courts. Next slide, please. So what are we trying to do with this project? We want, safer courts. We want to provide a place for people to play, feel to be safe. We don't want to get to the point where people are risking injury to utilize our facilities. We want to provide accessibility to bring it up to today's standards. There's an opportunity to repurpose some space and use it more efficiently. There's an opportunity to have a dedicated pickleball area, and if we did so, we expand the capacity. Next slide, please. This is the design and layout. On the left, you'll see the 4 existing courts where they are today. There'll be no change to that. What will be replaced will be the surface and the fence. The lighting will stay the same. The pickleball courts will be the new component if we review the project in total. They'll replace the area where the practice wall exists today. Next slide, please. So it comes down to what are the costs to do this. Last year we were in front of you. It was roughly around $500,000 due to things that are out of our control, which is mainly, this is a very intensive sort of material type of project between the asphalt and the metal fencing. And so that same project, including expanding our contingency to account for all this volatility, it would bring the total cost up to $623,000, which is nearly a 25% increase year over year. Shows you what sometimes waiting a year can do. The recommendation from the Recreation Commission, instead of saddling the town with an extra $125,000, was to forego the new pickleball courts and attempt to try to get this through sooner than later due to all the aforementioned issues with the courts, and stick with just doing the tennis courts, the new fencing area, and take care of the accessibility. We leave the existing practice wall in place until either needs to be repaired or replaced or pickleball. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Dave. So let's open this up for public comment. Steve, go ahead.
Steve Tsai on the select board. On the outset, I want to say that I supported this project last year. I support this project in concept in the near future, as soon as next year. I do believe that this year is not the right year for it, and I am most likely not going to support it. And a lot of that comes down to actually the reasons why Doug held a hold on the recreation budget, even though it was level funded. I think that it is appropriate that he brought to light some of the invoicing issues with the Recreation Commission. Also, the fact that the commission is in a state of flux. There are going to be 2 out of 3 new members on the commission next year. And the one member that is staying on, I believe, has not been on the commission for very long. So there's not a great deal of institutional knowledge. This project obviously has changed significantly, even just from last year. So I guess I don't know for certain that this is the appropriate project for the tennis and pickleball courts. And I personally feel that it is more important that the future Recreation Commission evaluate the project and make their recommendation next year as to what they believe is the most appropriate project for this site. Even with the knowledge that they might come back and say, we recommend this exact same project and it's going to cost more money because that's what happens. But I would simply feel better about it knowing that the Permanent Recreation Commission is the one that has evaluated the project, made a recommendation that ideally will pass capital budget and advisory. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
And a quick point of clarification, just as you alluded to it. So you'll see I think there's a couple items on here which Select Board has not voted on yet. We wanted to see the presentation, so at the second public comment, Select Board may discuss further and collect a vote at that point.
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you. Jeff, go ahead. Jeff Waldron.
Yeah, it's actually super rare that Steve and I disagree, which is the good thing, but I like what they've done here. They've basically taken the pickleball courts out. That's a standalone project where the practice court is right now. So you can correct me if I'm mistaken, but the tennis courts need to be replaced. They're, 40 years old. They're in very, very bad shape. And I don't disagree with what Steve said, but they've kind of already taken that into account, and they're only redoing the actual tennis courts. And the tennis courts will continue to have pickleball as they now do, I assume, with the purple painted lines adjacent to the tennis lines. So I think that project is independent of the Recreation Commission. It's really driven by the condition of the equipment. So I would encourage supporting the project, which right now isn't really titled correctly. It doesn't include pickleball right now. That's my 30 seconds or whatever.
Thanks, Jeff. Just looking around to see. All right, Paul Durensis, go ahead. It's supposed to be public comment, then we're getting Select Board, but all good.
I want to first say I agree with what Jeff said, and sort of carry out with a little further with some legal concepts. The two legal concepts. One is, speaking as a lawyer, that's a liability right now. Someone's going to get injured. It's too deteriorated so that this effort of putting it off, unless you put padlocks on it and say nobody can use it, it's a danger. And you shouldn't, as a municipality, be allowing people to be exposed to danger. So that's the first legal item I want to mention. The second legal item I want to mention is that this appropriation is an authorization. It doesn't require somebody to do something. So to address Select Board Member Stephen Tsai's comment, there will be ample opportunity, if this passes, there'll be ample opportunity for the commission to consider whether or not to spend the money. Because as I just tried to say, this is only an authorization for them to have the money. If they don't have this authorization, they can't do anything with this till next year. And that 1 year, from what we've seen already, from what we've heard earlier, that could be another $125,000 on top of what we're doing. Why spend another $125,000 when we know we have to get that fixed?
Thanks, Paul. There's some folks, I'm going to jump some people on Zoom, and Marion, I'll come back to you. Courtney Eck, if you want to go ahead.
Courtney Eck, 41 Green Lane. I want to agree with what Jeff Waldron just said. While Stephen Tsai makes some valid points, I think it's obvious that the tennis court is severely decayed. Sorry, Stephen Tsai.
Thanks, Courtney.
That's funny she went home tonight.
Let me just say that comment might be the highlight of
For anybody who doesn't know, Courtney's my wife.
Continuing online, Alexis Madison, if you want to go ahead, please.
Hi, Alexis Madison, 21 Snow Street. I'm glad to see this brought up again, this time with the pickleball courts removed. I agree that it would be great to have that, but maybe parsing it out between, years is the better method to get this approved. The courts are in total disarray, and there is demand for them as all the athletic clubs are now being taken over by pickleball, which leaves a real demand in our community for tennis, and they can double as pickleball courts. So it's sort of a 2-for-1. And when spring comes and kids start using them for lessons, there is a high demand for them in season, and I would vote in favor of approving this.
Thanks, Alexis. Let's see, I'm going to go to Marion next, then I'll pick up others. Go ahead, Marion.
All right, Marion Neutra, 25 Prospect Street, Select Board. In a previous presentation, you, I believe, made the comment that doing the pickleball court at the same time as the tennis court is a big savings on getting pickleball courts done. So thinking ahead and knowing that the budgets are only going to get tighter next year and afterwards, I'm not asking that the amount you're asking be raised, although I just want to understand what's the what would be the cost increase of waiting another year and doing the pickleball courts later? How much would the town say have to spend that it wouldn't have had to spend if we did it all together?
I'll do my best to answer the question. Maybe other people with more expertise can chime in. One of the things that came up the first go around we had with advisory that we're able to come back with, and we broke out on the slide that was just up, was the sort of difference in cost with or without the pickleball court. And both because of the change in the material costs as in the past 12 to 18 months, but as well as some of the things that we were looking at that are included in not doing the pickleball court, which would be taking down the existing practice wall, just leaving it up for now until it either needs to be replaced or we decide to do the pickleball court later. That delta that we were able to go back to the advisory committee with the second time around was around $82,000 plus. I imagine that if you were doing it in the future, that potentially that cost could be or will be higher. There's probably some rework that would need to be done as it relates to the path of accessibility, as you need to get equipment in and out. You probably lose a little bit of efficiency in terms of already having all the equipment there that are doing the same type of job. What that would add, I'd ask others who may know more about than I would, but I imagine it'd be higher than this $83,000 delta that we have right now.
Right, but that said, then I'm in favor of redoing the tennis courts this year in any case.
Thanks. Let's see, Sean, you had a hand up. He's busy. Mike, let's go to you, Mike Giamo.
Yeah, sure. Mike Giamo, Mill Street, and I'm speaking as a citizen here, not as a town moderator. This is a pretty prime parcel in downtown where we have a lot of needs and have explored the idea of town water and town small town sewer system, for example. Could the tennis courts, did anybody look at this from a planning standpoint, whether there's a better place in town for tennis courts that would free up some land in the center of town to do some other things that maybe we want to do with the center of town?
Can I make a comment?
Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
I can't speak to the planning piece of it. What I will say is a function of its location is that for families that send their children into our summer go-round program, which is 50 to 60 kids a week, and 20 plus of those kids go down to the tennis court. That program is hosted at Pine Hill School, and following lunch, those children are walked down to the tennis courts to participate in the afternoon program. So I'll only speak to it from that perspective.
Sean, did you have a tennis court comment?
I did.
And Sean Killeen.
Sean Killeen, 1 Butler Street. So I'm in favor of the project. Sorry. Splitting it up. Actually, this discussion right now probably highlights why we shouldn't do it this year. We shouldn't really be discussing about splitting it, changing the project. The pickleball court, if we were standing there, no one would think that we should split this up. It's all one site. There's grading issues, there's drainage issues, ADA issues. They all need to be addressed at once. So we shouldn't be splitting it up. It is not two separate projects. We basically destroy what we just put in to go back in to do the pickleball court, so. We shouldn't be. We should do the whole project. And if we're not comfortable doing the whole project, kick it off here.
Thanks, Sean. Other public comment? Anybody else who? Okay, seeing none, let me close the first public comment period and open up advisory discussion period. Advisory members, Nora, if you want to start.
Okay, so capital budget, pretty much in line with Steve Zine, his comments, voted 3-0 against favorable action this year.
No action.
Although I would like, no action. Although I'd like to remind everybody that the year before, capital budget did vote for favorable action on the courts. So that's capital budget. My opinion, I was very reluctant, based on what Sean just said to vote no, because I know we need this, in my opinion. And it really, in my opinion, going along with Sean, it's really kind of all or nothing to do it the right way. So.
Thanks, Nora. Shelley.
That's a good question. I don't know if you'll be able to address this, but can you put the slide back up, Jeremy, that has the breakdown? Am I reading this correctly? So if we don't do the pickleball, we just did the tennis, it's the 540, 928. If we did the pickleball, in addition, it's the 623, 223.
That's correct.
Okay, so I don't know if this is the appropriate place to raise this question, but I'm just wondering, I know at town meeting, we voted last year for the 100,000 for Jameson Field, which I know wasn't used. It was appropriated, but has not been touched. Is there a possibility of reappropriating that towards this project to get the pickleball, to do the all-in and get it all done where we have the economies of scale and it's all done at once? So I'm just throwing that out as a possibility.
Dave, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I want to address the 100,000 for the Jameson Ford project, because that's come up in a few different meetings, I think, in the original advisory meeting, as well as the subsequent or second capital budget committee meeting. The intent of that money was to, Jameson Ford needs that work, first of all, so that, in my mind, that'd be a mistake, because that work still needs to be done, and that money was, or is, or should be used for that, because the field, if you were to go down there, you would readily agree that, yep, this is long overdue for that work. The reason why it hasn't been done yet is that we have a partnership with the clubs and the organizations that use that. That includes Dover Sherborn baseball, softball. We've been working with them for the better part of the past year on a potential donor to add lights to Little League Field. And because of that, and the downstream effects of adding lights to the Little League Field, which would effectively double the capacity of being able to play games on the field that has lights, it was potentially going to change how we wanted to do the work at Jameson Ford. And so we were waiting for that certainty before proceeding with the Jameson Ford renovation. And so, of course, you know, we have the shot clock on us, like, hey, that money's been appropriated, you need to get this work done. But at the same time, we have a partner that is one of a significant amount of money to make a gift to the town. And so we went down the aisle with them a few times over the summer and the fall. Finally, we were like, look, you got to make a decision here. And so we asked them by, you know, it was our December or November Recreation Commission meeting, like, the window's closing on getting that renovation done in time for the 2025 season. And at the very last minute, they came forward with a major donor and a plan to add lights to the Little League Field. And so we simply ran out of runway. And the good news is, the exciting news is, if you don't already know, is that lights will be installed at the Little League Field, thanks to a nearly $250,000 gift to the town, courtesy of Dover Sherborn baseball, softball, and their donors. But it did hold up the work on Jameson Ford as a result. So that work still needs to be done. We were just trying to make sure that whatever work we did there was discussion if they didn't get lights there, they wanted to help out the Jameson 4 renovation, do something more significant. And so we were trying to work with them on that.
Other advisory comments? Stephen?
Question and a comment. How old is the lighting system on the existing tennis facility?
So they're mid-age, if I understand correctly. They used to be a non-LED solution there. The poles themselves are actually are fairly old. They actually may fail before the lights do. But my understanding was when we had them last looked at last year in preparation for this project, they told us they were midlife. They said it's not the greatest fixtures. They're not, your poles actually may go before the lights do. It would actually be a good time to take care of the lighting while you're doing this project, but they're outside the perimeter of the fence. You could foreseeably do it, later. And they thought that we could get at that point another 6 to 8 years out of the lights that we have before they need to be replaced.
So my question is process, and that is, I assume that the proposal would have to go through some commissions and boards at the town, meaning planning, conservation, I don't know what else.
This is the lighting?
No, this is the tennis court redo and the pickleball court redo. You're gonna be doing significant changes to the land. What does that timing look like? I mean, is this really need to have a plan developed, brought to the different committees and boards, get their approval, and then ask for the money?
I'm not sure if you want to talk about, I can tell you where we are so far in the process, which is we have a design, we have estimates. I can speak from my experience with the other projects we've done recently, which is the renovation of Little League Field, as well as the upcoming lighting project. Yes, those are things that would need to occur, and I believe, I need someone else to comment. I believe there's sufficient time from when, between now and when the work would need to be done to do all that. But I'll let someone else comment on that. Go ahead.
Jeremy, go ahead.
Yeah, I believe your schedule is to advertise and bid this project, should you get the funding, for the construction to start in the fall, to be outside of the busy time of the use of the courts. That would give months ahead of time to get approval of the Conservation Commission and the planning board.
So other advisory comments? Penn?
There've been so many comments. I can't remember who I agree with and who I don't agree with. I do remember Sean, who's not here, I think. I think that I think this should be done at some point, and I think when it should be done in one fell swoop. I also do really appreciate and agree with Mike Giamma's comments, because I think the downtown is worth looking at, and I think you should have some serious thought about that before we commit to this kind of project there. That's maybe the perfect place for it. There may be no better alternatives, but I think that angle should be looked at. And I also agree with Steve Stein. See, I do remember these. I do remember who said what. I think that, given everything, support the project, but would see it put off. And then my final question is, should somebody actually assess what a danger to the public this is? Because if it's a danger, do we need to padlock it till construction can start? So.
Thanks, Ben. Other advisory comments? Oh, Doug, go ahead.
Yeah, just as a reminder, I think we all know last year, the $499,000 proposal didn't get the required votes at town meeting. And I think, I would argue, in my opinion, that the then Recreation Commissioner didn't have particularly good answers to some basic questions about demand, the usage for tennis, for pickleball. The comment was made earlier in the library discussion about not relying on anecdotal. In our discussion at the advisory committee, what I heard was almost entirely anecdotal about the actual demand for this. I'm not debating that there are cracks in the courts and the repairs need to be made, but I think repairs can be made for dramatically less than, $540,000. I think given that some of the basic questions about the usage of the court weren't answered, I thought that last year that would have been an impetus for the commission to get some of those answers, and we're still not hearing them. So for that reason, and along with the ones that Steve Tsai and others have expressed, I would not be supportive of doing this at this time. I do, to this point about, the court's dangerous. I've played on these courts. I don't think they're dangerous. I'm not an expert. I would argue respectfully, Paul, you're not an expert. Maybe we want to have an expert look at it if it is a danger. That's obviously something we don't want to minimize, but I mean, if the question is, do we want to add a ramp so that someone can move the 2 vertical feet from the roadway to the entrance? That's another improvement we could make. So I would be supportive of some, minor repairs or addition of a ramp, but I think it's premature for all the reasons listed to go forward with this.
Thanks, Doug. Shelley.
Okay. Just dovetailing off of what Stephen said, the points he brought up, and hearing that they're actually going to be able to move forward with the Jameson project, and then understanding that the rec commission is going to be lots of new people. I'm generally in favor of this project, but I agree with Steve that the timing may not be good. And the other thing, I think that's a lot for our new rec commission to be managing 2 major projects. I think if the focus was like, let's get Jameson done, let's get those lights done, and let's use the money that was already appropriated at Alta meeting last year, and then maybe we could revisit this next year, this project, so they're not, a brand new commission's not managing 2 massive construction projects. I think that would be more reasonable. So that's where I stand.
Yeah, thanks, Shelley. And I would just add, they're also managing the project of Laurel Fields irrigation. So another one that the commission is managing. Yeah. Nora.
Okay, so Dave, if you can just address what you're doing with the booking to talk about Doug's question, because you are making.
I do want to just.
And then my other question too would be really for Jeremy or somebody else. Really, it was almost 200,000 that's going to be in that revolving fund. Wondering if that's something that could be taken from there to this project. So is that appropriate to ask right now?
Yeah, let's have Dave do the first one, and I think I can say something on the second one.
Yeah, so for, as it relates to utilization and data, the things that we can easily provide are through our registration for activities, the number of times that it's going for private lessons, the number of times that the high school uses it for matches and practices. Those are things we can easily quantify. The things that are difficult to quantify are more are the ad hoc usage. And so one of the things that came up last year with not conditional on doing the project, but part and parcel of the project, that if we were to have brand new courts, we want to make sure that we're ensuring the right people are using them. That if someone from out of town is using them, they're paying for the right to use them, or they're not allowed to use them at all, and that type of thing. So married with that is supposed to be registration, the registration system, which we have looked into. A lot of other things going on at the same time. We haven't implemented it yet. It will be implemented this spring. So I don't have data for you on the scheduled usage or things that include registration. So some things we can quantify, there's some things we can't. As it relates to having a reservation system and talking with other communities and cities that have, it's hit or miss on whether that actually gives you the information you want. There are still people, even with a reservation system, that just show up and use the courts ad hoc. It will give you directional data in terms of where your peaks are, but it's not going to give you absolute data. So that in and of itself wouldn't answer that question, even if we studied it for a year or two, without someone being down there to actually see, what the utilization is.
On Nora's question about the revolving fund, what Nora's highlighting is, given analysis that was done of the Rec Commission's revolving fund, and remember the Rec Commission is financed both with the operating budget bit that we talked about before, and also with funds from their revolving fund, which gets funds from field rentals and so on. Set of projections and analysis suggests that that revolving fund is going to grow to a pretty significant amount. And so I think Nora's highlighting that perhaps at some point in the future, the Rec Commission might decide to use some of that excess funds for a project like this to offset, maybe $100,000 or $150,000 or something of a project like this. I think, Nora, is that?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So I
I
think.
don't know if that could be done this year.
The question is, revolving funds can be used to fund capital projects, either by approval of the board or committee that has a responsibility of that revolving fund, or from an appropriation made at town meeting.
Thank you.
Any other advisory comments? I've got a couple quick things. Okay, so, all right, I'm going to try not to repeat stuff other people have said. I think in general, my view is similar to Steve's size view. I like this project a lot. I think there are a number of reasons why. I think for me, I would prefer that it be deferred a year. As we talked about, I think the Rec Commission, which will be a mostly new Rec Commission, is managing a pretty full load of projects, and that might be a challenging time for them to take on another $500,000 or more project. Also, I think with a little more planning and thought and time, maybe some of the money, excess funds from the revolving fund could be allocated to a project like this. Would also allow some time for some of the planning kinds of questions that Mike Giammo raised to be further considered. And also, the remaining question of just do the tennis courts or do the tennis and the pickleball courts. It seems like a new Rec Commission might have some views on that, thoughts on that, how to shape that, how to focus that. So I think for me, while I completely agree with the sentiment that the courts need to be dealt with, I think I'm on the side of thinking it would be preferable to defer this for a year and have a bit more planning and thought before we get there. Any other advisory comments before we close the advisory? All right, so let's close the advisory discussion period. Let's open the second public comment period. And Eric.
As I mentioned before, we hadn't voted on this. It's okay through you. I'd like to facilitate a discussion, any further discussion.
Perfect, that's perfect.
So on the select board, is there any further discussion would like before we collect a vote on this?
I just have one additional comment, actually just springboarding off of some of Doug Kingsley's comments. You indicated that, one, that you're not an expert, but two, you believe that the tennis courts could be repaired for significantly less than $540,000. So to me, that suggests that you either know an expert or you know some tennis court construction companies.
I'm an engineer by training. It's just a guess, but it's as valuable as Paul's comment that it's dangerous.
Okay, well, I thought maybe you knew somebody who might be able to repair it, so I thought maybe the previous Recreation Commission may have overlooked it, and it's the type of thing that I would not want next year's Recreation Commission to overlook. So if you knew anybody, I would have wanted you to let them know.
Maybe a comment on the repair question.
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so on the repair question specifically, we looked at that both last year and again this year and brought in multiple parties to look at it. It is beyond repair. That's a determination that's been already made. It'd be a waste of money to do a repair on that court because the length of the repair would not survive the expected life of the investment. And so to put a description on, you can't put a Band-Aid over a Band-Aid. The Band-Aid's already been applied. It's a one-time thing. It is beyond repair.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that an option wasn't being overlooked.
Anything else from the select board?
Yeah, I think we should take a position on this one way or the other. And my position is that we should be addressing the tennis courts as soon as possible. So I would support the project as recommended.
We're going to collect the vote in a second. So I'll make my comment is that very similar to the sentiment that's been done. I won't be too repetitive, but I support this definitely in the long run. I used this course as a child growing up, no question about it. But I do think taking pause for a year with a new commission and for a multitude of other reasons as discussed. And I think they'll be busy enough with the Jameson Field project. I personally support deferring this a year, so that's my thought. So without any further discussion, do I have any, what do you call it? Nominations? Motions. Not just no.
I want to make,
Formal meetings,
I want to
by
make a comment.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
I want to say that I really support the tennis court pickleball complex that you put forward. It's been vetted now twice, and I haven't heard a better plan. I think next year it's going to be more expensive, but I understand the administrative concerns. And honestly, I could go either way, but I think when we do it, we should do it right. I take into account Sean's comment that if we do only the tennis court, go back and do the pickleball, it's gonna cost a lot more to do pickleball at all. So I hesitate, but I will vote with the rest of the board to put it off until next year. And I would even more strongly support it next year, so.
Okay, so any motions from the select board?
Question for a minute. Do you support the 620,000?
Yeah, so Paul's asking, should we consider voting for the full amount this year?
I mean,
So we could make a motion for that. I'm pretty much in the same place Marion was describing, but I think it will be more expensive, and there's not gonna be another location. My kids play tennis forever, they could ride their bike there and they could walk across the street to Frosty's. It's there for a reason. And being adjacent to Pine Hill School, and being adjacent to Woods Park, and being adjacent to the skate park and the playground, just beyond the tennis court. So the location is where it needs to be, but I could go either way. I would suggest, based on Sean's comment, that we make a motion either to do the, whatever it is, 623,000 full amount. And as Paul's noted earlier, this is an authorization. That doesn't mean they have to do it this year. And I think it's only gonna get more expensive and harder to get approval from the town, as our finances, as Dan has shown us graphically many times, are not gonna be better next year. So I guess I would, right now, and I understand the sort of position of the board, I would make a motion to authorize the full I don't know what the dollar amount is, but 623,223 for the full project, recommending, because of Sean's expectation, it would cost more to do them separately. And it doesn't have to be physically done this year, so that's my motion.
Motion a second. Upon further discussion.
Jeremy had, I think.
No, I just wanted to point out Chief Ward and Sean are responding to a brush fire, so they're not in the building. So,
What did you say, Jim? I missed it.
Chief Ward and Sean are responding to a brush fire off Farm Road.
Oh, yeah, I could tell from Sean's eyes.
Sorry, they're not, they have to leave the building.
Okay, well, we have a motion and a second, and the only further discussion I'll say, with apologies to Courtney, I still saw I was even in this one here. So,
Can I make a comment also before we vote? I mean, for me, some of the consideration isn't simply the scope of the project, but my understanding is that there has been discussion that the method of construction, there are a couple options, and one of them might cost about 2/3 as much, but also might have approximately 2/3 of the lifespan. And I'm not equipped to decide which of those options is appropriate. I don't know in this plan which of those options is being put forward. And again, that's the type of decision that I feel like next year's full Recreation Commission, they're the ones that really should be doing the background and making the decision on that. So again, knowing full well that this project is likely to come back next year at a higher number, and I will probably support it then, I still am, I'm voting nay. Oh, first, wait, what do we, this is
It's a positive
yes,
motion
correct,
for
positive motion, yeah, so I'm voting no.
We'll have our chance in a minute.
pause motion for a greater amount, so I don't know how to collect this thing, but whatever. So all in favor of the current motion, which is for the full amount of 623,000, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Should we take a vote on what's proposed before us on the 540,000? To make a determination, because that is the recommendation, basically what's on the warrant before us. Or does this recommendation essentially trump that? Because we had before us on the warrant,
I would
540,000.
support it if someone made the motion, but my concern is Sean's comment that
Yeah.
it'll then cost more to do the pickleball course later. But if someone made that motion, I would vote.
Kind of supporting both. Well, I'm honestly not gonna make that motion.
I'll
Zero.
I'll make the motion again from the liability point of view, that there's been enough said about the condition here that if somebody got injured, we basically admitted liability. And for us to then do nothing about it is a recipe for a bad legal result.
Didn't you want to say there's no liability for recreational items which have free for use, just don't have any fee for use?
It's what they're charging.
All right, all right. Okay, so we have a, so is there a motion for 540,000? Just so I can.
Eric, I'm thinking about what advisory is going to do in a minute. If you have two approvals for different amounts, I'm not sure where we're going to land.
So I guess I just didn't expect this. The warrant says 540,000, so we don't have an opinion on that. We have an opinion on 623,000. Is that sufficient for you guys to make your vote, or would you like an opinion or what's proposed before us on the warrant for 540,000?
I think so.
So I think we're being asked to vote on 540, though we could, as the select board did, we could vote for the 623 if people were inclined to do that.
I just didn't see it's coming, so I'll be honest with you.
I didn't either. I mean, I don't know what others on the committee think. To me, what you did seems sufficient. I mean, I guess the challenge is if advisory were to support the 540 and you're there at 623, I guess that's.
Your vote is what matters, though.
Yeah, I mean, yours will be reported, but ours is the one that would be the basis of the report. So I think my sense is it would be.
If you want an opinion from the, if you want an opinion from the select board on 540, I'll collect it. If not, I won't.
Doug, did you have a quick
It
comment?
strikes me that if part of the logic for voting for 623 is that 540 is the wrong thing to do, I'd like to hear you vote on 540.
All right.
Is your vote going to be consistent or logical?
Sure. Yeah, then go ahead.
Any motions relative to the what's proposed on the current warrant that we signed of 540,000?
I'll make the motion. Can I make two motions on the same line, or you want to?
Let's do one. Let's do 540. Motion relative to 540.
You know, my only concern was the cost. I would support the project with the cost difference if you delay. So I would make a motion then for 540,928 to support the project of just the tennis courts without the pickleball court construction.
And I would second that.
And as I think about it, it's not inconsistent to vote down 540 and 4623 just before we vote. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
It means you're saying, I don't want to do it half, I want to do it whole, whatever else. That's not inconsistent. I want to say that. So, so all that being said, all in favor, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
And those opposed?
Yay.
Okay. 3-2 for both.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
Okay.
This is fun every year, you know what I'm saying?
It's always something.
580 is the only thing I can say.
Always,
Right in between the two.
always something. All right, so other public comment, Addie May.
Hi, Addie Mae Weiss, 1 Jackson Road. Just a public comment on process of how our towns and committees work. I know there's concern about whether a new commission, should you wait until a new commission basically been in as a group for a year versus because they might be new and this is a decision that needs to be made. I think the discussion has been that this work would be done in the fall. New commission would start as a new group in June. This is the kind of thing that a group of town volunteers coming together can work on and review and do their homework. What's tough is for commissioner members to do is the type of managing teams and managing invoicing and managing, that's why you have an administrative person. So I understand the concerns of whether you have new faces, but this is exactly the type of thing that a new commission can dive in and do their due diligence and make sure that the right process and the right mechanism is done. This authorizes the ability for them to move forward and spend, but does not dictate that they have to spend that amount.
Thanks. Corey Lincoln.
Corey Lincoln, 10 Great Rock Road. Perhaps Jeremy can correct me on this because I'm not 100% sure. But vis-a-vis the comment that this is really a vote for an authorization, it doesn't have to be done right now. I think that when you have a motion at town meeting and there's a dollar amount that is attached to it, it is correct in the sense that you don't have to borrow the money until the time comes that you're actually doing the project. However, when you go out for bid for a project, that the bid is not going to be good eternally. It's only going to be good for a short period. And that would, if you wanted to wait till mid-year or even next year, the bid would be expired and you'd have to go back to a new bid and a higher number anyway.
And I believe if the bid came in over the amount that town meeting had authorized, the project couldn't go forward without additional town meeting action.
Oh, because they could use the funds in the revolving.
Potentially, yeah.
So if they were short.
Yeah.
So let's say they went mid-year and the costs were 20,000 more, at that point, they can take 20,000 out of the revolving fund and get the project done.
Could indeed do that. Okay, so other public comment. All right, seeing none, let's close the public comment period. All right. Team advisory, advisory voting session. Any motions with respect to the tennis court project?
So our discussion's over.
Well, I was looking for a motion and then we can discuss the motion. Pen?
I move no action. Is that correct?
Yes,
I mean, the
okay.
correct format.
Yes, it is. Doug, was that a
I'm
second?
sorry, on which proposal?
On the tennis,
No, which one, the full one or the half?
I think Penn's no action is just no action, period.
Either, okay.
Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. With the second by Doug. Okay, any discussion on that motion?
I just have a question, maybe Jeremy can illuminate me on this. So if we vote yes, that that money is already, it gets pulled out and we start paying debt service on it right away, like we did with Jameson, even if they're not ready to spend it? Is that how it?
The vote at town meeting is to authorize
If
the
it's authorized
borrowing.
at town meeting?
There's another later mechanism where we do the borrowing. So generally, we've tried to aggregate projects together to go out to the market to borrow together.
Okay.
The last time we did that was this past summer. So we don't pay debt or interest until we do the borrowing, either long-term or in a short-term manner.
So can I follow up on that? Because I was confused why we borrowed the 100,000 for Jameson and there was basically no plan in place to spend it. Your point is that was part of a larger borrowing and we wanted to do it all in one thing as opposed to go ask for a $100,000 loan?
Correct. Yes, it's.
So if we did this as part of, let's say, $3 or $4 million of other borrowing, we would probably sweep it in and we probably would borrow the 500, 600, whatever the number is.
Depends on the circumstance. So the treasurer collector who's responsible for the borrowing would coordinate with the project champion or the lead and ask when they need the monies available for. When she did that this past summer, it was indicated at the time that the $100,000 for the field in Jameson was needed immediately, so it was included in the borrowing. However, if it had been indicated or maybe plans had changed, it would not have been included in that borrowing.
So as a point of process, I would echo the citizen comment with the second row. I mean, I don't understand why we would authorize something without a very well-defined biddable plan, because by the time we go out to bid, it could be another $123,000 higher than it was the year before. So I don't think it makes any sense.
Okay, so other comments on the motion?
Two quick comments, I swear. One, just as just kind of a relative layman in this, I think if we understand, I now understand the idea of an authorization versus spending, but I think if it goes to town meeting, I think when people say, if they vote on it, I think they think they're voting on doing it this year. The other thing is that what Steve mentioned is something that I'd forgotten, and had been some talk that the rec commission would come to us with a lower cost option, probably with some trade-offs. And I don't know where things are on that, and I'm not asking, but if that's at all in a possibility, I would I'd love to see that happen next year. That's, to me, that's an additional reason for this.
Okay.
Make a comment on that.
Very brief, want to keep rolling.
Understood. It did come up in a previous meeting in discussion with Sean and some other people that were there. It didn't make sense based on the length of years against the matching debt that you can borrow against. It would actually be a more expensive option for the town on a per year basis to go with the, I'll call it an intermediate option. It was like 400,000 for like 12 to 15 years versus this price for 25 to 30 years, and you'd be matching the, I guess, the debt obligation, the length of debt obligation that it was explained in the meeting against that. And so it made more sense on a net present value basis to get.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
So it came up in a recent select board meeting. It was late breaking, so it didn't come to advisory for our discussion.
But we're supposed to know everything.
Yes, yes. Okay, so any other advisory comments on the motion?
I'm sorry to belabor this.
Yep.
How solid is that 623 number? What was the process by which you came up with that?
Okay, so that number wasn't come up by me. We're engaged with a firm that does these types of projects on a regular basis for recreation projects around the Commonwealth. And they use the inputs of recently completed as well as bid on projects to funnel into their estimates to give us a realistic assessment of what it would cost to actually do it.
So the firm is not a construction firm, it's a consulting firm?
It's a consulting firm that gets, yes, but.
It looks at how much stuff costs. They're not the
Well,
guys
so
who
they're
would do
actually
it.
getting the actuals back as well.
It was very detailed.
But it's not an actual bid. It's an estimate. It's an estimate.
Did it have estimate, but didn't it have, projections for overruns and whatnot?
It will include.
It included that.
It included us.
10%.
10% contingency
Contingencies.
and.
Yeah. Okay, so I think we're ready to vote. So the motion on the table is no action on the tennis courts. All in favor of that motion? 1, 2, 3. 9, okay, 9-0 on that, okay.
Did you get a second on that motion?
Oh, we did get a second. I think Ken made a motion and Doug seconded it.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I think we're good. Okay.
Thanks for checking her.
All right. Quick question for advisory. So we're gonna soon, now or maybe a little later, thank you, Dave. Appreciate all the response to questions and conversation. We're gonna take a 30-minute break for lunch. We could do that now, or we could start the museum discussion and then break partway through that. Okay, great. Now, okay. So we're gonna take a 30-minute break. We'll be back at 12:35 to pick up on the next item, which is the History Center. See you in a half hour. Okay, great. All right, welcome back. We're recording again. So I think we're back in business. We'll get to the museum in just a second. One general comment, I heard from some people that it can be a little bit hard to hear in this room, so just request for everyone to speak up when speaking to make it easy for everyone around the room to hear. And then after consulting with experts over lunch on our vote on the tennis courts, I wanted to see if committee would be willing to just do a quick revote in that what's in the warrant is the 540,000 for the tennis courts, and we voted no action as kind of a generic no action. I wanted to propose that we vote specifically no action on the proposal of 540,000. I think that just makes it a little more official and helps set up what's going to happen at town meeting.
I have a question on that, and maybe we're splitting hairs, but shouldn't we vote on the 540 yes or no? Or no action is a no?
No action is a no. That's just the
No
form.
action struck me as like abstaining or something.
It's just the form that we use for this. It's no action. No action is a no.
Got it.
So if everybody's okay with that, somebody want to make a motion specifically for no action on the 540?
I make a motion to that.
Action the 540.
No action on the 540.
Great.
Second.
Perfect. All in favor? Aye. Okay, good, thanks. That will just make sure that we're all
There's no action.
in good shape. Okay, very good. So our next item on the capital projects is the Sherborn History Center. So Doug Brown, I think, has a presentation. Do you have that, Jeremy, to share? Okay. And at some point, I don't know if you'll want to do this or if Jeremy's going to do it, but if you could explain on the warrant, both the 600 and 100,000 reappropriation, that would be, I think, a helpful thing to put out there. All right, floor.
Can you just say it one more time?
I was hoping that either the two of you or Jeremy could explain on the, in the warrant document, there's the $600,000 ask and then there's a $100,000 reappropriation.
Okay.
And that may be a thing for Jeremy, if you weren't planning on speaking about that. So floor is yours, 5 minutes. Thank you for coming. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Megan Hermida-Lou. I'm Vice President of the Sherborn Historical Society, joined by Doug Brown, who's President. And we are here to present the Sherborn History Center in 5 minutes or less. Before we get to the costs and figures of the project, which I'm going to let Doug handle, I wanted to first introduce you to our vision for this space and why we feel it is an excellent investment for this town. Hopefully you have all seen the renderings that we've been circulating over the past few weeks, which masterfully showcase the potential of this space, not only as a place of preservation, but as a site of engagement, where we can both embrace and grapple with our memory, where our kids will learn that history is alive and that the past is very much present. As presented, the Sherborn History Center provides gallery space for rotating curated exhibits, preservation space to keep our archives healthy, and meeting space for residents to ask questions and view our town's artifacts. And of course, this project has the added value of being housed within our stunning library, creating a synergy of historical and educational engagement. Within this space, we plan to continue with our programming. We have one coming up in May on tavern life during the Revolutionary War, which I hope you can all check out. Other initiatives include oral history projects, a genealogy club, digitizing media, including photos and home movies, and of course, responding to myriad requests from town officials, residents, and researchers. Most importantly, I would like to underscore our commitment to working closely with the schools, whether that cooperation manifests directly through the curricula or through extracurricular projects like Weird Sherborn or the Dead Guy Project, which are both successful initiatives that we've sponsored in the past. So the archives of the Sherborn Historical Society are expansive, reflecting the storied history of our town, leading back to and preceding its incorporation in 1674. We've been collecting artifacts since 1913, and we house items numbering in the thousands. But for Sherborn to explore the value of these collections, we need access to them, we need them out of storage, and we need a place in which our community can engage with them. And so when I envision the future of the Sherborn History Center, I see my daughters entering the library, going downstairs, entering the Sherborn History Center, and being surrounded by the past, but hopefully finding a perspective and a passion that is new. And we hope you can envision this future with us.
Over the past several weeks, we have worked diligently to respond to your concerns. The result is that we have reduced the financial burden on the town by $567,000, or almost 50%, from when we started these discussions. That came about by working closely with the architect to squeeze out $167,000 in costs, and by committing to seeking $400,000 in funding from sources other than the town. 40% of the cost of this project will now be borne by people other than the town. It is like renovating a room in your house and having someone else pick up almost half of the costs. But let's talk about the cost to the taxpayer, because there is a misimpression in the minds of some that this project will significantly increase their taxes. It definitively will not. When we offset the cost the town is now paying or will pay if we don't do the project, the total new costs financed over 30 years amount to 40 cents per person per month, or $1.23 per household per month. The average tax bill in Sherborn is just under $16,000 per year, $16,000. If you look at these costs as a percentage of that number, it amounts to 0.0009. Bottom line, this will have a negligible impact on taxes. Let me close with this. If you are not blown away by the exciting vision Megan described, or even if you are, but you just have financial prudence as your most important consideration, which I certainly respect, this is what I will say to you. It is obvious to me, and I hope it is to you, that the financially responsible thing to do here is to vote yes for this project. The reason is that if you vote no and the town follows your lead, we will be squandering the $100,000 already spent by the architect to develop a great design. We will be squandering the $400,000 in other people's money that we are leveraging to help pay for this project. We'll be committing the town to paying a minimum of $25,000 per year for the 6th straight year of keeping the collection in storage, which gains us nothing. And even if we come back next year and try again to do the project, costs will only go up, adding more expense to the town. So I repeat, the financially prudent thing to do is to vote yes. I urge you to do so, and I thank you for the amount of time and attention you have devoted to this project.
Right. Thank you both. Appreciate that. Okay, Jeremy, do you want to say a little bit about the setup of the warrant?
Sure. So as laid out, the below the line table showing the funding sources for the current request includes $600,000 in new proposed exempt debt borrowing and a reappropriation of $100,000 that was appropriated at the last Springtown meeting in 2024. Those funds were to be used towards the design of this space. However, other funds were identified, ARPA funding was identified to bear the cost of the design. So that prior appropriation at town meeting has not been expended. It's available for reappropriation towards the construction. That would just require a majority vote at town meeting to reappropriate those funds from design to construction.
Thanks, Jeremy. Okay, so let me open up a first public comment period. Go ahead.
I am Jane Branch, 15 North Main Street. I'm not going to rehash, the importance of history or whatever, just a little bit of background on myself and my family and my hopes for my children growing up here in Sherborn. I studied art history in school, architecture and design are my current backgrounds, while also having a bookkeeping business for myself. I just want to talk about the money portion, which seems to be the biggest hurdle that we're facing. And I think that the money is the key. So to kind of step back a little bit, I have a 4-year-old son who I think we're going to stay in Sherborn for the next foreseeable future. And in middle school or high school, I think there's some curriculum involved with doing a history project on Sherborn. So in 10 years from now, if this does not get funded, if there's no way for him to do any sort of research on any archives because they're in a locked storage place, he only has the limited resources that are currently available at the library to do any sort of research, and there's really not many first resource items there, like original source documents. So in 10 years from now, the town would have spent close to $200,000 to keep our history in a closet, essentially. So if the money is the key, you, the advisory board, can either use that key to keep that archive locked away. It's really not benefiting anyone in town. Or if you use that key to unlock this new history center, that all of the resources, all of the potential for learning, for kids to get excited about history, learning about past mistakes, doing things better in the future, you're not only doing that, you're upholding the legacy that this town has supported the Historical Society since it was started 100 years ago.
You're also getting a 40% private investment for a municipal building improvement, and that's a really good deal.
Thank you. Other public comment?
I'll speak if I may.
Go ahead, George.
George Fisk at 27 Hollow Street. I've recently stepped down, as I mentioned earlier today, as president of the Historical Society. I've been in that role for the last 17 years. I thought it was time for a change. I think they did too. So anyway, delighted that Doug has taken over and is doing an admirable job. What I will tell you is that during those years serving that role, I've seen how our board and the organization has developed. There are a lot of new, in many respects, younger members who've got a great deal of energy and enthusiasm, are doing wonderful things. And I think all of you remember it wasn't so long ago that we just celebrated our 350th anniversary. And if you didn't know it, you certainly should have known and recognized that the Historical Society played a significant role in involving itself with the various activities, programs, talks that were given. It is an active organization, but it needs a home. And what we're asking for is your support to, I think, a reasonable level to let us move back into our home within the library. As I again mentioned earlier today, when the library was making their presentation, our relationship with the library has been extraordinary. And this is an opportunity for us to consider, to continue in that regard. And I look forward, I think we all look forward to what this could all mean for the town, not just for the Historical Society board, but for everybody here in town. So I thank you very much for listening to me, and I look forward to hearing more from others. Thank you.
Thanks, George. Other public comment? Eddie May.
Addie Mae Weiss, 1 Jackson Road. I will just say in pre-COVID in 2019, I had the pleasure of having a guided tour through what then was the historical center in the ground floor of Town Hall. And it is incredible the amount of items that have been collected and documents. And Betsy Johnson gave my mom and I a tour and described items. And I can't wait to have the opportunity for others to see all of these items. It's really, and to have this type of display with the lighting and seating area and archives is really beautiful.
Thanks. Others, Jeff Waldron.
Yeah, I just want to clarify one thing. I think everyone in the room knows this, but there may be some new residents that are on Zoom. When the Dowse family donated the original library, which was, became the Peace Abbey, now part of Abbey Road, the commitment was they would pay to build the library, but the town committed to house all the historical materials and have them be available to the public. So we're obligated to provide publicly available space to showcase the materials. So the only thing we're deciding here is how much money to spend on doing that. We're required by that original Dowse donation to do that.
Thanks. Paul Durensis.
So at the most recent Board of Select Board meeting, we voted to see if we can soften the blow of this by getting earmarks. And I wonder if Jeremy can give us a little report, because we asked for federal dollars and we asked for state dollars. Can you explain what we did?
Sure, yeah. So at the state level, the state budget generally includes local earmarks or local for special projects. Our local reps have requested input on that, and we have, based on the select board's discussion at their last meeting, put in a request for $300,000 towards this project, with a minimum around $100,000 of usable funds. We have been told that there's receptive ears at the legislature this year towards projects that are geared toward national history, because it's 150th anniversary of the United States and some celebrations going on in the Commonwealth. And the select board felt that this project kind of had a good synergy with that. Concurrently, we put in a request to our federal representative, or Congressman Auchincloss. His office is also requesting information that might inform some federal earmarks.
Can I add to that?
Sure, go ahead.
So, as you just heard, we have requested minimum, max 300, minimum 100 for a state earmark, and 400,000 for a federal earmark, which I think is well suited to the historic nature of it. However, it would greatly enforce that if there was support from the town, not just town meeting, but even the advisory as well. That would actually go into the narrative to support each one of these. It's my understanding that years ago, there was a state earmark request for the Pine Hill access road. However, we got no money because there was some doubt about the town's support on that. There was some split decisions, I believe it was the select board or whatever it was. There was some doubt of that. So I do encourage unanimous support on this so that I can go into the narrative. And it's one of the reasons that this request has even come down quite a bit. Just to speak further, I know we're going to talk on the second one, but Paul took us out of narration here, is that the select board has been very impressed with this project as a whole. We've seen it throughout, I think, we talked about some projects being vetted. This one is vetted. I know there was originally a high ask and they brought it down based on input. They hired a professional architect, Doug's an architect. It's definitely, we are very confident that this is a very good number, and it's pretty much as low as it's gonna go, particularly with some expectations of costs going up in the near future. I think, I would encourage not a delay vote on this. Think, oh, look at it next year. I mean, if you don't want to do it at all, then maybe vote no. You don't want to honor our obligation we have from the Dell's donation. But if you have any support of this at all, I think this is as low as you'll see, and it's the best return of the money, and the unanimous support will go very well toward the earmark request as well. So I think it all kind of is one big package. So I encourage a unanimous support for this project.
Thanks, Eric. Paul Durensis.
Well, just to follow up with the question I asked Jeremy. Although we are seeking federal funds, and we're seeking state funds, I don't want anybody to use that as an excuse to say, well, let's not fund this, let somebody else fund it. Those funds aren't guaranteed. We still want your support for local funding for the reasons that Eric has already articulated. Second point I would make is, it is very important in a community like Sherborn that we build institutions that build community. So we've heard wonderful things about what the library has been doing to build community. We've heard, or we should have heard even more about the tennis courts and the role that the tennis courts play towards building community. But this Sherborn History Center is another community building aspect. So when we think of what is Sherborn, why do people live here and so on, yes, there's the schools, but what else is there? We have our trails, we have our library, and we have this museum. And in this museum are things that are relatively unique and are particular to Sherborn. This isn't a museum about what happened in New Mexico or stuff that happened Columbus discovering America, that kind of stuff. This is about Sherborn and Sherborn's history. It's very much not only part of the community, but it's part of the school program, it's part of our history, it's part of what we should be cherishing. So very much would urge you to support this appropriation, both aspects of this appropriation, the 100 and the 600.
Thanks, Paul. Other public comment? All right, seeing none, I will close the first public comment period and open the advisory discussion period, and I'll jump in and start. So for me, the goal and vision is a very worthy one, and the key question for me came down to how much can the town reasonably afford on a project like this? And I have to say, I've been very impressed by the new energy around efforts to raise private funds, what we've heard about efforts to get grants, as well as to squeeze costs out of the project. And, you know, indeed, the supporters have pledged to raise a significant amount of private money. I think it made significant efforts towards getting grants, not guaranteed, but hopefully some piece of that will come through. So that, you know, brings the cost of the project to the town down significantly. And so given all of that, for me, you know, the ask of 600,000 is reasonable. So I absolutely support, you know, favorable action on the article and on the reappropriation of the 100,000. I recognize that others, both here in the audience and on the committee, have a different view than that. Of course, ultimately, this will be up to town meeting, you know, when we get there on April 29th. All right, so that said, other advisory comments. Laura, you want to start, and then we'll go to Penn.
I really have a question, which is, supposing we get some of these federal funds, would that then mean that we wouldn't need to spend the $600,000 in full? Is that the idea?
I believe there's a certain amount of expectation that, I guess it depends how much in earmarks were received, and how that factors in with, you know, the plans in place.
I guess let me ask it a different way. Does this proposal as written assume that we don't have federal funding of any kind or state funding from the government?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, if you don't mind. So we, in the proposal that we put forward, we have assumed that $351,000 would be privately raised, and $49,000 would come in by way of either earmarks or grants. If earmarks are successful, I'm just speaking for myself, I don't want to speak for the select board, but as an advocate of this project, if federal or state earmarks come in more than what we've assumed, I think it should reimburse the town for the 600 to reduce that. But I don't think we know that now. We all know what's happening at the federal level. The state is, you know, for those of you with experience, it's a tough road, but I'm certainly comfortable if they end up getting more than we expect, by all means, it should reimburse whatever portion of that, the 600. Does that make sense?
I think so.
Jeremy, did you have clarification?
Yeah, just to help put in context what the town Sherborn has generally gotten in earmarks year over year has generally been in the $50,000 to $75,000 per year range. So this request is more than is typical. However, because of the celebration of the 250th anniversary, we think it's a good solid request. But in context of prior year's funding, it's a significantly more amount of earmarks than the town has received in the past.
Based on what you've asked for in the past. Yeah.
Okay, Penn, to you.
All right, thanks. So I also have thought, but I wanted to first basically address what I think are two non-persuasive arguments for me. The one is, if you break it down to boom, 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 it's only 38 cents per person. You know, we could justify spending any amount if we broke it down that way. You know, hundreds of thousands of dollars is hundreds of thousands of dollars. The other thing is, it was presented as if this is all or nothing. We do this, or we do nothing for the Historical Society. And I don't think that's a good or healthy way to look at it. And so last year, I was neutral on the idea of doing something for Historical Society and adamantly opposed to the museum project because from the beginning of it, I just saw things in the process that I didn't like. I won't go into those details unless somebody really wants them, but I was not happy with the process. So I was on advisory, I voted against the $100,000. And then with time and through Nora introduced me to Margot. I listened to Margot. I visited this stuff. And after talking to Nora and Margot and Nora me, probably literally hours of impassioned pleading, things changed for me. And actually, I'm going to say a little personal note. The Learned House on 27th, my wife is actually a descendant of the owners of that house, which she didn't learn until we moved to Sherborn. So, beat that. So what I came down to was a number, because we're all like, what's your number? My number was 400,000 with some serious conditions. And this was before Doug made his presentation. And after Doug's presentation, and this is no reflection on his presentation or on him or on anybody, I'm talking about the content of that presentation, my number just went to zero. And it went to zero because last year, a plan was presented and we were told that the $100,000 was going to be spent to get biddable plans. There was an original capital ask of $922,542, and then it said, no, we need biddable plans to get a hard number for that. And that's what the town voted on. But as soon as I saw Doug's presentation, I said, wait a minute, this year's plan is not last year's plan. This year's plan, new architect, new plan, 9% bigger, almost 39% more expensive. And so that really bothers me because there was an expectation made through the George's presentations last year of a specific plan, and we were going to get biddable numbers on that. And then all of a sudden, we're back with a whole new plan, a more expensive plan, and we still don't have biddable numbers. So that bothered me. The second thing that bothered me is the use of the ARPA money. The money for this that was voted on at town meeting was borrowed back in August. So that money was in hand. And it troubles me that the selectmen, even though this fits the criteria, it seems, of an ARPA project, would allocate irrevocably ARPA money when they had the $100,000 in hand. And the final thing.
Meaning it could have been used for something else.
Many things, yes. And then the other thing, and this is after I analyzed it and looked at even more information, it's like the other thing that troubles me is in the math that Doug presented to us to advisory, it's like the town has 200,000 allocated to this. No, the town does not. The town has 100,000 that the voters voted on and $100,000 that the selectmen put ARPA money into, and those, they don't offset each other. They're not additive. And so I'm still down to the processing really bothering me. I can't support the plan, and actually I think last year's project was better than this one, frankly, it was simpler, but that's not the point. The process of this has been so unsatisfying that I can't support it at any amount. And I also think, what I would really love to see would be, because I'm positive on doing something for the Historical Society. I recognize the town has the obligation, but it's even aside from that, I'm positive on doing something, but not this as it is done. If they come back next year with as a Historical Society on their own dime, get plans, get a biddable number, come back to us with a hard number and a reasonable ask that's capped and cash in hand, I will support that, but I won't support this.
Okay, thanks, Pat. Other advisory comments? Doug, go ahead.
Yeah, just building on those comments. I mean, I'd start by saying sunk cost in a project is never a good reason to go forward with it unless it's not a well thought out plan. And despite last year's town meeting vote, it's my understanding we do not yet have in our hand biddable plans, so we don't actually know what the cost will be. We've seen numbers in early presentations that were $1.4 million. The number keeps going down, I would argue, solely as a result of perceived resistance from this committee. But until we have actual biddable plans and some hard numbers, we don't actually know what this is going to cost. let's say we assume it's $1 million and we go out and we even get a bid for $1 million. I think the library construction project is the cautionary tale that we all look at, which is stuff happens, there's incompetence in the construction trades, inflation, supply chain, what have you. Town is obviously gonna have to bear any cost overruns, and that's not considered here, on top of the fact that we don't have a firm number to begin with. So I'm very much in the camp of not supporting this today until we have biddable plans with hard numbers and pledges or cash in hand for whatever the town's not gonna pay for.
Okay, thanks, Doug. I just want to clarify on that on the cost overrun piece, I think one element that is intended to be included in this, and it does not protect against, any sort of cost overruns, but just one element that is intended to be included is that the town wouldn't commit any funds until, say, the town administrator certified that sufficient private funds grants had been raised to complete the project. So, that's not an ironclad guarantee against cost overruns, but it does ensure that private fundraising effort, needs to get to a point of completion before the town would do anything.
Can I follow up on that?
Mhm.
So I would argue that it would be awkward if the town and the town meeting approved some number, 600,000, whatever, and then we didn't get to that point, right? And so I get it. So when I heard the presentation a few weeks ago, what I inferred was some strong skepticism or wariness around, I don't know if we can get to a $200,000 fundraise. Now you're saying it's a $350,000 fundraise and 49 federal grants. Question one is, if the federal grant doesn't come in, who picks up that slack? Number two, where's the renewed enthusiasm for a $151,000 increase in your target fundraise?
I mean, again, I think what's contemplated here is that in this, warrant article is the town would commit 600,000, but it wouldn't spend a dime until, so
I get that, but I'm saying
if fundraising falls short or earmarks fall short, well, then, it doesn't happen.
Okay, I guess what I'm asking the proponents of this is, where's the renewed enthusiasm for a $350,000 fundraise?
Yeah.
Can I answer?
Yeah, go ahead, Doug.
Yeah, I feel like there's a whole bunch of things I want to answer, but let me try to take that one first. We in the intervening time, because of some of the feedback, we have put together a campaign committee. We've had a meeting. We have launched our 250K by 250th campaign to take advantage of the 250th anniversary, not only of Bunker Hill in a few months, but the date on which the first Douse came to town and started a generation of generosity to our town. So while we certainly can't guarantee, no one can guarantee, we are very excited and very optimistic about our ability to raise funds. The most important thing in that is for the town to vote to support it, because what we know for sure is that no one is gonna give money unless they can see a vision and unless they can know the town supports it. So it's not only important for all the reasons the select board said, in order to enhance our chances of getting federal and state earmarks, but it's also important in order to get the fundraising, to get as much support as possible. So I feel very confident in our ability to raise the money we've committed to. We wouldn't have committed it if we didn't feel confident about that. I would also just make a note about the library, because that has been kind of something that has been hanging over in the air throughout all of these conversations. And I take that very seriously. I know it was a really difficult time for the town. And I just want to say that we have taken significant measures to try to address that. First of all, it's important for everyone to understand this is infinitely smaller of a project than the library project. It is a fraction of its size. So there alone, you substantially reduce the risk of the project. The second thing is we're renovating an existing building. So it's much less likely you're gonna identify things that you don't know about. Now, again, there are no guarantees. Anything could happen. We're all dealing with probabilities. And the third thing is that we hired an architect who has an impeccable track record on projects like this. He's given us dozens of examples of working with towns, of working with museums, and an impeccable record of coming in within budget, less than 1% variation in most of his projects. So again, there are no guarantees, but compared to the library, it's a completely different animal, and we feel quite comfortable that we've all collectively done a lot of work. We also have Sean and we have Jeremy, who are incredible leaders, and they're going to be all over this and scrutinize it and manage it carefully. So we're quite comfortable. We've done everything to reduce the likelihood of that. Thank you.
Sean, if you want to respond to comments from advisory, if it's a more general.
I'd like to, yeah.
Okay, then go ahead.
There was a lot there. But specifically with the design and the timing, it's a little unfair to sit here 12 months later and repeat back what we said. The plan was, and basically the contract with the designer was to have biddable plans. That changed as, you know, in reaction to how the meetings were going. We were on track to have that out to bid, but we slowed that down, and we basically made changes to the design to lower the cost, do some value engineering, and re-estimate those things so that in doing value engineering, sometimes you add alternates, so you can guarantee that you can drop the cost when you put it out to bid if it comes in too high. So that's what we spent time doing. So there's huge value in that, and it plays to having a better design and having tighter numbers on your estimates and your contingencies. So while we didn't bring bid back, we couldn't bring bids back with the intent of not having the funding set up, because the bids, you can't hold the bids for 6 or 9 months while you do the fundraiser, right? You can make them contingent on a town meeting vote and say, well, it's 30 days from now, but you can't make them contingent on we'll find funding in the next 6 months. So we couldn't have done that. That was a reaction to the past couple months of meetings to make this a more palatable project. And actually, some of that came from Nora and some other members of, why don't you go for funding and find the rest of the funding? So all of that was done in reaction to this. So you really shouldn't go back to what I said 12 months ago or what anyone else did. This is a slightly different project.
Okay. But
we did do what we said we were going to do. We hired a really good designer, and he's made some great presentations, and we've had him do some extra work up front to make a better product.
Thanks, Sean. So other advisory comments. Let me pick up people who haven't been in yet. Stephen, go ahead.
So from a 30,000-foot view, I view the role of the advisory committee to help with the allocation of resources, particularly financial resources, which are limited. We don't have limited resources. And one of the things that we'll be discussing later is a facilities assessment that's going to be undertaken by Public Works. So when I think about projects like this, I take it from the view of compared to what? What are the other demands that are going to be placed on our financial resources over a period of time? And at the moment, I'm working in a vacuum. I don't know what else is coming down the road that may be more important, and I say that in quotes, to this particular project. So that's how I begin to do the analysis. So now we're looking at a project that's $1.2 million. We have nothing to compare it to. Even another type of project within the museum concept. Is there a $600,000 alternative? So we just don't have anything to compare it to. The other point I'd like to make is with respect to earmarks. And I view earmarks as the opportunity for a town or municipality to get funding from another source, but you can't keep going back to those organizations and keep asking for resources. So you can kind of ask once, maybe twice, but not 3 or 4 times now we may disagree on these things. I appreciate that.
Yeah, that isn't how it works.
Well, I just said we can disagree on it. So reasonable people can disagree. So how many times can you keep going back to those resources for additional earmarks on different projects? The way this is built right now, the town is undertaking 2/3 of it, is spending $800,000 out of $1.2 million. There's a contingency about raising money. That may take a year or two. I don't know how long it's gonna take. The costs to build it out are gonna continue to increase. So the 600 or the 800 becomes larger than that because the fundraising is gonna be capped out. So we haven't seen a model. The community really hasn't had a chance to look at this in terms of what it could compare to. Sometimes I see there's like a little model that someone can see so they can, other than having an artificial intelligence built photograph, we don't really have anything to look at. And I think that we should have something to compare it to, both in the context of what else is coming down the road and what else could be done for the museum other than this one design.
Okay, thanks. Paul, if it's directly related to that, if it's a broader comment, save it, but if it's directly related, go ahead.
The issue of earmarks, every year, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and the United States have these bond bills in which they deal with federal projects and state projects. And every year, there's a component of that borrowing by the Commonwealth that's set aside for the cities and towns. If we don't get the money, someone else gets the money. If we don't ask for it, it goes somewhere else. But it's not like once you ask for it, once you got it, you're out of the loop forever. No, every year we can expect earmarks, and that will continue forever.
We hope.
There's no end date to it, so that our asking for the assistance of the Commonwealth and the assistance of the United States is not a one-time shot. And we can ask for another project tomorrow if we needed to. And I guess I have more to say. I have a lot more to say.
There'll be another opportunity. Yeah, there'll be another opportunity. Other advisory comments?
Just a question.
Yeah, Doug, go ahead.
If we said, go out and spend the time and money to get biddable plans for this design, how much time and money would that take?
Well, the money is pretty much already covered. That was the
I'm not asking
contract.
where it comes from, I'm asking like,
Well, I mean, that was the contract we had. We just stretched the timeline out. Probably, I mean, if you said find them, get them done today, or as quick as you could, probably 60 days. I shouldn't speak for the architect, but.
so in theory, in 60 days, you could, for this design, have a firm bid of a making.
Well, you wouldn't have a bid. It takes another 45 to 60 days to have the bid, advertise it and have the bid.
So
You're not gonna have it for town meeting.
The sequence of events here is ask the town for $600,000. Assume that over the next, I'm gonna say year, we raise another $400,000. Then take this design, turn it into biddable plans, go bid it, see what that comes back as. What if it comes back as $1.6 million? I don't know.
The intent isn't that it's gonna take a year. The purpose of having good estimates is that you won't put it out to bid thinking it's 1.2 and it comes back at 1.6. Sometimes you have that with your conceptual plans, when you get out ahead of it and you have to sit in front of committees and tell them one thing a year on a conceptual plan, and then you get to the real design, that's your risk. When you try to hold people to conceptual plans, and the school's gonna talk about that later, or maybe in a couple of weeks. But when you go out to bid, you darn well better be a lot closer than the 40% you just threw out there.
Jeremy, go ahead.
Yeah, just to answer the question as far as if it went out to bid and the bids came back more than is appropriate or available, then the contract cannot be entered into. The bids would be, shelved. You'd have to go out and rebid once you had more available funds, but you can't enter a contract without having prior appropriation.
So related specifically to that, back to like the field discussion, if the town approved 600,000, let's say, time goes by, are we going to go borrow that money in anticipation of all this happening, or are we gonna wait till we get the bids and then go borrow it?
I think we would need to assess where, the other sources of funding are. And it would be a conversation with the proponent and the treasurer collector's office, myself, the select board, when it's the most opportune to go for the borrowing.
If I can interject, I mean, you do grant anticipation or bond anticipation notes. You pull notes as you actually spend the money, and then you wrap it up at the end. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, it'd be short term and long term.
You wouldn't.
Go short term before going
Usually,
long term.
you get long term before, but do you ever do that?
Yes.
But in
That point, was the field 100,000 short term or long term?
That was long term.
And we haven't spent, so, okay, you answered my question.
We were told it was needed at the time.
I think in general, as Eric said, it doesn't always happen this way, but I think the general approach is if, there's sufficient funds appropriated for a project and it's time to borrow, do a short-term borrowing, and then every roughly 2 years, the town rolls those up into a long-term borrowing. So, on that standard practice, it wouldn't be borrowed until, it was ready to roll. But as was highlighted, that doesn't always happen that way.
Thank you.
Other advisory comments? People want to express views. All right,
No,
Shelley, we'll start at the end. Shelley, go ahead, please.
Things that popped up for me. So I understand that we used some ARPA funding we actually used that for what we had voted on all town meeting to do the design. Are there, outside of the earmarks and the fundraising and the ask from taxpayers, are there additional ARPA funds, or is that part of the earmark? I'm trying to understand how the ARPA funding, is that another source that could be applied towards this project, or because we've already applied some towards it?
Yeah, so the ARPA fund, the town received about 1.2 million in ARPA funding. It had to be obligated towards specific projects by the end of the last calendar year. So by December 31st, it had to be obligated. And that was a process the town took, and it had tied up all those funds in their entirety towards projects. There's no additional ARPA funds available.
Okay.
And the funds that were available are specifically allocated to 2 projects.
Okay.
Yes.
Can I answer that?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
If it's on directly this point, go ahead.
Directly on the.
Because if it's a general comment, we're going to come to another public comment period.
Responding to the statement that the implication that we shouldn't have used ARPA funds for this project, I want to explain why we voted, or why I voted, I think the rest of the board voted. We saw ARPA funds not just for dream projects out there, but saw it as a way of relieving the taxpayers of projects and costs that we knew that we were going to be incurring. So we had this federal money, and we wanted to make the taxpayers not feel as much pain as they would have if all the appropriations were fully borrowed and all the ARPA money went to new things. So we took some of the ARPA money and we used it to relieve the taxpayers. That's why we spent the money. It wasn't some scheme to trick people to think that this 200,000 or 100,000. It was to make it easier for the taxpayers.
Okay, thanks, Paul.
I don't think I was saying that it was,
Yeah.
I felt like it was
Well, that
a
was
scheme,
me.
or I didn't even make a comment really,
Yeah.
other than just say that we used it. I was wondering if there was more ARPA money to use towards offsetting some of the cost. I guess I respect and appreciate the idea behind this. I guess, I'd like more conversation on the assurances that the taxpayer is not going to be, whatever shortfall there may be from a lack of getting earmark funding or, privately raising the money. Assurances that we will not be in a position like we were previously where getting that grant, my understanding with the library is that some of that grant money was tied up in having the town funding as well. So I just would like some more assurances that we won't have another, and you can speak to that, Doug, that's great. It's just, I'm a taxpayer and everybody else is too. And I mean, we have a beautiful library and I appreciate the library, but I just want to make sure that if I vote on something, I'm not putting everybody at risk of an additional
ask, or, we're the ones that have to fill the gap there if we don't get this other funding.
Absolutely.
Does that make sense? I mean,
No, it makes sense.
because I think that's why people are sore about that,
Yeah,
because it was.
I understand, and it's a very reasonable request, and that's really, frankly, why we've worked so hard to structure it in the way we have, and why we have said there's a fixed amount from the town. So the project will not start, nothing will happen until Jeremy certifies that there have been sufficient other revenues raised to be able to complete the project. So that's assurance number one, is that he's now on the hook to all of you that it's not gonna start until we have told him, either through earmarks, private fundraising, we've secured enough to do it. If the bids come in higher, as could happen, as Jeremy said, you also are protected because the project doesn't happen in that event, because the town is limited to that 600,000. So I think there's a lot of protection. We've not come in and said, town, fund this at whatever it costs. What we're proposing is that fund it 600,000 from the town, and we will go and be accountable for everything else. And if we don't succeed, it's not gonna happen. So the town's not at risk, taxpayers are not at risk, the 600 will revert back to you for other purposes. And again, I can't make any guarantees, I'd be foolish to do so, but I can tell you we are very bullish in our ability to do that, and not in a year, as Doug suggested, in 3 to 4 months. We are gonna aggressively, we've already started to raise money, and I'm confident, but by the summer, early summer, we are gonna either have raised the money or be substantially along the way. So I don't know if it answers your question, but that's.
Marta, is there a backup plan for a less costly?
Yeah,
Would there be? I mean, I'm just thinking, I would hate to see something like this, all this effort.
No, I appreciate that, yeah.
If is in the affirmative.
We've thought a lot about that, Nora, and, there were a lot of backup plans considered kind of by the architect and others in developing the project. And so let me just kind of raise it, because we wouldn't have come forward with a recommendation on this design if we didn't believe, with a lot of expert opinion and advice and consultation, that this is the right thing for the town. So there is this kind of sense that, why is this so costly, right? And I think that's, a lot of people are grappling with that, we're just finishing the basement, I've heard people say. So let me just mention a few things about that. This is a public project, and as everyone knows, on any public project, there is a prevailing wage that you have to pay, there is bonding requirements, performance bonds, payments bonds, that always make it more than a private project. It is also a commercial project, and so because of that, we've got to put sprinklers in, we've got to have an alarm system that you don't have in a private project. That's another reason why it is what it is. There's also requirements for putting in a big contingency. So even though it may be 1-2, 600 is the actual construction cost. A lot of it is contingency and a lot of it is other things, right? The other thing is that this is a relatively small project, and it's important for people to understand, because of that, because we're trying to fit it into the library and the space, we think there's huge value in having it where it is. You don't get the economies of scale. So what happens is, a contractor just won't do a contract below a certain amount. So when you have a small project, that's what happens. You're not going to get some of the economies you'd get if it were 5,000 square feet. It also prevents you from really being able to squeeze it when it's small, because there isn't much available. So the alternative, we think, runs counter to so many of the other interests at stake, right? When we raise money, when we go to donors, we want it to be something that people can get excited about and get behind and looks comparable to the library, right? So it has the same feel and the same space. We've squeezed so much of this. This is not a Taj Mahal, as you know. It is a reasonable project. And it's also, frankly, very consistent with any other project out there. Our architect has obviously looked at that. But our view is that to do something at 600, as has been suggested, just would make it much more difficult to raise money, would make it much more difficult to get earmarks, would be a room with a few display cases that frankly wouldn't be doing justice to the incredible history of this town. So that's why we are where we are. Obviously, if the town votes it down, we'll have to, collectively figure out what to do. But that's where we got to the point we did about why we're moving forward with this one.
Thanks, Doug. Other advisory comments? Penn?
So I'm going to respond to some of the responses very quickly. I actually think the comparison to the library is dead on. I also think that this is not infinitesimally smaller. I don't think I said that right. This is $1.4 million. The library was supposed to be $7 million. That's not a gigantic difference. And the parallel is, and I understand with the plan to provide protections, but what is an adequate contingency is kind of subjective. So if it's normally 10% and we say, okay, it's going to be for this, it's going to be 15% when there's costs, anticipated costs plus 15% contingency, and Jeremy signs off on that because people say, oh, 15% is 50% more than standard. Well, what was the library, 60, 70% overrun? What if it's just, even if it's a 25% overrun, the town's still on the hook for that 10% difference. Another reason, so one of the things that caught my ear last year actually was the word museum. Because my wife is an artist, she's actually a very successful artist. I was a painter for a while. We spent a lot of time in museum. We have 3 friends, including a classmate of my wife, who run museums. So we're very familiar with the museum world. And there's a big conceptual difference, and there's going to be a big difference in price if you go to an architect, a museum architect, as opposed to a more commercial architect and said, look, we need display and storage space and office space. You're going to get one thing from a regular architect or a commercial architect. You're going to get a very different thing from a museum architect. In this plan, I actually liked last year's plan much better because it was more straightforward. There are a lot of features in here that make it look like a museum, and I think they're designed to make it look like a museum. But I'll drift off the plan. That's part of the other thing, getting back to the plan, is this is not the same plan as last year. And that really bothers me. This is not the plan that everybody looked at. This is not the plan that people at town hall voted on, at town meeting. And then I'm not suggesting there was some terrible scheme in using the ARPA money, but the problem with it is, what I don't like is the selectmen spent money for which there could have been other purposes and didn't spend the money that was allocated, and are now telling us that we actually have those 2 pots. Because in the presentation that Doug sent to advisory, when he looked at the math, it was like, oh, the town has $200,000 to spend on this. And it didn't. The town voted on $100,000, and that $100,000 was spent out of ARPA money, but that doesn't mean that other pot is somehow free. My objections or my quibbles about the plan, the design aside, I just keep coming down to, there's too many things about this process that are uncertain. There are too many things about it that I frankly don't like, that strike me as off.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Other advisory comments, and looking for new ideas, new arguments. I mean, but we've talked about this a lot. I think we've all mostly heard other people's things, so everybody's good? Okay, so let's.
No, I
Oh,
actually.
no, yeah, okay, something
saving
new,
the best
something
for
new.
last.
We always do that.
Yeah,
Something
thank you.
new, go ahead.
Okay, so capital budget voted 2 to 1 for this. So I will just say my
In favor
comments.
or against?
In favor of the project. I was the minority vote. And I'll make this brief. If anybody wants to refer to 2 pages that I read out loud, feel free to go to the capital budget meeting minutes, and you can kind of, I don't want to belabor a lot of these points. Well, and I said at that moment, I was voting no, because just 24 hours before, we got the new proposal of 600,000. I'd always been in favor, in my opinion, of 500, whether it's a feel-good number or something like that. based on a lot of reasons, you know, the ARPA, the 100, all these other things, the fact that it's a different plan, all right, I won't go on and on. So, how do I put this? I don't like the way that this started. I have a feeling like 5 years ago, they were essentially kicked out. I'm very much in favor of the Historical Society and that we needed a space. And they were, you can go back to my minutes on that, for how this all happened 5 years ago. And anyway, so with all that being said, what we've hashed out here, I have to say that I am in favor of this, based on to Eric, what you said. You know, we might not get unanimous consent, in my opinion, but I think that at this point, after giving it a lot of thought since last Tuesday, I really have been mulling over things and thinking about this very passionately. You know, I was pretty passionate back then at that meeting. And I think that we, you know, have to move forward. You know, we voted no on our recommendations for the tennis court, which also pulls at my heartstrings too. But I think that we need to do something, and we keep kicking the ball down the road. And you know, if it's a question of, you know, 500 or 600, I know that's 100,000, but in my opinion, we do have to move forward on this. And for lack of a better word, stop the bleeding. You know, we're paying rent to the tune of about $12,000 a year for Gentle Giant. And then also, thank you, Mr. Fisk, for your leasing that out free of charge, 1,000 square feet right in downtown Sherborn. So we have to really, to me, move forward on this. And people can see my, you know, minority opinion on capital budget, but at this point, that's my feeling is, you know, moving forward on this.
Okay, thanks, Nora. All right, Mike.
I've been struggling with this one quite a bit. I think that the historical, it should be located in the library. It belongs in that space. It's the scope of the project, the cost of the project. When it was just mentioned, what's Plan B, all of a sudden my ears perked up. I wish I knew what Plan B was. Because last year we actually talked about having some sort of like options built into the plan and having like Plan A, Plan B, Plan C. I wish we had a Plan B. I wish we knew what it was, because potentially I would look at Plan B and say, that looks terrible. I want to go with this plan, but I just don't know that right now. So I might like Plan B more than this, and it would be half the cost. So I have a really hard time supporting this.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Laura,
I'll
go
just
ahead.
say that, so a lot's been said, and I also find myself very conflicted about this project because I think it would be a really wonderful thing to have. I am sympathetic to something Stephen said, which is that there's also a lot of things that we need to have, and I'm trying to sort of weigh where this fits into the calculus of all of those things at a time when finances are tight, and I do feel also a little concerned about some of the process. And I guess lastly, I would say, I think you could still move things out of Gentle Giant into the basement of the library and not be paying the cost of storage. So I don't feel like that's a reason necessarily to vote for the whole kit and caboodle. But I would have also liked to seen a Plan B and something that's a little bit more scaled down, just to give a sense for comparison.
Okay, thanks, Laura. Sean, you got something directly, because we're going to get to public comment directly.
Direct to two different things. Actually, now it's two different comments. One, this is Plan B. This is a totally inappropriate meeting to bring Plan A, B, and C to. It doesn't work like that. So the past few months, we have done that, exactly that, with capital budget. There's been numerous changes, like I said, and there's probably a couple things that'll be add alternates to be able to target when the bids come back. But we can't you can't do it in this meeting, but they have, and they brought multiple different things to capital budget that were shaved out. So those are built into it. But I want to try to summarize some of what happened with the library, because people keep conflating two different things that happened. And I'm going to do this carefully so I don't get sued. The funding piece was similar to this and done really well by a huge group and a long time effort. for them to bring funding. There was private funding, there was endowment funding, there was MBLC funding, and then they came to the town and asked for funding. That was done really well. That's similar to what's happening here. The timing is slightly different, but that's very similar. That shouldn't be then also conflated with what happened after construction. DEP showed up and shut the project down. There was huge cost overruns because of a cease and desist from DEP and various other reasons I'm not going to get into. The town was on the hook for that, yes, because the town needed to fix some errors that were on our side, as well as, there was construction errors on both sides, and then any lawyer will tell you that gets really messy. So it's messy, so we won't talk about it. But the funding has nothing to do with, the initial funding and how they did the fundraising has really nothing to do with the town being on the hook. So you guys are gonna have a meeting, I don't know, in a couple weeks, maybe a week, your motions meeting, and you're gonna very clearly define what the town is on the hook for up front, which is pretty simple. You're not gonna go over 600 for the main funding of the project. How the other funding happens is kind of outside of, the town is gonna have a cap on that. It doesn't mean there can't be other things that happen. There's no 100% guarantee. We have that with every project we do. Every public bid project we do, something could happen.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, thanks.
As clear as that can be.
Yeah, no, that's helpful. Thank
Your
you.
mind should be at ease that you guys control how you make this motion.
Yeah.
It doesn't even have to be today.
Yeah, thanks. Okay. Yes.
Just a fine point, like you said that like this is Plan B, and we've kind of like, adjustments have been made. I think I'm not thinking about like the value engineering. I'm thinking about like more large scale, like a $1 million scope, a $500 million scope.
500,000.
500 million.
Sorry.
How does that sound to the Historical Society?
I second that motion.
Like half the project, that sort of thing, so like larger, like that would be at the more fundamental level changes in scope. And I think that's what kind of we envisioned last year when we were talking about it.
Just quickly, just to say, we talked to the architect a lot about this, Mike, and the feedback we got is that you cannot do anything close remotely to this with $500,000. I've asked that very question, and the problem is just because it's just a certain level when you do a project like this that you have to get to if you want it anywhere close. And I should just, we did not get a museum architect, and just for the record, he's done museums, he's done local towns, he's done history centers. We are not designing this to museum standards, just for the record. Thanks.
Okay. All right, so I'm thinking we can close the advisory discussion period. All right, so we'll close the advisory discussion period. We will open the second public comment period, and we'll start with Paul Durensis. Oh, actually, let's start. I'm going to start with Eric because you're going to do a little mini meeting here.
No, that's right. Now, well, actually, we did vote on this. I'll say so. We actually voted unanimously, 5-0 to support this. There's one thing I wanted to add. You heard me talk about the how the lack of town support killed the earmark for the Pine Hill access road. So interesting point of that is when we asked for that earmark, the access road was estimated at $600,000. By the time we did the job with no earmark, it was what, 1.4? Something like that,
I brought that in budget, it was 1.2.
Okay, 1.2. I think we all get the point here. So, we can talk about this and so on like that, but we can be back here with no earmarks 5 years from now with like a $2 million request, and different us, different you, and everything else. Well, Paul will be here, but that's about it.
What's the time between the 600 and the 1.2?
What was that time gap? It was like, you'd be the only one that would know. By the time we had the $600,000 estimate, and we asked for the earmark and didn't get it on Pine Hill, to the time we did the job, it was like 5 years, 6 years?
Oh, it's at least 5. I don't remember.
Yeah, it was something like that.
It's all pre-COVID.
Minimum, 5 to 7 years, let's just call it, within that fluff range. Let's go before I was on the board to when I was on the board, so whatever that is there. And yeah, I guess that's a summary of most of what I have to say. Just a point of caution, and just that's it.
Thanks, Eric. Paul, you wanted to offer a comment?
Yes, this is just a legal point. word museum should never be used in anything that you do, in any motion and in any discussion. There's a lot of reasons for that, but I prefer not to say that on camera. But if you look at the warrant before you, there is nothing about a museum here at all. What you have before you is Sherborn historical items display and preservation space. That's the issue. And so it's not, we're not talking about a museum. We're talking about those words. And as I say, there's important legal implications behind the word museum that we do not want to use. And your recommendations, one way or the other, pro or con, please do not refer to this as a museum.
Okay, thanks, Paul, that's helpful.
I forgot, I had a second point, but you know, there's been a lot of concern, I understand. It's unfortunate, this is actually in the library, people comparing it to the library project. As people has indicated, there's a lot more that could go wrong with subsurface and with really unforeseen drinking water well and so on, reason why that project went, you know, sideways. But this is a very, very set scope and also very controlled. And I think we also have a very good group on right now. I look at the project that Sean did with the roundabout that actually came under project. Bid project, out to bid, same thing, boom. I'm way more confident just in what we have going on here between the scope and the people involved with it. And you look at our record over the last at least 5 years, and I think we've done very, very well with bid projects. So that's that. I don't see this going crazy.
Thanks, Eric. Marion, go ahead.
I would just make the point that even though those architectural pictures look fancy, this is not a fancy plan. It's actually quite bare bones. It looks fancy because the architect was very clever about using what's already there. There's no new supports, there's no new space. What he's put in is a wall that's not a big expense, with windows that are not big expenses. And the painting job is clever. He's really made this a bare bones project. And, you know, in his, to give kudos to the architect, he makes it look really good because that's his talent. But he, at one point when I saw one of his presentations, he did have a scaled back version in which he made the spaces smaller, but actually they made the spaces much less useful. So, you know, I think the trade-offs are quite clear here. I think this is about as good a project as we're going to get that the town can really use in multiple ways. Another thing that hasn't been emphasized is that these are alternative meeting rooms, study rooms for high school students. They can be used in multiple ways. It's one of those additions to one of the few community kind of centers that we have, as Paul suggested, that actually bring people together. We haven't talked about that, but this is another one of the few things that we have as a town that's really special and a magnet for people and for kids, so.
Thanks, Marion. Other public comment? Let's go to Addie May.
Addie Mae Weiss, 1 Jackson. I would just say that this is a renovation, the Sherborn History Center, for in an existing space. Anyone who's done a renovation on their home for a bathroom upgrade or kitchen upgrade knows how costly that is. Now you add the public bid procurement process that, and it being commercial use space and public use space, those elevate costs. So take the number of what it just costs to just upgrade a little tiny bathroom and think about what you're adding, and that, you know, how you get to a number like this on a fairly bare bones project. And you want it to be of a certain scale in order to get quality bids and people who will do a good job.
Thanks. Robert Johnson.
Robert Johnson, 272 Western Avenue.
if sometime in the future, we had some resident of Sherborn who wanted to make an enormous donation to the town, and he gave it to the town with a couple of strings attached that it be continued. And he looked back at this. If we don't do it, I don't think you'll get that. William Homer Radford Dowse made a donation to the town of its first library. And his only conditions were that that the Historical Society would have space to exhibit stuff and space for meetings. And if we don't honor that requirement, I think he'll roll over in his grave.
Thanks, Robert. Other public comment? Steve.
Stephen Tsai on the select board. So I just wanted to address some of the talking points that have been coming up, because I do want to say that my initial reaction to this project was, I think, very similar to many of yours, which is that last year we said this costs too much, come back with us with some cheaper options, and instead it came up with an even more expensive option. And that felt very tone deaf to me, and I had the same feeling, I think, as Mike and several of you. I would like to see a plan B and a plan C, something that costs half as much, a quarter as much. But after speaking, with Doug several times, I am convinced that those would have been a poor use of resource. And as Sean suggested, this already is basically Plan B. Plan A costs $1.4 million. Now, it sounds like if you were to cut it back so that you were only renovating half the amount of space, we wouldn't be talking about half the amount of money, right? You'd be half the amount of space for 80, 90% of the cost. Now, if you simply decide that I have to see that for myself, are you willing to give the architect another $20,000 or $30,000 for them to draw up those full plans and come up with a full estimate for what it would cost, just so you can say, no, that looks stupid? So to me, there's trust in the fact that the Historical Society has done their homework. I know that for sure Doug has heard it pretty loud and clear from me, and I think from all of you, that we want it cheaper, is this the cheapest that you can get it? And I believe that he has given that feedback to the architect. Now, it could be, and it sounds like from some of you, to me, it sort of sounds like there is probably no project that could be conceived that would satisfy you, and you're simply not going to vote for it, and that's fine. But this is the project that's before us. And regarding the payment of it, I hear the concerns about the library building project. And one of the ways that we could deal with, can we really afford this, pay for it, raise enough money? Well, we could appropriate $1.1 million, and then any amount that is raised outside would reduce the actual appropriation that we borrow. But instead, I believe the Historical Society is committing to the town is only going to be on the hook for $600,000, and if there's cost overruns, they are going to commit to raising more money to cover it. I, like Doug, have some questions about whether they can really do it. I believe that they're actually already asking for not enough money. But you can't have it both ways, right? You can't say, well, we don't want to appropriate the full amount because then we're going to pay too much. And then say, so we want it to be less. And then say, I don't think that you can raise the rest of that. So I'm not going to vote for this because I don't believe you when you say you can raise more money. You have to have it one way or the other. And I think that the project they're proposing is the lowest amount that the town can really afford.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Other public comment. Jeff.
Just one tiny factual thing. this isn't just display space, and I think Doug can help me here, and Sean. We have historic documents that have to have a particular fire protection, humidity levels. We saw in the Historic Preservation Annual Meeting a month or so ago, the original deed for the purchase of the land for Sherborn. So this is also housing priceless historic documents. So it's not just building out sexy display areas. Those are important for the public to see, but this is also a preservation space for irreplaceable documents that are the history of the town.
Thanks, Jeff.
It's like a
Correct
museum.
anything I missed.
Didn't hear that. Didn't hear that.
Historical center.
Other public comment. All right, I'm going to close the second public comment period. We're going to come to advisory voting and motions. Any motions with respect to this project? Nora?
Can I just make one more comment?
Yeah.
All right, I really would ask that people on advisory, I've done a lot of work on this. You know that, Doug, too.
Yes.
And I really do believe it needs to go through, in my opinion, at least get our seal of approval. Obviously, it's up to the voters. And by town meeting, but I do think that with Sean guaranteeing that he's going to be. Select board? Sean, because I've actually been very pleased with that rotary. It's been a fabulous thing. So I would really just make an impassioned plea to, I know I've had a lot of signals going off, and like I said, we don't have to keep rehashing things, but I do think we need to move forward with this project.
Any motion you want to
I
make?
make a motion to, I want to make sure I get the right wording. To favorable action for the Sherborn historical items display and preservation space for $600,000.
Would you also like to include the reappropriation, so we don't have to vote on this separately?
Including the reappropriate.
If you look at there's the 600,000.
Sorry, and then I also make, and reappropriation of price of design funds at the 2024 all-town meeting toward construction of $100,000.
All right, is there a second?
Seconded.
Okay, let me just get my notes down. All right, any discussion on the motion? And again, I think
I
we've
just have a
heard
question, Dan.
a lot. Yeah, Shelley?
So we will have we'll have something when we write up our recommendation that will assure the town, the taxpayers, that their contribution, it's basically 700, because they've already appropriated 100 from last year that we're reappropriating towards construction center design. So it's really, their $700,000 contribution towards this project is capped.
Yeah, so
There's something, I mean, I don't know that was in the previous, I'm comfortable if there's language that assures taxpayers that there's a cap on that this is it.
Here's how this happens, and this is different than what happened with the library project. In about a week, Mike Winters will sit down with town council, with Jackie Morris, with Jeremy, with Mike Giamo, and we'll have this thing you've heard reference to, the motions meeting. And we will work on writing the motions that actually will be made on advisory's behalf at town meeting based on the conversation that we've had. I can absolutely promise that those motions will include the types of certifications that we talked about, that no town money would be spent until town administrator certifies that there are sufficient private funds earmarks raised. That will be in the motion, that, you know, that no town funds are spent until town administrator certifies that enough other funds have been raised to comfortably complete the project. So that absolutely will be in the motion when it comes to town meeting. I don't know if that is what you were looking for.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, okay.
The assurances.
It'll absolutely.
For the taxpayers.
I mean, as was said, you know, that is not an absolute 100% guarantee that, you know, something couldn't happen with the project that would create some complicated issues. But that level of guarantee absolutely will be in the motions at town meeting. Ben?
Okay, what I would like to see in the motion, so here's where the fuzzy math comes in, because the town is not being asked for 700,000. It's being asked, it's already spent 100,000. It's asking for an additional 700,000.
Which is what is here in
Right,
the motion.
Right, but I would like it ideally in the motion where the warrant article to specify that the town has already spent 100,
So-
and the town's commitment, if this goes through, will be 800,000.
So that doesn't belong in the motion, because the motion is about what is town meeting being asked to do. That could be included in the advisory report where we, describe the project and provide some context. So it absolutely could be included there that, that there's the additional $100,000 of ARPA money that's already been allocated and so on.
Then is it too late to actually separate these into two votes for advisory? To clarify that for the town?
So my hope would be that since it's listed here as 600 and 100, that it would be clear that they're adding up to 700, and that's what the town is being asked to do. The 600 of appropriated money and the 100,000 of reappropriated money.
But it's not, but it's an additional 700 on top of the 100,000 that's already been spent.
But the 100,000 that's already been spent has been done, and that's not an issue before town meeting. So it's not appropriate for that to be in a town meeting motion. It can be in our report where we provide context, but you can't put something in a motion that isn't an item that's before town meeting. Because we're not asking town meeting to approve the $100,000 of ARPA funds. The select board had authority to do that. They did that. That's not an item that's that's going to be before town meeting.
Then I would suggest that it would be more transparent if these were separated, if there were two warrant, if two articles went forward.
In town meeting, these will be separate votes. And the reason for that is that, you can correct me if I don't have this right, Jeremy, but the first, because it's new exempt borrowing, will require a 2/3 vote at town meeting to be approved. The second, which is the reappropriation, only requires a simple majority vote at town meeting. So at town meeting, there'll be separate votes. We could do separate votes here, but I was thinking here, kind of they go together, and if people are against it, they're going to be against both. If they're in favor of it, they'd be in favor of both.
The town's voting for them separately. They should see how the committee voted for them separately.
If there's a preference to vote separately, that is fine. That is fine by me if there's a preference to do that.
Do you want to withdraw that then?
So perhaps we'll do them separately. Perhaps you could amend your motion to first
May I
do the
amend my
600,000.
So I make a motion for favorable action in the amount of $600,000 for the Sherborn historical items display and preservation space.
Seconded.
Okay, as before. Okay. Okay. Great. Okay, very good. So discussion on that, further discussion on that motion?
And I just want to say to Doug, thank you very much. And I think that we can surpass that amount in money being raised.
Hope you're right.
$5,000, 100 people.
That'd be great.
There you go.
All right,
Easy peasy.
let's get to the moment everyone's been waiting for. There's a motion on the table. We'll do this in two separate votes, but a motion on the table, favorable action for 600,000 for the Sherborn historical items display and preservation space. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so that gets a 5-4 favorable vote.
No, you didn't ask for the nays.
Yeah, all right, let's do the nays. I think I know who they all are. Nays, because there might be some abstains, you're right. Nays, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4 nays. Okay, so no abstentions. Thank you for that. I should have done that to get that right. Okay, Nora, do you want to then make a motion for the second piece?
Sure. I make a motion for favorable action for the reappropriation of prior approved design funds from the 2024 all-town meeting toward construction of $100,000.
Seconded.
Okay. All right, any discussion on that motion? All right, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, all opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, good. All right. thank you, everybody. Thank you to presenters. Thank you to everybody in the audience who wanted to be here for this. Thank you to advisory for a good discussion and select board for your input. Okay. So I'll take a breath. I'm gonna get a little bit of water.
I admire your assumption that I actually wanted it.
Yeah. All right, so I think we should push forward before we take a break and see if we can get a few more things done. Maybe just give a couple of minutes to kind of get things settled. All right, Ann said you wanted microphone.
And I thought I heard the same thing.
All right, so let's so I want to continue on. We'll get to a break later, but let's continue on. So here's a question for the committee. So we're now up to Article 9 and the items that are proposed to be funded with free cash. I had initially suggested that perhaps we do a series of consent agendas for these. In looking at it again, wonder what the committee would think of just doing them all as one consent agenda. Good idea, bad idea. I think at least from advisory's perspective, I'm not aware of much controversy on these. Items 1 through 8 is what I was suggesting. If people are good with that. Stephen, that seems.
I have a question.
I mean, we'll have a chance to talk about all of them.
Yeah, that's fine.
Is question about process or about a specific?
No.
I'm
good with the consent of 1 through 8.
Yeah, okay, well, all right. So
I'll make a motion that we
consider items 1 through 8, Article 9,
items 1
free
through
cash.
8 under free cash funds items as a consent agenda.
Great, thank you.
Second.
Just getting my notes here. And who was the second? And thank you.
Doing my bit.
I appreciate that, thank you. Okay, all in favor of that motion? Okay, 9-0 for that. Okay, very good. So we're doing these as a consent agenda. I do want to just take a minute to have each of these described. Dawn, if you wanted to just say just a few sentences about the Pine Hill classroom floors, and then Jeremy, maybe you could fill in just a little bit on the others.
Yeah, so ours is pretty simple ask. It's 3 classrooms in our lower library area where the tiles are popping. They're VCT tiles. We're looking to replace them with the LVT. It's the type of tile we've been doing throughout the building. But we're at a point now where, because they're popping, they won't stick down as a tripping hazard. And so we'd like to replace those 2 classrooms.
Okay.
And we have a state bid for this.
Oh, the 30,000 is off the state bid list, so that's a firm bid, firm number. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Don. Jeremy.
Sure. Item number 2 is the continuation of the annual replacement of police vehicles. It's a year that they are proposing to replace 2. That's with their cycle for replacement. One has over 100,000 miles. The other is 2016. Both with our frontline patrol vehicles. Item number 3 is a CPR device used by the fire department's EMTs when it's a Lucas device that was first purchased in 2017. It's nearing the end of its useful life. It's been used multiple times to help save life over the last 5 years. Number 4 is to fund a facilities assessment. This assessment would update the capital needs assessment for the 6 main town buildings: Town Hall, Public Works Building, Fire Station 1, Fire Station 2, the police station, and the library. It would help develop a needs assessment, costs, and a multi-year capital plan, and inform the townwide capital plan. Number 5 is to fund water treatment for PFAS. This is a $100,000 request to help fund, to contribute to $100,000 of grant funding that the town has received to install PFAS treatment for the town campus water supply that serves town hall, the library, the police department, and the 1858 house. We're actually in non-compliance for PFAS based on the state regulations, so the installation of this treatment is required and would put us in compliance. Number 6 is water treatment for Woodhaven Leland. This is a project that's been ongoing to improve the water quality for both of those facilities, the Woodhaven Elder Housing Facility and Leland Farms. The project includes combining the two water systems and adding treatment for reducing the corrosivity of that water supply. That project, it costs a little over $400,000. This request of 125 fills the balance of the funding gap. Other sources are state earmarks and grant funding that was received prior and ARPA funds. So this funding helps us complete the project, which will be, we hope to complete this coming season. The next project is the network switch and connectivity that serves the police and fire departments, their computer network connectivity. And the last item, number 8, is for town meeting room furnishings. It's actually to upgrade the furnishings in the room we're in now. As you can see, we're using card tables and whatnot to make this building happen, make this meeting happen. This Council on Aging uses this room very frequently, and many setups and reconfigurations for all their activities. So we're asking for funds to improve the furnishings in this room, to have tables on wheels, flip tops, lighter chairs, to have more flexibility.
Thank you, Jeremy. Thanks, Don. Okay, so we will open up for public comment. Robert, go ahead.
Will the chairs for this room have some cushioning?
Yes, the current thought is they may have like a mesh bottom, one to make them much lighter and to make them more breathable. Yes.
Other public comment. I'm looking around the room and I'm feeling lonely here.
I know.
But so it goes. Other or online, other public comment? Seeing none, I'll close the first public comment period and open up advisory discussion. Nora, you had a
I was just
question?
curious where, and I brought this up at capital budget, where these tables are gonna go.
There's actually few requests for that, so I think that's still a subject for debate. But I know there's a couple locations that few hands have been raised.
Okay.
Mine's raised.
Yours is raised, Sean?
Definitely like to try to reuse the big table.
What department? Where?
DPW. We're currently at 8 different tables in the break room because we split everyone up during COVID, and we've been living like that for a while. And I haven't measured it, I'm not 100% sure that'll work, but I think it will. And definitely the chairs. We've never had new chairs at the DPW since we built the building. And they still won't be new, but they're better than what we have.
Thank you.
Ken, go ahead.
Not so much comment, but 2 actually questions kind of doing the write-up. I'm hoping that I can connect with Chief Galvin early in the week just to get the details on this so I can write them into the report. And I think, Jeremy, if I can just get the details, it's for this room and the smaller conference room downstairs. Is that
correct? Yeah.
And I know you gave me the count at our meeting.
Yeah.
I'm going to be lazy and ask you for the chair and table count if I may.
Okay. Yeah, we've gotten vendor quotes from several different vendors for pricing and different layouts.
And maybe can let you guys connect offline on that.
If it wasn't, I thought it's a quick answer, but if not, happy to. Yes.
Perfect. Okay, Stephen, you had a question?
I do, on 5 and 6. The PFAS treatment, is this one project of many that needs to be done?
Yes, so please recall, last town meeting, $75,000 was appropriated towards the study and design of PFAS treatment at 3 different town facilities, the town hall, town campus water supply, Fire Station 1 and Pine Hill School. The funding requested this year is to move forward with the installation of the treatment for the town campus water supply. There'd be future capital requests to add this same treatment to the Fire Station 1 and to Pine Hill Elementary School.
Do you have thoughts on what those are gonna be costing? Absent the grant money?
Yeah, absent all in without grant funding, so the treatment for this campus is $200,000 construction cost. The Pine Hill Elementary School is likely to be a similar cost. Fire Station 1 would be a smaller system. I'm not sure it will be half the cost, but it would be less.
Other,
Yeah, can I just
Oh,
follow?
oh, yeah,
on-
go ahead,
on,
sorry.
Item 6, is that one of the beginning of several projects under this water treatment program?
No, that actually completes the intended purpose. It is possible that PFAS treatment would be needed for that public water supply as well. However, the water treatment being installed as part of the current project may actually accomplish that removal. And we won't know until it's installed and we have some runtime for that system. But we are, as far as the storage area where the treatment's going, is going to be large enough if we do need to add some PFAS treatment. There would be space available to house it.
Any economies of scale, do you think, of doing all the PFAS projects at once?
So there definitely wasn't the design, which, we're in that phase now. The consultant came out, got samples from each one of the water supplies, and then I met with the consultant and one of the potential bidders, and we did kind of a site assessment of each, because part of what you need, well, a large part of the cost isn't just the system, it's where to put it. Here, we're basically gonna have to bust into an office to find space. Pine Hill is really crunched for space, so a significant portion of that project is gonna be probably redoing a 5,000-gallon water tank that's in the boiler room that shouldn't be, but that's the space we're gonna need. So the design work, definitely, we got an economy of scale, but there really isn't. Each system is drastically different and a custom designed.
And we're hopeful that in future years, similar grant funding would be available to help offset the cost.
Yeah, one of the things, the difference between here and Pine Hill, we're on what DEP calls a long-term corrective action plan, which means they're forcing us to do something. We report to them quarterly on our progress, both on the design and the town funding. I would likely get an email the day after town meeting from our rep at DEP asking how the town meeting vote went based on this, because that's, it's obviously in our timeline that we're gonna get that funding. Pine Hill's not in the same situation because they didn't hit the 10 parts per trillion limit. But the EPA's dropped that limit, so we know that's on the horizon and not very far off. That's why we're planning for it, but that one's not coming up yet.
other advisory comments, questions
Capital budget voted in favor,
of
3-0,
all of these?
of all of them.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Okay, see no other comments, I'll close the advisory discussion period and open second public comment period. Eric?
Select board voted unanimously to support each one.
Okay, thanks. Other public comments? Anything online?
There's one, and Michael Lesser.
Oh, okay, let's go to you, Michael. I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand up. Go ahead. And you're muted. Let's see if we can get you unmuted. Get him unmuted. I'm having trouble doing that.
You need to unmute it, so.
Okay, does it work
Okay,
now?
you're good. Go ahead, Michael.
Hi, Michael Lesser, 54 Forest Street, and also on the Energy and Sustainability Committee. I thought Paul would raise the issue, but I know it's very late in the process, but I'm curious what the status, what kind of police cars are going to be purchased in terms of whether they're full gasoline, hybrid, or whether electric is anywhere near possibilities at this time.
Michael, Police Chief Tom Galvin, just to answer that, it'll be one all gasoline and one fully electric.
Oh, okay. Is there some reason why just one and one, or are you just trying out the other?
The cost of the full electric is much higher than the all gasoline. So this is going to be the first all electric full patrol vehicle. So it's a combination of a test run with it, but also it made much more economic sense to have one all gas vehicle as well.
Okay. At least we're on our way. That's good to hear. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. Jeff Waldron, then I'll come to you,
I was
Daryl.
just gonna make one minor comment is, Pine Hill is lower, but it's a population of 400 youth that are there. So we very definitely want to treat Pine Hill, and it's also has a kitchen where they're cooking there. So whereas town hall people can have water bottles on their desk, it's a higher level of PFAS, but I think Pine Hill is really critical.
And as Sean said, that's going to be coming soon for all those reasons.
I still want to get reduced for one.
Yeah. Daryl, go ahead.
Daryl Beardsley.
And please speak up because you're very far away from the microphone.
Move on. Daryl Beardsley, 54 Forest Street. This might be a question more for Sean, and it might not have an answer yet because I don't know if we know enough about PFAS treatment effectiveness just yet. Doesn't have a long track record, but did they test for other water parameters at all the different sites to understand how if there were different water compositions at each of the town locations, and how that might interfere with or otherwise affect PFAS removal?
That is part of the pilot study, and that's why the upfront engineering is expensive. Each public water supply is required, they have to do a pilot study where they send not a jug, it's almost a barrel of water off. Because they have to design the filtration for that. Because like you said, it's not a raw, here's your PFAS number, that's what you have to take out. The chemistry of the water affects how that, so it sounds simple, it's mostly a carbon filter. And carbon filters are very effective, but you have to target it right because you're gonna change other parameters in the water. And for instance, this one, they already know we'll have to add softeners pre-PFAS treatment. And I can't tell you the chemical reason why, but that adds to the cost.
Sometimes it could be if they're using RO, because the salt
Right.
interferes with RO. So.
But that's, that runs up the cost. It also, with space constraints, that matters. And these systems have to be redundant. So 2 softeners and basically 2 filters. So when one degrades, you can swap it.
Thanks. Any other public comments? Seeing none, I'll close the second public comment period and we'll come to advisory voting. Any motions with respect to this consent agenda? Paul?
I move favorable action for free cash funding for capital items 1 through 8.
Very good. Thank you. Who's the second?
Shelley.
Thank you. Any discussion relative to the motion? Then let's vote. All in favor of the motion? Aye. Okay, that's 9-0. Great, thank you. Okay, 2:30. Let's keep going just a little bit further before we take a break. Okay, so Article 10, substantial equipment, supplies, and service purchases. Question for the committee. Preference for doing all 3 of these as a consent agenda or doing the first 2 as a consent agenda, doing the third one separately?
How's it gonna be at the town on the warrant?
So they'll be listed individually on the warrant and Mike Giamo, town moderator, will decide what consent agendas to do at town meeting. Those consent agendas don't have to have anything to do with what we do. So we can do whatever we want and it doesn't constrain what he would do at town meeting.
It's only 3, why don't we just vote on one?
Everybody's, is that everybody good with that?
Yes.
No, what I'm saying is why don't we just vote on them individually and go through what, someone might have a different vote on the third.
If somebody, okay, if there's concern that people might have a different vote, then sure.
Let's just do it.
Would it work okay to do a consent agenda on the first 2, the 2 IT ones? Or I'm guessing everybody's, okay.
I make a motion that we do a consent agenda on items 1 and 2 of Article 10.
Okay, great.
Second.
All right. Give me just a second here.
So that was.
Kelly, who seconded that one? Ken. Okay. All right. All in favor of doing a consent agenda for items 1 and 2? Okay, great. All right. So let's do those as a consent agenda. I know Klaus is online, or Klaus, Jeremy, do you want to just say a few words about those
Yeah,
two items?
He was online, is he?
Oh, he was.
I know there's been another fire, so he might have been.
Okay, Jeremy, if you want to go ahead then.
He would do a description on these more justice than I, but I'll give it a quick summary. Item 1 is for server computer upgrades and replacement. There are 2 network servers that are programmed for replacement, along with 4 PCs and or laptops. All of these items are beyond their expected service life, so the funding would go towards those items. Number 2 is the replacement of townwide of the phone system to upgrade and replace the existing server-based phones with a cloud-based phone system, voice over IP to cloud-based system. It would replace our on-premises system with this cloud-based. This actually has a payback to it. There's cost savings that would be reflected in the operating budget going forward. I don't recall what that payback period is, but it was relatively
I
short.
think it was 3 years, I think 7,500 savings per year, so about 3-year payback.
Yeah, the existing phone system is nearing the point where it's not going to be serviced by the vendor any longer.
Thank you, Jeremy. Okay, so public comment on, this is Article 10, substantial equipment, supplies, and service purchases, items 1 and 2, server computer upgrade and replacement, phone system upgrade and replacement. Any public comment? Seeing none, I'll close the first public comment period and open advisory discussion period. Any advisory comments? Discussion? And again, for people listening in, if you're puzzled about the no advisory discussion, we have had ample opportunity to talk about these things, discuss and share views in prior meetings, and that's why there sometimes isn't so much advisory discussion. Seeing nothing, we'll close the advisory discussion period and open up the second public comment period. And Eric, to you.
So I've been voting unanimously to support these 2 items.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment period and come to advisory voting. Any motions with respect to these 2 items, or this consent agenda?
Move favorable action on accepting items 1 and 2 on Article 10.
Thanks, Pen. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion with respect to this motion? All right. All in favor? Great, thank you. Okay, continuing on, our next item 3, also contemplated as the first 2 to be financed with free cash, is zoning bylaw review and mapping updates, and Annie Weiss is here to tell us about
I
those.
sent you slides.
Yes, I think they'll be up in
they're-
just a second.
I'm sorry, Jeremy's pulling them up, and so I would just say that I'm gonna, for this one, pretty much read through the slides. I mean, I'll go quick. I know we've been here a long day already. This is something that's come up as we've, can't remember what, Article 17 or whatever, our zoning updates bylaw is just the tip of the iceberg of what we've come across. So, like I said, the current bylaws, they've been added to and added to and added to, and doing cleanup and making sure things are conforming and things that language is clear. We've got sections of bylaw that are outdated or just don't make sense. And a full review would identify areas of our bylaw that maybe are not in compliance with the state language, or find areas of where we can reference state language and therefore not be out of compliance and also stay more current. So next slide would be, so as mentioned, site plan review as a whole, it would be, well, actually, an issue that's come up several times over the last couple of years is we have a site plan review process, and it's the same as our special permit process. And there's areas and situations where they shouldn't be the same, they should be separated out. So that would take some legal review to redo our zoning language to separate those out. And we've got, we've created zoning over the years where we allowed for special events, farm for farms, but we use business district language and that's not really appropriate. So that's just one example. Special permit procedures, reviewing those and seeing where we can clean things up and make them more straightforward and not have these pitfalls. Making sure that we are compliant with national laws essentially. So other areas and agriculture section, sign bylaws, your homes over homes. Next slide, thanks. Mapping right now are our base maps. A lot of our zoning is based on 2014 data for geospatial collection. And we haven't had an update to the zoning map since. We've got paper maps in our zoning bylaws that where when we've done an overlay, someone has drawn by hand and kind of cut, paste with PDFs. And so being able to have actual GIS data to work with and have assistance with creating this, we've had a number of volunteers in town who've done work. These types of maps are required for getting a lot of the grants that we get as a town. And we've been lucky that, I know, Marion's son of the years ago has helped because he knows how to do GIS. We've had Seth Malloy do a lot of volunteer GIS work. Tom Painter does volunteer GIS work. That being said, there is a special kind of map that zoning needs to be done, and that we need to make sure we have someone that is qualified and skilled to do those maps for our town. So funding would be used for planning, a planning consultant to review the zoning bylaws. This is a separate consultant that specializes in zoning bylaws. A legal review, so it's a consultant that does the review, also have in tandem with legal review and a GIS specialist to work on the map. And then integrating with all the various systems that we have in town, our assessor office to use some of the map, the base layers and our stormwater layers and basically making sure that some of these things in town that we already use, so it's not completely independent with planning. It's not going to completely solve all the problems, but it will be an asset. This just shows kind of the hands-on maps that we've got right now in our zoning bylaws, showing this large scale photovoltaic overlay district. This is not a shape, I mean, this is not a GIS map, this is a PDF with someone drawing colors on it. And the same thing with our wireless communications overlay district. So again, those were colored in and PDFs that were then submitted and published in our zoning.
All right, thanks, Addie Mae. So public comment on this item. Marion.
I'm Marion Deutschuk, 25 Prospect Street, former member of the planning board, I should say still recovering member of the planning board. I have to say that this is desperately needed. It really is overdue, but maybe it's not overdue because up to now, the computer systems, and particularly the mapping software, has been a moving target. And I think now the programs are at a point where they're stable and really usable. And our zoning bylaws are desperately in need of this kind of an overhaul. So I hope you'll support it.
Thanks, Marion. Mike Giammo.
Mike Chimo, Mill Street, speaking as a zoning lawyer, not a moderator. I agree with Marion. The zoning bylaw has needed this for a while, needs it. I assume having a consultant, legal consult would be a great idea. On the mapping part, I had a question, which is I know a lot of municipalities they carry their zoning overlays on a GIS system based on like Mass GIS capabilities. Have we thought about doing that, or are you talking about doing that rather than having a consultant do something independent?
Yeah, actually, so because the GIS part, actually, Jeremy probably can speak to better.
Yeah, I mean, the town GIS program certainly solving, but that would be an idea. We wouldn't get static maps from the consultant. We would get the shape files, the editable maps that then we could use via a GIS consultant or staff member. Heidi, Tammy is also our building inspector has expressed interest in getting more training in GIS. The editable version. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, Eric.
So would this affect, I'm sorry, would this affect our base map of the actual assessors parcels, or would it just kind of be the overlays? Do you know what I'm trying to say?
I believe this is focused mainly on the overlays and the zoning districts.
Okay.
There's a separate component to the GIS that we need to update in the parcels and some of the other background data in the GIS that is outside of the scope of this.
Then when they created the parcels, basically they're trying to fit like, I don't know, different shape, different layers that didn't fit together. And I'll just give this quick one. On my street, you know, all the error on the street to make it fit came onto my parcel. So when I refinanced my house, they said I was non-conforming, and I was, because it shows this little frontage, because the entire error came in my parcel. So let me know when you read through the base.
We're actually gonna move the road when we pave it. Thanks for that.
That's why I should.
Other public comment?
Just to add, this is not just mapping, it's text of the bylaws. And the mapping aside, the text needs a huge amount of work. And it's more than one volunteer, or a few volunteers can do.
Go ahead, Eddie.
Just on the kind of, the 75,000 ask, the mapping is actually, because as Jeremy said, this type of mapping is really talking about the zoning overlay districts, but because we will get the shape files, then the GIS files, the data will be useful for other applications, but the majority of the fund is the legal review and the zoning review.
Thanks. Other public comment? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment period. Advisory discussion, comments, questions? Ken, go ahead.
Yeah, I attended the planning board meeting where they were discussing in part, well, one of the meetings where we were discussing Article 17. And what I'm going to say is this may sound like a criticism, but it's absolutely the opposite. They need all the help they can get because they have a monumental task in front of them. And even as a somewhat educated layman, I'm looking at some of the bylaws, I'm just like, that's not right. So I think this gets a big thumbs up from me.
All right, thanks. Other advisory comments? Seeing none, I'll close advisory discussion period. Go to the second public comment period. Eric.
Select board voted unanimously to support this item.
Thank you. Other comments? Seeing none, I'll close the second public comment period and we come to advisory motions and voting.
Capital budget, by the way, sorry, I didn't say it the
No,
first
no,
round.
thank you.
Voted unanimously, 3-0 to approve this. And I also want to second what Penn said about the Herculean task. So thank you. What you're hiding done. Thank you.
Yeah.
I make a motion for favorable action on this item. Unless we have
Second.
comments or consent on it.
No, that's great. That's perfect. Let me just get some notes here. That was Shelley. Who was the second? Ben. Okay, great. Any other discussion on the motion? Then let's vote. All in favor? Okay, 9-0, great. Okay, excellent, thank you. So next item would be turf field, track and fencing. So are people okay proceeding? Do people want to take a short break or everybody's good going on? Okay, let's go. Dawn, to you.
Oh my God, you better walk.
Okay. So thank you for allowing us to present this regional capital project today. Let me preface it by saying that we've done our due diligence and there was a meeting that we held with both town finance committees, the regional school committee, and we invited both capital committee meetings to hear a presentation by our project manager. We actually engaged with Activitas. It's a landscape architect, civil engineering firm that administers these types of projects, and their main principal, Mark Novak, did a wonderful presentation. We had an hour-long presentation and questions being answered that is taped on DSCTV. And I highly recommend if you want to get more information than I can do in my 4 minutes and 30 seconds now, that it's a wonderful presentation to hear more from. But we are looking to do a large rehab at our turf field. And let me give you a little bit of history for those who might not understand. So our turf was installed in the summer of 2020 Prior to that, it was natural grass, and it included also the track resurfacing. So not a complete redo of the track, but just the resurfacing.
It was 2012 done.
Sorry, 2012. Yeah, did I say 22?
So 2020, but.
2012, sorry. And the construction was overseen and funded by the DS boosters and then gifted back to the regional school committee. That total price was around $800,000 at that time. The average useful life of an artificial turf is 10 years. We are approaching 13 years. And I will say that the move towards a synthetic field in 2012 greatly expanded the use of a quality playing field, especially for our spring sports. If you think about what your front yard looks like right now, our spring sports started last Monday. We went right on to practicing on the turf. We would not have been able to do that without the turf. So it has definitely changed sort of the dynamics of our high school sports, in addition to being a great use for our community. And then the current conditions of the turf and track are at the point now where it does necessitate replacement. I have two sets of slides. I think is it easier just to continue? We'll show the picture slides.
Yeah, I have them both. I can switch.
Okay, if you want to switch. So we have a couple of pictures from our project manager of the current conditions. I would say the turf is sort of hard to see in these pictures necessarily, but what you do see is the seams are starting to separate, and that provides or that allows for risk exposure for injury if they start coming further during play, if they're failing during play. Next slide shows sort of the fiber loss and matting, the color fading. You can sort of see where it is starting to disintegrate, and there are some areas, I think on the next slide, where you can see where we had to do some repairs. And we also are seeing some unsafe conditions back where the goalie areas are for both. And that sort of is inconsistent playing surface also provides opportunities for more potential injuries for any person on the field. Switching over to the track, I think these visually show much better the sort of the cracks, the degradation, the structural spray wear. I think the next slide actually shows even more cracks. You're going to see all the way down the lane. We have done some repairs, but you can see the discoloration of when we do the repairs, and it's gotten to the point now where some of the cracks are too wide and deep to actually continuing to do the repairs. So the proposed project, if we go back to that, okay, so on the turf, we are replacing the current turf with new carpet. So that's what they call the green layer. And just to clarify, there are now advanced technologies and manufacturing processes that are addressing some of the environmental and safety concerns around synthetic turfs. The current manufacturing protocols are producing the turf carpet all PFAS free. And so if you listen to our consultant, one of the components of PFAS being in manufactured synthetic turf was the lubricant that they were using during the manufacturing process. That has been pulled out several years ago. And if you look at any of the websites for the manufacturing sites that produce this, you will see they're all saying now it is PFAS free. So they have been able to eliminate that from arriving on site at your facility with PFAS already in it. They're all PFAS free. One upgrade that we're doing is we're installing a new cushion pad. That's for added safety. So that is a 1 1/4 to 2 inch cushion that is going to go between the stone base and the carpet, and that is a much safer surface for anyone who's on the turf. So we're actually happy about being able to incorporate that safety precaution or that safety procedure into the. Sorry, I'm stumbling a little bit. Into the project. As far as again on sustainability, we are going to reuse as much of the existing fill as possible, and we also have it in our bid specs that the old carpet needs to be recycled or repurposed. I will say that there is a new plant going online this summer. It's called Turf Recyclers, and they are going to be taking in all replaced or removed turf to bed fields moving forward. They are scheduled to go online this summer. Our project manager did call just to make sure they were still on schedule, and they are scheduled to open and start accepting old carpets this summer. So that is what is planned for the disposal of the old carpet. Moving on to the rest of the project, we obviously the track, the lights and the fencing on the track. So your track has a base asphalt foundation that now over the 25 plus years is starting to degrade. That's what's causing some of the cracks on the surface of the track. So they will go in there, they'll regrind that and recompact it, and then put the new surfacing on top of a brand new base. You only have to do that, you know, every 3 or 4 times. I mean, once every 25 or so years. You do have to resurface though your track if you want to maintain it every 8 to 10 years. So we were a little behind, which have caused some of the additional wear and tear, but also our foundation was giving way. Given that we are taking over this larger project, we are looking to upgrade the lighting. If you wait long enough, things can happen. It's my understanding that technology follows you, that when last time they looked to retrofit LED lights, our poles were not sufficient to hold the new light heads. They now are. So we're going to be able to preserve our existing poles and just switch out the lights with the retro LED. And the biggest plus for us is going to be adding controls. So we can put it on scheduled operations. We'll be able to deal with the lights remotely, which right now we have a box, you have to have a key, and you have to flip the switch on. So it's very antiquated. So this is a very beneficial upgrade for us as far as allowing other outside groups to use the turf facility when we don't have staff on site. And then if you look at our fencing, it is fairly old. It's starting to break apart from the cement foundations in each of the poles that's bent, the gates are broken. So we are also replacing the fencing while we have everyone there doing the large project. Next slide. So what is this going to cost? So we do have a projected cost. Project cost right now of $1,995,000. It is currently out for bid. The bid opening actually is next Thursday. But we're hoping that number will be somewhat less, but that's where what we have right now that we've been presenting. The regional school committee did vote at their March meeting to utilize $350,000 of their excess and deficiency to put towards this project. So using that, taking that away from the $1,995,000, we have remaining 1.6 that we're asking the towns of Dover and Sherborn to share based on their capital assessment percentage. For Sherborn, that's 46.35%, which right now, using the projected estimated cost, is $741,600. Want to highlight too that if you listened, you here this morning and heard our presentation on the budgets, this May is the final debt payment for the middle school. And that provides approximately $700,000 of funding relief in at least our operating budget. So there were some planning processes to sort of schedule this when a year and that we knew that there was going to be some relief from capital funding so that there would be at least some money in the town's budget to help offset this. That was already sort of earmarked for the region.
Another slide, or is that? Okay, good. Thank you, Don. That was very helpful.
There also is the full presentation that I think Jeremy does have that was done by our project manager as well that has much more detail.
Can we ask questions too?
Yes, we'll get to that in just a second. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Don. That was great. You may want to hang out up there because I think there'll be questions. Okay, so we're going to open the first public comment period, and this would be a fine time to ask questions. Paul, we'll start with you.
So the first question is, you're going to reuse the fill. Has anybody tested the fill to see whether the old carpet leached any PFAS into that old fill?
The fill is all going out. So when they're gonna take everything apart, the fill and the old carpet are gonna go out, be cleaned, and they're just gonna shake all the fill out, so the fill will be cleaned.
Well, it's gonna be clean.
Before it's brought back, so it'll be, they're going to take apart, because it's all embedded now, so they're gonna take it, shake it out, clean the fill and bring it back. So it does leave our site, will be cleaned and be brought back.
So what about some testing under the soil, under the,
The existing field,
right, whether
that is
anything
not
has
it,
leached
right.
out into the ground?
So
Any
there is
testing
not plans to test that. We don't really have any water, public water near our fields. As you may know, that all we have is wells, that it's water source on our property. We use Medfield water for our buildings that's piped in. But there's no plans to test the ground.
Okay, I didn't understand what you just said. Is there public water for the buildings, for the students? Or
Not
is it
from-
no water?
It does not come from the
It's public
school.
water. It comes from the town of Medfield.
Okay,
The only water that's taken from our grounds is for our irrigation system. We have 2 wells.
okay, but you're not planning to do any testing to see whether there's
Existing
contamination
PFAS.
from the turf field that was already there?
Sean, you had your hand up, did you want
Well, I was
to?
gonna ask about the crumb. I thought in a meeting, either the other night with Capital or, I thought there was discussion, either that there was an option, or maybe you put as a bid alt to replace the crumb rubber. I mean, certainly,
Yeah, crumb
you
crumb
could find out you
rubber,
don't have enough anyway.
yeah, the crumb rubber is our preferred way to go. There is an alternative bid that's out on the street right now for Brockville, which is a tree shavings from a tree in Georgia, I believe it is. So
So there is the option to not reuse.
there is an option, but then we've got to deal with the disposal of the existing fill. So I mean, from a sustainability standpoint, to keep what we have, you're not looking to dispose that. And it is a more preferred fill for extended use of the field. Where the Brock field, because it's wood, can freeze up and prevent you from using the turf.
Was there an option for encapsulated crumb rubber or that?
Yeah, that's it too, but that is, the more that we've talked through that, we're not sure that really buys you anything. But we have prepared for if we get pushback, that we hopefully have some alternates. To me, our end goal is to get this project approved, so that we can get the work done this summer, and be able to not have to worry about taking the field offline. We are at the point where the field, if you watch the tape, the consultant basically said, so turf slowly, you'll see some issues, and then all of a sudden there's gonna be a steep decline. And we're at that. We're 3 years past useful life, so we don't have time to probably have a plan B or C. So our goal is to do everything that we can to sell both towns on the project, to make sure that we do get it passed for this summer.
Let's come to Marion, then we'll go online to Tom Trainer. Marion.
All right, I understand that the timing and the use of the field in spring is great when you have turf and other schools have turf and competing against other schools. But I take the longer view. In 2012, the school committed to this turf field. And now you say it's too expensive to go back to grass. Well, there are costs to having a turf field too, and the costs, besides putting the finances aside, the costs are really environmental and sustainability costs. First of all, there's a lot of data even coming out as we speak on the effects of the microplastic particles, where they go in the body. Up till now, that hasn't been very well known. Now that's a lot better known, to the point where I'm told that some teams, national and college teams, are going back to grass for that reason. for health reasons. The chemicals in crumb rubber are not just PFAS. And so there's a lot not known about how they leach into the environment and how much is exposed to the humans playing on. A big concern of mine on turf in general all along has been the lack of proven recycling technology. Up until now, and even as we speak, there's one place you can send your spent turf, big rolls of the stuff, for recycling as good as it can be done now, and that's in the Netherlands. So that's been a problem. Now you say there's a new outfit coming online in Massachusetts, which is great. But before I send anything there, I would want to know, how well they're set up. What's the fate of the contaminants that they claim to leach out of the crumb rubber? What's the fate of the plastics? And there's a lot that we don't know from this particular turf recycler that I think we should know before we do this. But the bottom line is that I think over the long term, this period in which we're using turf fields is going to be a limited period in time. And eventually we'll all go back to natural grass or something else. So it's hard for me to support this for all those reasons.
Just to your point, it's not the expense that we're comparing the cost of either. It's more of the not being able, so by not having the one turf, and if you listened over time, the boosters actually wanted to add multiple turf fields on the campus. And the school committee did say no. We have the one, we have the grass fields now that we can rotate. But that one turf field does wonders with using the scheduling so that we're not abusing the other grass fields that we have. And on that turf, then both JV, varsity get to play, youth sports get to play. If we go back to natural turf, it will limit who gets to use the stadium field, and it's going to put pressure on the other grass fields that we have. Sure. So we have had a lot of discussions, and I will say that, the boosters came to the regional school committee one of my first years in this position and had like this phase, 3 phases, and multiple turf fields were going to be proposed. And the regional school committee sort of said no. One turf field serves our needs. It provides us the flexibility that we need, but I think it's become an integral part, at least of high school sports, and I think it would be detrimental to the experience of our high school athletes not to have that available because of the amount of times we would be prevented from using the main field. And if you think about it's going to be straight for all the sports. And if the labor to sort of redo that for all the sports each season and putting that paint and the fertilizer, I think there's other chemicals that we could be putting on natural turf, on natural grass, that sort of balances out a little bit of what we're trying to do. But we have had that discussion, we understand the concerns, but having the one turf field is really, really important to our operations.
Let's go, thanks. Let's go to Tom Trainer online. Tom, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Tom Trainer, 97 Washington Street. And thank you, Dawn, for coming here. And thank you very much, your administration, your faculty, your staff. Another gem in our 2 towns, the regional schools. But I must state I'm really in opposition to making a wrong decision again to create a replacement artificial field in those regional schools. I have like 4 areas that I won't have time to cover right now, but the 4 areas of opposition are environmental issues, sustainability issues, the process by which you may have gone through, and maybe the lack of publicity of this project up until very recently, and finally cost issues. But just maybe picking up on something Marion said on the environmental issues, one real probably one of my biggest problems on this project is your choice of the old-fashioned and known problematic infill crumb rubber. Ground up, recycled automobile and truck tires. That's been known for decades to have high levels of heavy metals, PAHs, VOCs, and more recently, microplastics and a real problem, tire additive, 6-PPD quinone, that's very toxic to aquatic species. And there's alternatives to crumb rubber. Many other towns in Massachusetts have banned crumb rubber. Lexington, Milton, Malden have banned crumb rubber on artificial turf. And the European Union, I was surprised to learn, I wasn't aware of this, but I learned it recently, a year ago, has banned crumb rubber in Europe for artificial turf starting in the year 2031. They realized it's a huge transition for the field, literally. So they've given people 8 years to get rid of crumb rubber so they don't have microplastics in their rivers and in their groundwater. And I'll just maybe finish up by mentioning something. Right next door to both of us, Dover and Sherborn in Medfield, they've been in the middle of a artificial turf field application review at both their Board of Health and Concom and Planning Board for a private school, the Montrose School in Medfield. And they started with a similar proposal with crumb rubber. And I just went to the very last Concom meeting in the past week. And I learned at that meeting that sometime between when the hearing started last fall and now, they've dropped crumb rubber and they have gone to the wood Brock fill. So I think they realized a lot of the dangers of the crumb rubber. And one of the issues that I also have is your field is drained into a very large wetland just west of your buildings. I'm sure you're aware. And those wetlands are drained by a small stream that goes into the Charles River. So this is a much bigger regional environmental challenge to deal with the pollutants that will continue to come out of a field with crumb rubber. So I don't want to take more time, but I could, but I won't. But thanks for listening to me.
Thanks, Tom. Do you want to collect comments?
So a couple of things. So we are aware of it's the Montrose School in Medfield. Actually, Activitas is also working on that project. So we've been in close communication with the sort of the dialogue that's happened over there. I think one of the differences with their school is they're right on a wetland. And so I think with the Board of Health, that is how they are going to potentially get their project approved, is to use the Brockville. As far as PR, we're waiting to get the final bid because we want to go out with a real number, and we do plan on doing like a PR package with FAQs, putting the video online, but we didn't want to go out with a number that is our pre-bid number. We wanted to go out with a real bid number so that we were advertising the project as what it was actually going to cost the two towns. So do know that we have that. We've been working on that. And as soon as the bids are finalized after they're open next Thursday, we plan to sort of start reaching out to the community about this.
And just to what I think is a repeat, the Brockville is going to be an alt.
It is an alt,
yeah.
exactly.
Yeah. Daryl Beardsley, let's go to you and then we'll go back online.
Daryl Beardsley, 54 Forest Street. Probably comes no surprise that my main concern is health and environmental integrity. And I think this is heading in the wrong direction. It's an opportunity to change, return to natural grass. So great comments have been brought up. Paul asked about, are there wells nearby? And Tom mentioned the wetlands. So the material that might be leached from these fields will work its way down into the ground and either go to the wetlands or go to other people's wells, because like Sherborn, people in Dover mostly are drinking from private wells, and groundwater moves. So whatever goes down in one place will eventually move to another place and people will be exposed. So it's not contained to the site.
Please speak up to make sure the mic picks you up.
Oh, there's, oh, I thought it was over here. So I'll do my best. Marion mentioned about the questionable recycling. Certainly there's lots of groups who are tracking what's really happening with the removed used turf. And so there are a number of things that go on, but I have attended international conferences on what happens with plastic recycling in general, how difficult it is, what the challenges are. This is a mixture of 2, 3, and more different types of plastics. That makes it very undesirable. So the trend has been that these things get rolled up, they get placed somewhere. Someone who has fallow land is happy to rent out the land for some period of time, thinking that it's only going to be short, then it's going to go for recycling. That doesn't happen in a lot of cases. The volume of stuff being generated is not worth it. It just doesn't have enough uses. The places where there are recycled plastics that they think are needed, which is great, direct reuse rather than going through the whole recycling process, tend to be in very dry areas, California, Arizona, in Florida, some urban areas. And then they're taking, people are removing these fields for a reason. They're not in great shape anymore, but maybe around the edges, there's some stuff that can be cut off and people will have maybe a little section in an urban yard that they put down this used turf and they selected the remaining good parts that are left around the field. So generally problems with the recycling, that hasn't been overcome yet. Might have fuel value, but it also has greater potential pollution value. There was mention of the encapsulated crumb. There's also encapsulated sand. That's just another plastic material. And often it has some antimicrobials or other kinds of chemicals in it that can be eye irritants, skin irritants, inhalation irritants, and things that leach into the ground. So there's no magic answer to any of this. There's certainly great examples of towns who are have moved. Springfield, Massachusetts, has been moving to natural turf, and that's working in an urban area with a lot of use.
Carol, you've crossed over 2 minutes. If you could kind of pull things together.
In terms of the extended time, we're moving into a time where instead of snow days, we're having children who are being sent home because of heat days. And so having a surface that gets extremely hot is not really going to be an advantage probably in the climate that is coming.
Thanks, Sarah. Other public comments? Oh,
Courtney.
Courtney, yeah, Courtney, go ahead. Sorry, I'm having some trouble with my screen here. Go ahead, Courtney.
No worries. Courtney at 41 Green Lane. For me personally, I would say I agree with Tom and Daryl. Like if I was in charge of the world, we wouldn't put in another turf field. I do appreciate that the school committee and the school administration has like put in an effort to balance, you know, keeping the natural fields, not installing more turf fields, and just kind of having the one. I really appreciated that. I kind of took the temperature of my rising middle schooler, and he is quite opposed to this for environmental reasons. But understanding that there are student athletes that have like different priorities. So I would say if there's one serious concern I would have, it's about the crumb rubber, because it is quite toxic and the kids playing on it, like the particles get on them, they ingest it. There's a lot of things like heavy metals, like binding chemicals, all kinds of things in tires. So I would hope that you would seriously consider alternate fills, and I'm really glad that you're getting a quote on alternate fills as part of the process. So thanks.
Thanks, Courtney. Other public comment, Steve, go ahead.
Just one question, Dawn, is, it does sound like, the decision was made to go to stick with turf, but was there any exploration of what the cost would be to go back to natural grass?
So after the presentation of school committee and some of the questions that we did get from the participants there, we did do a little bit of an exercise on that. You'd have to, we didn't want to pay our project person to do a more specific one for us. Because there's a lot that goes into it. I think what we would have to do is there would have to be actually installation of a third well to handle the irrigation. And if you think about the labor that it would take for us to keep that field up with the line painting, the fertilizing, the mowing, those are costs that have to be built into that. When you look at the cost, just generically, it is less expensive for the initial outlay for a natural field, typically. Ours could be equal, but it's the cost per use that you look at, and you can get many more uses out of a synthetic than you can natural, and that's one of the key metrics that he says that people look at. So when you do that, the cost of the turf looks much lower than the average use of the natural turf, if that makes sense. Because we wouldn't be able to use it as much. So it would make each use cost more.
One quick follow-up. You said you might have to install a third well for irrigation. So before 2012, when it was natural grass, how did you irrigate the field?
We used our wells, but think about, we have expanded our number of grass fields since that time.
Other public
And
comment.
we only had one well at that time. We've added a second well since I've been in the building.
Eric.
Yeah, I guess, one thing it's just point of information, the select board has actually not voted on this yet, just this is the other one. So at the second discussion, we'll have more discussion internal and do it.
Perfect.
The other thing is, I've been advocating, and our previous discussion on the select board makes me think that, I think the board is on board with this, ironically. And I think capital is on board with this as well, where we actually, approve it contingent on a bid, on an actual bid price. The bid is being open in 5 days. Just, I don't want to procrastinate anymore, but do we want to consider deferring our collective vote until after that's open, or which is still well before town meeting? Something for you to discuss when you get up there, and we can discuss here. It's just a thought, because right now we have a number, but it's still just a hypothetical number. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, can I just say on that timing, we timed it so that we know that we have to wait through town meeting. So we had the bid opening on a day that gives us 60 days to hit all those dates. So that's why, as we've been talking a lot today, you can't have a bid and just hold it forever. So the timing of when we did that March 27th was based on us being able to say, we're gonna hold this bid for 60 days to get through all the hoops of the town meetings.
I think it's a good date, don't get me wrong, I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not.
no, but I mean,
no
there's a question
accusation
why we
date.
didn't get it sooner, it's because we timed it to be able to still hold on to the bid and make it through all the town meetings.
It just might result in us, let's say, deferring like a week and a half, maybe like the Monday or Tuesday after the bid is open, or something along those lines, to meet in the evening or something, so just a consideration.
Other public comment. All right, seeing none, I'll close the first public comment period. So let's come around to advisory discussion. And we should also talk about Eric's point. We could decide to meet again, and I think there'll be one other thing we'll want to talk about. So we probably do have to sadly have one more meeting. We could, I think, we should obviously discuss this today, but one thing we should discuss, do we want to defer and wait until after the bid comes in? We'd know what the alternative for Broad Fill was at that time, and then, voted at that time. But let's just start with some discussion now. Shelley, you want to start?
I guess I don't see why we would do that, only because if the fundamental issues that people voting on this have are related to environmental, I don't really know that a different fill is gonna change people's, maybe, I don't know, and maybe I didn't gather enough from this, and also sitting in at the regional school committee meeting, but it doesn't seem like an alternative fill is gonna address like everything. But I could be speaking out of turn, so if there are other concerns, like, if it's just the fill, then I guess maybe it is that,
I mean, I guess the alternative, the Broad Fill, if that fit within, these numbers would address, I think, the crumb rubber concern, not necessarily other concerns.
The overall.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And I think we are gonna have to have another meeting in a week and a half or something. So this would be another item for that if we wanted to do that. Doug, you had a comment here?
Yeah, I would just say, thank you, Don, for that presentation. I mean, at 30,000 feet, I understand that we need to do something, but every decision that we make is a trade-off of competing concerns. So take grass, for example. It's capital cost versus maintenance cost, useful life, playability, health and environmental concerns, and so forth. I think we all attended the presentation by the consulting group you work with. I don't think there was any serious consideration, and it sounds like since then you've done some work, but I haven't seen any analysis of the real cost of returning to grass. Clearly, it would cost less to build it. Clearly, it would cost more to maintain it. I'd love to have seen that analysis, but I don't think that's been done. I do echo a lot of the things, I won't repeat it, but the environmental concerns, I think there was a little bit of a blithe approach at the presentation about, heavy metals and crumb rubber. I think the guy presented actually said you can ingest this stuff, have no ill effect. I find that hard to believe. Any simple Google search on this topic brings up the things that Daryl brought up, Marion brought up. I'm very concerned about potential PFAS contamination already in our soil and maybe it's not a school well for school drinking water, but there are neighbors right next door to it. I'd like to have seen a better analysis of all these issues before I feel like I could support this proposal.
Okay, thanks, Doug. Other comments? Oh, go ahead.
Right, I'm in favor of this proposal. So I think it's an important project to maintain services for the athletes. Case in point, this past Monday was the first day of spring practice, and I picked up my daughters there, and it was a rainy day on Monday, if you remember. And there were 4 high school teams practicing on that turf field. There were boys and girls, lacrosse, and boys and girls track and field. And I think I was actually the note taker at that consultants meeting, and I think they did address environmental concerns, and I think they take those seriously. And my notes say that I think as far as the chrome rubber and the choice of that, he was saying that it's disproved by scientific research because you need an acidic to actually dissolve the heavy metals and actually bring them out. So I think the school can work with our consultant to make sure that the environmental issues are addressed. So I'm in favor of this. I think they're doing the right thing as far as making sure the environmental and sustainability topics are addressed.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. Nora, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm in favor of this also. We have one turf field, as we were saying, Don. All the other fields are grass, and having a daughter who went through at least 10th grade here as a varsity athlete, and then going to D1 soccer for at least 2 years. It is really critical that we have, at the very least, at one field. I think that's a good compromise. 2 other things, if you could comment on the track part, because the track part was just a quick fix so many years ago. Right. It wasn't a total redo. So I just want you to comment on that for everybody. And then also the potential revenue source for the lighting.
Right, so 2 things, yeah, so I think I mentioned a little bit about the track. So the last go around the boosters, it was just a resurfacing. This go around, the asphalt base needs to be re-ground up and compacted, because right now it's actually shifting just like your driveway does. And that's what's giving some of the cracking situations we're seeing in the track. It cracks anyway because of our age, but that's accentuating the track. So you do that every 3 or 4. You do that once every 3 or 4 times that you resurface your track. Given that we're doing the turf, because we've had questions back and forth, can you phase this? And we talked about economies of scales on a lot of things. This project makes sense to do all at once because they're going to be in there with all their equipment, doing some of the same work. So they're going to basically rebuild the base of the track and then resurface it. Therefore, there are costs in this $1.9 million that won't happen again. That's why I said this is sort of a really big rehab of this facility. And so it won't be, I'm not gonna say never, but you can space it out differently now, but we're at the point where we had to take care of a lot of things and it made sense to do it all in one. Regarding the lights, because as I mentioned, we're gonna have more flexibility to have more non-school groups use it after hours because of the ability not to have staff there to have to deal with the lights. The regional school committee will probably be looking at their rental fee schedule, and there's potential to bring in more revenue from that to sort of build up a fund to help future replacements. It's not going to be enough to replace the whole charging because we don't overcharge because at least our own community youth programs we look at it as community service, but there is a little bit more revenue potential because of the light upgrade. I will say just so you know, the regional school committee, we've actually funded the whole sort of planning, design, project administration, so that is not included in this number. We are funding that out of our building rental and the athletic revolving of monies that we've built up. So that's what it's allowed us to sort of get that process going faster, and that we've been funding that piece of the project. And I'll just add real quickly too, if you've been over to sort of our facility, you'll see brand new bleachers. That also was completely funded by outside donations and revolving funds within the school. And that was a huge improvement to what we had. Now they're ADA accessible. There's a press box that you don't have to climb a treehouse ladder to get to. And so we are very thankful that we've had the funds to be able to do that without coming to the town. So do know there's things that we have done on our own, but we see this as a sort of a community facility. If you go over there at any time on the weekends, you're gonna see not our student athletes, you're gonna see community members taking advantage of that. We have walkers all the time on the track. So this is a project that we felt very comfortable bringing it to the town and asking for funding.
Okay, Doug, you wanted to
Just on that point, I mean, Don, you're describing a trade-off, right? So if we rented the fields, we could get some revenue, but it's gonna decrease the useful life of the fields. So
I don't think to the level that, because we're never gonna use it 24/7.
okay, well, just common sense is the more you use it, the shorter the life. The other thing I didn't add in my earlier comment, which you brought up lighting. I asked this question at the meeting. I don't think there was any serious consideration of non-LED lighting or more conventional lighting. Again, there's trade-offs in terms of capital cost versus operating cost. I get that. But there's no consideration of the scientific evidence that it's well understood that LED lighting suppresses various human hormones like melatonin, which regulates sleep. LED lighting does eventually wear out. It is full of heavy metals, arsenic, lead, nickel, so forth. That's gonna have to be disposed of. Maybe it's 20 years from now, but this is a decision to put what is essentially poisonous light bulbs out that we're eventually gonna have to get rid of. So that's another consideration I don't think has been thought.
Penn, go ahead.
Okay, so my thought about this is, I can understand a little bit about both sides, but what I would say is that the arrival of PFAS as a thing to deal with is like, never heard of it, bang, it's here. Makes me think that there may well be environmental or health issues or even regulatory issues coming down the pike as regard to turf fields. And I think I'm hearing enough. I don't know enough to have my particular concerns, but looking at how things work, I could imagine us buying into now something that is very much out of favor and maybe even has to be undone or mitigated or treated in some way within a fairly short period of time. So I would find it, more conservative thing to go to something that is a known and accepted quantity, which is going back to grass fields.
Other advisory comments? So I'll offer a view. You know, as with so many things in life, right, trade-offs. Greater use from the turf field, some environmental considerations. I think I come down on the side of, you know, this is replacing like for like, so I think I'm comfortable with the project as proposed. I'm interested in what the additional cost for the Brock fill would be. So, you know, I'm wondering if as a committee, maybe we would want to save our decision for a week. We'll see what the select board decides to do, but whether we want to think about saving our decision for a week and a half, so we can see what the Brock fill numbers are, and, you know, maybe be voting on a proposal that, you know, if that's a reasonable alternative, you know, might include that, rather than we vote on one thing today and then sentiment shifts as to exactly what the project might be. One other thing, just in terms of, you know, where are different people in the community on this? I had the opportunity a few weeks ago to go meet with a class of third graders at Pine Hill School to talk about town government. That's sit in this chair. That's one of the things that you get to do, I guess. It was a lot of fun. And they asked, you know, what are some of the capital projects? I mean, the third graders are pretty sophisticated. What are the capital projects that the town's considering this year? So, you know, I was trying to think about which ones to talk about. So I pretty quickly settled on the turf field as one to talk about. Now, it was a brief conversation. We didn't get into a lot of details, but the reaction almost to a person amongst the third graders was, we're in third grade. If there's a new turf field, we're going to get to middle school in 3 years. Yay, turf field. So there was some enthusiasm there for what that's worth.
I appreciate your constituents that
yeah, exactly.
They'll be voters eventually.
Doug, hang on, we're still doing advisory discussion. So if you have a point directly on that,
story, though,
go ahead.
I organized a third grade trip, and I had a kid in the auditorium ask me how much the select board got paid.
Ah.
I said, tell your parents we're raising your taxes in order to cover our salaries.
Yeah.
And if I would say capital budget vote of 3-0 in favor of this.
Okay. Other advisory comments?
I guess I will just say that I hadn't given the environmental issues as much thought until this conversation today, and it's definitely giving me pause. Yeah, giving me pause.
Oh, go ahead, Mark.
Just one more question. Yeah. So we have one turf field, and how many grass fields do we have there, and who uses those? Is it?
Right, so we have, I think 5 grass fields, because we took over the back field, so you don't see the fields, but if you go back, that emergency access up there, that's used by our teams to practice, but the youth do a lot of the back fields. And the JV teams a lot of times play on the 2 grass fields on farm. And I think there are 5 in total.
So there's somewhat limited.
Yes, and you have to rotate them. And as any of the towns know, you know, like they'll take a field I live in Dover, so they'll take Chickering off for a season. So you have to rotate them. So we've got it down to where the current use allows those fields to be maintained. And we don't necessarily have to do the rotation because we have enough to spread it. But if we take all the stuff that goes on the turf and try to put that on the grass, it's going to limit how much we can use those grass fields because they will have to go on offline.
And Sean, can I ask you, do you mind if I have one more question?
No, go ahead,
Okay.
go ahead.
Sean, fertilizer, maintenance, you're doing all that over on Laurel, I take it?
Well, you keep their fields a lot better than any of the Sherborn rec fields that we take care of. But, yeah, you're not going to get a field to recover without putting chemicals on it. And you can, you know, we obviously use organics, but it's chemicals. Kids are swallowing that as they're freaking getting stuffed in the face. I mean, it's a reality. And you're going to pump a lot of water in. I don't know what Dover does, because Dover during droughts has restricted well use of private wells. I don't know if they made you stop.
No.
But it could happen.
Yeah.
And then, you know, fields aren't going to recover. If anyone goes to Laurel in a month, you're gonna see what happens after an incredibly good early growing season. We put a lot of money into those fields and they're completely destroyed thanks to July, August, September, and well, not July. It rained in July, August and September. It just ruined what was probably about $100,000 worth of field.
And it gets dangerous for the players too.
Well, it is, right. I mean, anyone that grew up with kids playing on Laurel, it's like playing on a concrete floor.
Mike, go ahead.
I mean, I'll just chime in that I have a first grader who loves his sports, so I have zero hesitation about moving forward with this project and looking forward to him playing on this turf field.
All right. So I do have maybe this question for Jeremy or other experts in the audience. If advisory does defer its vote, would we have to repost for a public hearing as a continuation, or could that just be done in an advisory meeting? It just occurred to me that that might be a concern about not voting today.
Well, yeah, you'd be close, you could vote outside of your public meeting. I'm not sure what the tradition has been here in Sherborn, but, you know, your public hearing is
getting all the information
getting
if
all the
we vote at a
information,
later
public
date.
feedback, but your vote could be outside
be
of a public hearing at a public meeting.
I mean, we certainly would post for the public meeting if we did that. Corey?
Just the tradition, if you want to call it that. When I was on advisory, we several times actually went early to town meeting, sat down in the cafeteria with a posted meeting and either re-voted or gave a final vote on a particular recommendation.
Okay, thanks, Corey. Paul?
I was just gonna confirm basically
Great.
what Corey was just saying.
Okay.
As a town council to a number of communities, you often have a hearing and then no decision for days, weeks thereafter.
Okay.
As long as you stick to the record that was made at the hearing.
Yep.
You can't take new evidence at the hearing that doesn't have an opportunity for people to comment on.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Paul, that continuing the hearing might be a better idea. If you need to continue it for a week until after the 27th, at the end of the session today, you just say, continue this hearing to give a date certain.
And that doesn't require any
You have to post it-
special,
you have to post it
post it
so
as a
you don't
meeting,
mail
but
it.
it doesn't require any special stuff. Okay,
That's what I
okay.
was thinking, in fact, to be honest.
Yeah, okay, all right. So we have, so it sounds like we have scope. We might at the end need to talk about when that would be, but it sounds like we have scope to do that if we wish.
So does that then impact, we have to have written drafts for our advisory report to you by March 27th, next Wednesday?
This one
would
would
need
just
to
come in,
refer-
right, it would just
Okay.
come in later.
But
Yeah.
it would still be able to be incorporated in the draft to get, or the
Yeah,
advisory
yeah,
report that gets
yeah,
mailed to everyone?
Yeah, we would make it work. It'd get a little jammed at the end, but we would make it
Okay.
work.
I've also seen if I could.
Right, Jeannie, we make it work?
Jake, can I make a suggestion? You go.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
often see decisions, reports from finance committees and advisory committees that say for a particular article to be determined and announced at town meeting or something.
Yeah, okay,
like
that's
that.
an option too.
You
Good.
don't have to have everything in your report
Okay.
covering every article and every
Yeah.
eventuality. You can for a particular
Okay.
article.
Okay,
Observe it.
thanks for that. So we have some flexibility if we need it. Sean, were you gonna jump in with a quick?
Yeah, I was just gonna make a suggestion, because I don't think this is that complicated, but if you don't vote, you're gonna give up your opportunity to do a good write-up, whether there be two opposing views or not. But, I mean, couldn't you get creative enough with some contingencies in your vote? If she has an estimate, there's obviously an upper limit that we're willing to
Yeah.
to pay, right? Couldn't you just make it contingent and
Yeah.
obviously that affects, you may re-vote it at town meeting,
So-
before town meeting. but-
Yeah, okay. Jeannie, can you just remind us of when
It
the,
has to be mailed to households 10 days prior, it has to be in households 10 days prior to the town meeting. So that would be April 19th, it would have to be there.
which means it has to be mailed by April 12th?
No, mailed by, it could be mailed the 17th and be in the households by the 10th. It's just the printer, the person who prints it needs it at least a week before,
So that would be like the April 10th,
somewhere around
more or
there.
less. Okay. Okay. So that would mean if we met in, let's see, a week would be, it wouldn't literally be Saturday, 29. So if we met like, say, the first Monday in April, if that worked on people's schedules, we'd still be in time to get a full write-up and get everything in. again, people want to vote today, we certainly can. I was just trying to check out the options, in terms of flexibility. So, all right, so thoughts on voting? Would people prefer to vote today or to try to schedule a meeting for whatever that is, April 1st, 2nd, around there, Penn?
Given everything we've heard and the fact that we're learning on this, I would prefer to vote another time.
Okay.
But I also want to make sure, and it sounds like this won't be a problem, that we do it in time, that we can get the write-up in, because I don't think this is something we will depend on.
Yeah, and I think the timing, provided we can find a date that works for a meeting, I think that timing will work.
Should I ask our board or, sorry?
Give us just one more second and then we'll shut down this thing. Getting a sense people are more or less okay. We'll see what the select board does, but more or less okay with, I mean, we're gonna have to have another meeting anyway, so more or less okay with deferring the vote. Okay, all right. Okay, so let me then, if everybody's good, let me close the advisory discussion.
Were you doing a second round of public or not?
We are. So we're going to close the advisory discussion session. We're going to open the second public comment period, and we will start with the select board.
So as indicated, we have not voted on this yet. We wanted to see the presentation, so I'll have my debate with the board here. As I see it, essentially there's two ways to go here. We're saying, one, it sounds like some people, no matter what the cost is, don't want to do this no matter what. It could be $5. It doesn't look like this. Some people oppose this just on its intrinsic nature, its inherent quality. Other people like myself care more about the cost. Would like to see, I've always said, I'd like to see final numbers, which are pretty close, and I tend to veer in that direction. I guess, let me know your opinion.
So I have a suggestion.
Yeah.
Because I think we're both concerned about cost and we're concerned about environmental safety. And it seems to me I'd like to be able to approve a turf field provided and have some environmental protections built into it. So for example, if the sub-bid comes in and is much more environmentally good than what they're planning right now, and if the cost is reasonable, that's where I'd want to go, rather than just crumb rubber. So I think we can do both. We can say we support a number, but also we want it to be environmentally safe.
Mary, do you have something?
Well, I'm probably gonna be the outlier here, but it's not only the crumb rubber, it's the actual plastic material that the artificial grass is made of, and other components that can't be substituted, or there's no substitute now. And, people played on turf for decades and decades, and somehow made do. The schedule wasn't as great, but,
Played on grass.
we played on grass, thank you. I still take the long view, and I'm still concerned, no matter what comes up about other kinds of fill, I'm still really concerned about the lack of documented recycling and total life cycle recycling of this stuff. So I'm probably not going to make a compromise.
I'll just make it quick, there's two outliers.
Okay. I sense that as well, yeah.
Don did a great job, and I think the analysis rate, and I coached base soccer for probably 20 years and had to reschedule games, so I know what you said, and I played Division I lacrosse on grass. So, but I wouldn't support a turf field at any dollar amount.
I'm actually gonna make that 3. So I also don't believe that I am gonna support this in any form if it is a synthetic material. I honestly believe that PFAS obviously is an emerging concern, and I think that now something that's come under the radar is microplastics really coming right in on the heel of it. And the concern with PFAS and microplastics is different from the concern with sort of chemical fertilizers, because those generally speaking, while they're toxic, the body's liver can process it, the kidneys will excrete it. But PFAS and microplastics bioaccumulate. That's why PFAS are called forever chemicals. They don't break down in the environment or in the body. So PFOA, which is kind of the most famous PFAS, was eliminated in the US manufacturing probably a decade, 15 years ago. But even now, infants that are born years after PFOA has been eliminated, they have PFOA in their blood because it's everywhere and it collects. I'm gonna get a little graphic now, but microplastics similarly have been found in various organs in the human body, including human testicles. There was a study that looked at human and canine testicles, and they found microplastics in both, with higher amounts in human testicles because they've had longer time to accumulate. They're found in the brain. The brain has a special blood supply with a blood-brain barrier, effectively a filter that's supposed to exclude everything that the brain doesn't need to live. Microplastics get through the blood-brain barrier and are found in human brains. So I think that decades from now, people are going to look back at this time when plastics and PFAS were so prevalent, and they're going to look at it in the same way that we now look back at asbestos and lead paint and leaded fuel. When I hear, and I really appreciate the fact that there's only one turf field and that the school committee has sort of held off the desire to have more. But when I hear that, oh, but we've got all these various sports that really need this one field, sort of what I hear is like, asbestos is an amazing material. And I hear, oh, our gymnasium, we just need this one fireproof room because the DS flamethrower team really needs a fireproof room. And asbestos is just the most cost-effective way of doing that. And I'm just like, that, it doesn't justify the use of asbestos. And I just don't think that laying down a whole bunch of synthetic material is the right thing to do now. So I don't think I'm going to support it.
Do you know there's 8 grams of microplastics in the older adult brain, the same weight of a plastic spoon?
Oh, wow.
Can I just add some things that you said with regard to PFAS?
Can you speak up, Paul?
With regard to PFAS, the guy from EPA was telling me that they're only addressing 6 PFAS chemicals, but there's thousands out there. And that to do all the testing, they have to put this stuff into animals and see what happens to the animals. And so it takes years to test each chemical. If they had to test all of the PFAS chemicals that exist, we are talking about like 1,000 years before they could complete all the testing. So that's point number one. So the testing's not complete. You know, all these other PFAS that aren't regulated. Point number 2 is that the standard right now in Massachusetts is 20 parts per trillion, but it's going to go to 4 parts per trillion from the federal government. The state's going to move to that sooner or later, but in the meantime, all the designers and engineers are designing to the 20, because that's what the law requires in Massachusetts. So you get PFAS at the 20, even though in a few years, that's going to be obsolete and has to be thrown out or treated differently. The other part to realize is that PFAS is an artificial chemical. And so companies like Monsanto came out in the PFAS litigation. People are suing the manufacturers for the PFAS that they've made. That Monsanto has this neat little marketing thing where they stop the use of regulated PFAS, say we're not manufacturing anymore because they manufacture a new chemical which they don't identify as a PFAS chemical, but ultimately will be identified as a PFAS chemical, to replace the PFAS chemical that's regulated. And then they sell that and make a lot of money off of the sale of the replacement chemical that, again, will take years for the government to catch up and figure out that that's dangerous. So all the stuff, I agree with Marion, I agree with Steve, and I agree with Jeff, that environmentally, you don't want to have any of that in this. But I heard them say that this was all PFAS free, and I don't know what that means. Was that the 20 parts per trillion, or to 4 parts per trillion, or really 0? And is it all of PFASs and all the family of PFASs, or what does that mean? Based on, again, what Steve said and Marion said, I suspect that it's just a marketing gimmick from the chemical companies, and that really all we're doing is substituting one PFAS for another PFAS.
So it sounds like a lot of the board is pretty much on the same page. Without any further debate, does someone want to make a motion relative to this?
All right, I move that we not support our request of the regional school to replace the turf field with more turf. That said, we'll be open to hearing alternative plans for that field, and appreciate all your efforts, Don, but yeah.
Well, I mean, I think that there's a lot of different opinions. I have papers to say, some of the things that you're saying we can prove, doesn't really, I think definitely for health. I have a paper here, environmental health sheet from the Massachusetts Department of Public Health, talking about artificial turf fields and its impact on the person. And you have to have high levels of exposure. So I think our goal now will have to prove that, that we can sort of back up some of the things that you're saying that probably aren't in reality.
I mean, just a note on the scientific literature that I lived with my whole life. One article doesn't make an argument for me, so you have to look at the whole literature.
So I'm going to vote in favor of this motion, but I do want to say that if you prove to me that this is safe, I'm happy to reconsider. I just don't want any child to run the risk of the kind of things that Steve was identifying if they don't have to.
Well, I agree, and the regional school committee who represents students doesn't want that either.
So if you can come back and prove, I'm willing to reconsider, but in the meantime, I'm going to vote with this.
I'm going to second Marion's motion, but I do just want to say that they can't possibly prove that it is safe any more than we can prove that it is unsafe. There's uncertainty, and that's the thing that makes me hesitate, is that you can't prove it one way or the other, but there is mounting evidence that all plastics and PFAS are going to be a major environmental and public health, probably disaster in the coming decades, and
I won't worry about it.
You're gonna outlive me, Robert, I think.
Take the plastic bottles on your table.
Probably half the plastic already.
You're probably not playing on the turf field anyway.
We've got spoons in our head. So it does sound like it's gonna go this way, but I'm just gonna make a quick statement before I actually collect the vote. I'm actually going to vote against this, and I simply would like a little more time. That's why I also prefer to look into myself a little bit. I do believe a fair amount I've heard here, but also I've been on boards and town stuff for decades now. And you just kind of hear hyperbole of it. Not say I don't trust anyone here. I want to actually look into it myself. This is a big decision to turn something down like this. So I myself am going to vote against this current, motion and second, strictly for time purposes. That's all it is. With that being said, with motion and second not to support this, all in favor, say aye, and please raise your hand. Aye. And those opposed, nay. Okay, that's a vote. We're still public comment.
Yep, okay, thank you, Eric. So still in public comment period, Corey, go ahead.
I'm not making a comment that's pro or con to this, but I did want to add a piece of information about something that was mentioned earlier, that when I attended the presentation by Mark Novak, he mentioned several times that the primary degrader of the turf field is not usage, but it's by large margins, it's the sun that does the damage.
Okay. Thanks, Corey. Okay, So we're still in public comment. Let me go to Daryl in the room. Please speak up, and then we'll get to people online.
Here it is. Daryl Beardsley, 54 Forest Street. So,
2 minutes.
okay, I want to address the cost question came up. One thing is there's a big hidden cost here, and that is with the disposal. Because really, nobody wants to take this. They don't want to dispose of it. It's expensive. It's not easy to do. And with the chemicals that are embedded, and as Steve has pointed out, you know, these things are showing up in the environment and the impacts of them are getting recognized. So I work with manufacturing facilities. Disposal costs are a huge deal. And that long-term liability, you have to understand, even if you send it to someone who says they're going to recycle it, and you have paperwork that says you only want to recycle it. If they don't, and they dump it somewhere and it contaminates something, that company will find a way to go bankrupt, and they will track down everyone who contributed material. And even if you contributed a small fraction, the legal costs alone will be very huge. So a lot of my clients have me researching this stuff all the time to find out what they're buying to use in manufacturing and what the implications are going to be for them long term. So that's just a cost that we tend to forget about as residents and as municipalities. Very real. The other cost thing I've mentioned is that it's not a lot of, you know, you don't have someone coming talking about organic turf field management much, because they're kind of the costs that they do. It's not the whole package, it's selected services. I did check with them a couple years ago for between $20,000 and $30,000 over a 2-year period. They will come, they will analyze the conditions of the fields as they are, the soils, other dynamics, what it would take to improve that, and then they'll work with the town to set up a, you know, long-term maintenance regime. And they've been successful around the country in all sorts of environments, dry, wet, northeast, what have you. And then on a personal note, I'll say that my daughter was very engaged in athletics. Her friends were in athletics. First time I think we went to an artificial field, they thought this is great. After that, never wanted to be home again in the rain, terrible, horrible soccer games, and pleasant soccer games on grass fields. So it's not a universally loved thing, but they weren't in a pressurized competitive environment. They were teams from multi-towns that would get together because they loved the sport. And that's what they cared about, not whether they were playing on a field that would be at a, you know, flat, perfectly predictable.
All right.
Whatever.
Thanks, Daryl. Thank you. All right, let's get a couple more comments. Michael Lesser online, go ahead. You are still, we can't hear you.
How's this?
Got it.
Okay, sorry. Michael Lesser, 54 Forest Street. I'm not in favor of this, but I'll say that part of the problem I feel here is sort of akin to some of the issues we have with the library issue of the process. We're coming to a process here where it's 3 years overdue, they say. We've gotten more that, and there wasn't a full process of just sort of going through all the options of looking at the grass field option in detail so that we have it one side by side with the turf field issues in terms of costs and usability. Maybe there are even improvements in how they put in grass fields that would make their longevity, their longer period of use during the year and work better, but that doesn't seem to have been given a chance to look at. I'd almost say go back and do a one-for-one kind of comparison of these things if you really feel strongly about turf. And if you feel really strongly about turf, I would say at a minimum, don't use the crumb rubber, even though there are liabilities of getting rid of it, as Daryl just said, that will stay with us. But at a minimum, I would say it's not a matter of cost. I would say in the compromise between environmental and use, if people aren't going to just deny the turf field, at least at a minimum, change the fill and don't make it a cost issue. It's just an environmental balance between what everybody's been saying. And then I'll just say that to Doug there, LED bulbs have a much lower environmental impact than regular bulbs, given the electricity that gets generated to using it, that there aren't such environmental impacts of using LED bulbs. We could talk about it some other time, but most of what you said doesn't really fit with what is thought about LED bulbs and what's in them. And to Sean about the fertilizers and the chemicals on the field, as somebody else said, yes, there are some chemicals, but a lot of it could be that's not comparable to the kind of chemicals that we're seeing in some of the turf materials. So as somebody else also said, so at a minimum, better fill, but preferably look better at the turf, at a natural grass option before deciding which way to go.
Thanks, Michael. All right, Tom Trainer online. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Dan. Again, Tom Trainer, 97 Washington Street. I just thought I'd bring up a point of information, and Dawn brought it up about quote recycling. I listened to the February 12th recording and got a copy of the slides from the design company that mentioned they would have the older field recycled. It's not quite true. What I learned is, and Dawn mentioned this company, Turf Recyclers, in Rockland, Mass. They are building a building right now. And this is a spinoff of a company that installs turf fields. But what they're building, and I learned this by attending, or actually I didn't attend, I listened to 2 recordings of Rockland ZBA meetings where the company was trying to get the site approved for this quote recycling center. What they're going to be doing, and they did get approval from the Rockland ZBA. They also got a Mass DEP hazardous waste license, I'm told. What they're going to do is, they're proposing to do is take older turf fields like this one from Sherborn, and they currently have on their property piles of turf fields from several other towns, so they better finish this building soon. They're going to take those strips of artificial turf and do a simple water extraction and come out with it with a clean fraction of recycled crumb rubber and recycled sand. And that's the extent of the process at that site. And then they're going to be left over with the polluted water that they're going to have to dispose of through their DEP license. But the end result will be, cleaned up toxic crumb rubber that can come back to Dover to put in a new turf carpet. But the carpet, it's not clear what's going to happen to that carpet, whether it's going to end up in landfills or incinerators or kennels or mini golf courses, what typically happens with turf fields these days, or what the town of Portsmouth, New Hampshire found. Their turf field, even though they were guaranteed through a contract of a turf installer, ended up in a warehouse in New Jersey, or the situation that the town of Lexington is right now. They had a turf field replaced a couple of years ago and paid for a contractor to recycle it, and had in their bid documents chain of custody requirements. Last I checked on the town of Lexington website, they're still waiting for those chain of custodies. It's never happened in two or 3 years.
Can you wrap up?
Thank you. Perfect timing. I'm done.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay, other public comment. Seeing none, I'll close.
Can I just respond to?
Oh, yes, go
just
ahead,
the
Don, sure.
planning? So it's
Sure.
the replacement of the turf field, if you follow our 5-year capital plan, has been there. for more than 5 years. It never was the goal of the regional school committee to do anything other than the turf. So therefore, we did not come up with a plan A and plan B because their desire is to replace like with like, taking advantage of all the technology advances that have taken place. But I didn't want that to be, there was no intention to look at either, and therefore that's how this played out.
No, thanks, Don. I was also gonna add, just as a point of information, again, economists always thinking trade-offs. And obviously environmental concerns. This similar set of issues came up when the town considered an artificial turf field at Laurel Fields. And the decision was that let's not do artificial turf there, and let's instead do some kind of intensive management of natural turf. And you'll recall that at that time, the Rec Commission's operating budget went from 15,000 to 150,000, because the expectation is it would be $135,000 a year to do the management of natural turf at Laurel Field. So just trying to think about how might one quantify some of these trade-offs and points. Jeff.
One quick historical note is that we never had this debate in 2012 because Roger Reno donated the field.
Right.
So
right.
All four of the grandkids.
Yeah, so that changed things. Right.
I think there was some debate because Robin Hunter actually said she could forward me some papers that they had to use.
Marino also lives in Dover too, but
yeah, okay.
Most of the kids, but it was a philanthropic donation is my point.
Yeah, thanks. Daryl, last public comment, and then we'll close this off.
I was just going to say on the cost you just mentioned, I don't believe that 135 is for the management of the field, it was for the irrigation system.
No. It was for the management of the field. The irrigation system is this completely separate project that was funded through ARPA. It was not irrigation. It was for management of the field, and that 135,000 has remained in their operating budget, and the irrigation project has been a separate project primarily funded through ARPA funds.
I'll offer it. I don't know if you'll still have it. Probably 15 years ago, I was looking at artificial turf for a project that we were doing, multiple towns, Wellesley was the lead. Penn State at that time did excellent evaluations of the cost of artificial turf fields and because they used both. And they came out quite similar, just in different categories, and they both functioned well. So I will see what I can do.
Yeah, I think people would welcome, if there's good information, I think people would welcome that. Okay, so let me close the second public comment period and come to our advisory thing. Are we, given what we just heard, people happy? Let's see, so trying to get the calendar in my head. So one, I can say with certainty that we will be continuing this hearing Monday night to finish working through warrant articles given the time now. And would advisory be interested in meeting? I think it would be Monday, March 31. Would that be a possibility for maybe a second continuance of the hearing to come back to this issue after the bids come in and we see all of that?
Sure.
Did you say? The Monday, March 31, say at 7. Would that work for folks?
We usually meet Wednesday, right?
Yeah, I'm just trying to, I'm trying to pull it forward to ensure that we can hit Tuesday, April 1.
I'm unavailable.
The problem with Wednesday is what?
We could do Wednesday. I am just trying to give us as much time as possible before our report has to go to the printer. If Wednesday is the day that works for everybody, let's do that, because it's more important that we're all here. All right, so
Monday's tough for me.
Okay, so Wednesday.
I could do it at 8 maybe, but I don't.
Wednesday, April 2nd.
I can do it remotely.
Okay, yeah, all right. So we'll tentatively plan on that. We'll do a continuance at the end of this meeting for April 2nd. Okay.
I don't think you need our presence on April 2nd since we did vote on
Right,
this.
right.
But just in case we want to meet that night, does anyone have any concerns or anything?
Let's schedule it.
April 2nd, I think, so, just, you know, so we'll post something.
Okay.
We'll post something just in
Okay,
case.
so it'd be Wednesday, April 2nd at 7 PM. And we'll obviously all be here continuing on, what is it, Monday, the 24th. Because we're not going to get through everything in a reasonable length of time
Just
tonight.
on the process today,
Yeah.
I know a huge part of the volume of the warrant is these zoning bylaws. Did everyone on our committee end up meeting directly with
I
us?
think so.
Because speaking for myself, I got every single question
Yep.
answered.
Yep.
I feel like that if everyone else did,
Yep.
maybe that's something we could do expeditiously, even though it's a
Yeah.
huge number.
Yeah.
of pages.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was incredibly helpful that Tim Kenny and Heidi Doyle spent the time with us and really went through it and answered questions. Addie May was the one who was going to present on that today. Given that we're going to have to meet on Monday, she had a family emergency and can't be here. So I think we're going to defer the zoning articles to Monday, and we'll get as many of the other ones done today as we can. But since we're going to end up being then anyways, we might as well wait until there's a time when hopefully Addie May could be back with us. Okay, so Penn.
It's just a technical question. So I know we're continuing on the 24th. Will the meeting after that be technically a continuation of this meeting or a continuation of the continuation?
I think what we would do is at the end of this meeting, we'll continue to the 24th. And I think then at the end of the 24th, we would continue to the 2nd. And we'll have to post for that because we haven't posted for the April 2nd meeting yet. For the experts in the room, does that?
Yeah, you have one hearing that's continued over 3 nights as the way.
Yeah, and well, tonight we continue it to Monday and then Monday we continue it to the following week. Okay, okay.
This topic is the only thing you have to be certain about is that you continue to a time certain. So you'll have to.
Yes, okay.
Middle meeting, you'll
Okay.
have to do it. Yeah.
Okay, so what we're gonna do right now is, at the end of this meeting tonight, we'll continue to Monday.
But not on this topic.
We will just continue to Monday for whatever topics we get to, but I think we've all agreed that we won't get to this topic until subsequent continuance. Okay, well then we are done with this warrant article for today. Let me suggest, all right, it's 4:11. Let's take a 5-minute break, come back at 4:16. We'll push forward. Thank you, Dawn. We'll push forward through as many articles as we can, other than the zoning articles, and then we'll be back and finish up Monday night. So back in 5 minutes at 4:16. So welcome back. Let's keep going. All right, so we are through capital projects. We're coming up to the other articles. As I mentioned before, I think we're going to shoot to try to end around 5 or just a little bit past today, since we will be back Monday at 7. So the first one that's up should be very straightforward. It's Article 12, which is use of free cash. The reason this article is always on the warrant is sometimes there are uses of free cash other than things we've already specified. And this year there are none. So I'm thinking the sensible advisory motion would be no action because there's nothing happening here. But we always have it on the warrant at town meeting because not in recent years, but sometimes there's something that needs to land here. So I think that counts as a proponent's 5 minutes. Let's open it up for first public comment period. Seeing none, I'll close the first comment period. Let's open it up for advisory discussion. Seeing none, I'll close the advisory discussion period. Second public comment period. Seeing none, I'll close the second comment period. So we're into advisory voting. And would
I move that we vote no action on.
Thank you. And second. Any discussion on that motion? All in favor? Aye. 9-0. Excellent. Okay. Next one, Article 13. Citizens petition to initiate Governance Task Force 3. I think Corey Lincoln, Mary Wolf are here. Whichever of you would like to tell us a little bit about that, Corey?
I'm the designated talker today.
Okay.
I'm going to talk a little bit about Task Force 1, At the time that the folks on Task Force One were appointed, I happened to be the moderator, so I made the appointment. But we had 5 good people on the committee, and I didn't participate in any of their discussions, but they did make one warrant article that they proposed at annual town meeting, and it passed, and it's the one that expanded the select board from 3 to 5 members. Then that was approved in 2014 at a special town meeting in October. Task Force 2, I was actually appointed to that committee. Mary Wolf was the moderator at that point, and I was the chair of that committee. And so I can talk most knowledgeably about that one, which I'll do today. We had 4 warrant articles that came out of that committee. One was making the town treasurer move from being elected to being appointed. One was the implementation of quarterly tax billing, which incidentally has obviated the need to do preparatory bonding to raise money when things got a little dry, when we did twice a year. And then we also had consolidation of IT management. At that time, the IT was handled independently in assorted budgets, and this consolidated into one piece. And we actually have had Mr. Ullman, who's been in charge of that. And then the 4th thing was to authorize the TA that if it was necessary by circumstances, that the TA was authorized to engage an outside HR consultant. There were some other recommendations that we felt did not rise to the need of making a warrant article for annual town meeting. And those were things that could be handled either by us or administratively in town hall. And one was to conduct a resident satisfaction survey, which turned out to be very interesting. We had a 16% return rate, which is considered good. Anything over 10% is good. People could do it anonymously, and we solicited some comments at the end. We got some very interesting comments. There was only one we had to edit. We made an unfortunate reference to one person. And then we used that as one of our good data points to see what people in town, the residents of the town, whom we all serve, what they thought about how their town government was operating, and what things they liked and what things they thought might need a little improvement. We also led up to the acceptance of credit cards at town hall, and it also prepared the way. We did not propose it at the time, but we thought that it was rather inevitable that the town collector and treasurer would eventually be merged offices. We put together our own structure and methodology. I have to confess, I do not know what Task Force One did. It is not, we're not proposing that it's mandatory that Task Force 3 do it the way we did it. They can develop their own plan, but we thought ours worked very well. And if they want to copy it, they are free to do so. We had 5 members that were appointed by the moderator. That is in the warrant article. And the moderator at the time was Mary Wolf. Now it's going to be Mike Jimo. So he'll have to find 5 good people. As I said, we conducted the resident satisfaction survey. We had someone on our committee who was very IT adept and did a really good job of putting that together. It gives us a really good baseline that now 6-7 years down the road, it would be very helpful to go back and ask the same questions again and see how the responses have changed. We then interviewed all of a representative from both staff, departments, committees, people who were on commissions and trustees, and we asked them the same 5 questions. What is your responsibility? Who do you report to? Who reports to you? What do you do well? What do you do not so well? And what change would help you do your job better? And then we got together, we found that there were some repetitive themes that came out through this, and we started to focus in on those particular issues. We had very open-minded members who didn't have a particular axe to grind about a particular issue, which I recommend as being a good thing. And we were really drawn to these repetitive things that were mentioned over and over again. And they lined up with a number of things that were in the satisfaction survey too. So we thought we had some good basis of all the constituencies in town about what they liked and didn't like. I'm trying to read this. I'm not that myopic. Okay. Oh, we actually decided that we were going to look at our central issues and we were going to see how what we considered to be similar towns handled that. We decided that there were two critical criteria. One was that they have the same population size that we did. We didn't think there was any point comparing ourselves to Framingham. And the second one was we thought we were in, because salaries make up such a high percentage of our budget, we thought being in the same labor market would help. And so we picked out the 10 smallest towns under 10,000 in Middlesex County. And if you're curious, those 10 towns are Ashby, Dunstable, Sherborn, Carlisle, Lincoln, Boxborough, Stowe, Shirley, Ayr, and Littleton. And we dug deeply, we interviewed people who participated in town government in those towns, and we collected a lot of really good data. And then we also, when we had zeroed in on the issues, we got some more data points. We got lots of information from, for instance, the department that,
I go for another minute, but try to pull it together.
Then we came up with a series of recommendations. We had 4 that we thought rose to the level of a warrant article. I've already mentioned those. We had some other things that we thought could be handled administratively. So we just wrote a letter to the select board and said, these are some of the ideas we had, and we urge you to consider them and you may want to implement them. And then the last thing, all 4 of our warrant articles passed. And then in the end, we wrote a report and it is posted on the town website if you ever want to look at it. And we think that it's important. The question is asked, oh gee, do we have any real problems that we need to solve? And no matter how good you think you are, there's always something that you could do a little bit better. And so we think that if we're not working on moving forward, we're actually falling back. And we think that it's really important to consider what we can improve and do it on a regular basis. If we have a new committee, we have new eyes, new interests, new questions that they can ask of people. And one of our recommendations is that we do this every 5 years. Well, it's actually been 6 years. And by the time we vote on this and get up and running, it'll be 7 years. So task force is one of my babies. And I'm really urging you to consider endorsing this particular warrant article so that we can have Task Force 3. Things change here, things change in like towns. Particularly, there's IT things, there's sources of data that have improved and we can do a whole new study and we need to do it, we would think, on a regular basis. A couple things to keep in mind. One is that we are not dealing with policy of town government. We're talking about the structure of town government. 2 is that the committee will have no authority to actually implement the changes on their own steam. It takes a vote of either a select board or the annual town meeting to enact any of these things. And I was asked the question the last time I presented this is, how big was your budget? And I was delighted to say it was 0. We did it all as volunteers. And it was a great committee. Everybody did their work and got everything done. And the only thing we really took advantage of was the town hall copy machine. So my last remark is, could we click back? The biggest roadblock to creativity is that that's the way we've always done it. Now you can click. And so we are urging you to recommend a yes vote on Article 13 to create a Task Force 3. Mike will have to find the 5 good people with appropriate skills and experience. and they can come up with their own methodology, whatever they'd like to do. And they're going to have new recommendations that are appropriate for new times and moving forward.
All right, thank you, Corey. Very helpful. All right, so let's open up the first public comment period. If anyone wants to weigh in on this. Paul Durensis, go ahead.
There's a gap in our way we do reform here. The planning board is addressing the zoning bylaws, and this committee addresses the structure of government, but there's a whole category of bylaws. And bylaws need to be looked at by someone. And from what Corey said, they're not going to be looking at bylaws. But in reading bylaws of other towns that I work for, there's stuff like gender issues, everything is he, it should be he, she, or whatever. There's things like a fine of $3 for spitting on a sidewalk, that maybe if you're gonna have a fine for spitting on a sidewalk, $3 does seem a little passe. Somebody needs to look at the bylaws. Who is going to do it? And would this committee be willing to take a look at the bylaws in addition to the big structural issues?
Well, first of all, 2 of our 4 warrant articles that were passed actually changed the bylaws. So in fact, we did look at some bylaws when we were doing the work, but there's no reason why a new committee couldn't decide to look at the bylaws.
Great.
I interviewed you, as a matter of fact, I believe, for the select board, and whoever interviews you next time, you can bring that up as a good issue.
I just think we need to look at, on a regular basis, our bylaws too.
Thanks. Other public comment, either online or here in the room? Seeing none, I'll close the first public comment period and open up advisory discussion. I mean, I'll just mention that advisory earlier on sent a letter to the select board urging support for this, and all 9 of us voted for that. So if you're not hearing a lot of discussion, it's because we've had a lot of discussion. Pen?
Yeah, as you say, we are famous in Sherborn for doing only things by tradition, but since we've done this twice, maybe that's tradition.
Thanks. Other advisory comments?
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
James,
Go
do you mind if I go?
No, no, please go ahead.
Thank you, Corey, thank you for the citizens who put a citizens petition together. I'm very, I think citizens petitions are great and for us to take seriously, and yeah, very much in favor. Thank you.
Good. Doug, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna build on Ken's comment that I'm strongly in favor of this. I think being new to town governance and seeing where I'll say the friction in the system is in terms of governance, this absolutely needs to be not just analyzed, but addressed. So my hope would be not only do we do this, but we actually take some recommendations and make some changes. For example, having a town charter or whatever the outcome for the proposals are, we need to actually make some changes in town, because there's a lot of problems with the way the town is governed. I don't mean the individual personal decisions, but the way who's in charge of what or not in charge of what, and conflicts among town governance and committees. It's a big problem.
Yeah, thanks. And that was part of the conversation that we had around this that led to the letter we sent to the select board. Other advisory comments?
Could I just respond to that in one way? One of the things that we set out in the very beginning when we were talking within the committee was we were looking at functions of departments and job descriptions within the town government. We were not looking at individual people who were in those positions.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't suggest you would.
And it helped to depersonalize.
No, it's really more of like, where does responsibility lie? I would argue, for example, that the town administrator does phenomenal work, but it has little authority. I think that's a mistake, but that's just my personal opinion.
All right, other advisory comments? Seeing none, I'll close the advisory discussion period, open up second public comment period. Eric?
Select Board voted 5-0 to support this. I'll have my own commentary that I would even support some kind of marginal amount of funds to it, maybe wait till they get together, but I do think some chime in from a local consultant wouldn't hurt, something along these lines as well. It's not part of this, it's not part of our vote, but this is a comment I'm making looking forward.
If this gets going and some modest amount of funding was needed, it could always come from reserve funds, so that would be possible.
I'll have to say, I think it was 2 years ago that the select board had hired a consultant to interview people in town government. And there was a series of appointments that were made with various people. And I had an appointment, I was asked to speak to the gentleman. He was from Hampshire. I can't remember the name of his company. But anyway, I was to speak specifically about Task Force 2. And I went in and I explained to him exactly how we had operated and what we had done. And he looked at me and he said, "Someone in your committee must work for Bain." And I said, "No, we came up with it ourselves."
And it didn't cost
It was free.
$500,000. Mike Giammo.
Yeah, Mike Jarmo, Mill Street. So there have in the past, at least twice, I think, the town has gone to the McCormick Institute at UMass and had consulting work done either inexpensively or free, I can't remember, on government structure and municipal government issues.
Thanks.
Colin, sorry? What is it? It is Colin.
It's Colin's report, yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Other comments?
Just to expand on what Mike Giammo said, Department of Revenue also conducts examinations of towns and gives recommendations. We did have Department of Revenue come in and examine the town. They felt there was a lot of changes needed to be made in the financial area and gave us recommendations.
And that report, I think, it's around somewhere. I've seen it, I think.
Well, actually, the DOR report and the Collins report, we, as a committee, we read them both and discussed them and talked about the things that we agreed with and didn't agree with, and the things that had already been implemented. And actually, several of our recommendations were things that they had recommended.
All right. Any other comments? Then I'll close the public comment period and open advisory voting session. Any motions, Shelley?
I make a motion that we
Favorable
favorable
action.
action on Article 13.
Second.
And second. Excellent. Any discussion on the motion?
I'd like to include those third graders too.
They were pretty good.
Exactly.
They were a very impressive group. Michael Lesser, did you want to?
Yeah,
We're really in an advisory voting session.
I
here,
know, I
so-
didn't realize which cycle you were
Yeah.
in public.
So I think unless you got something directly relevant to that, I think we're going to move on.
I guess I do.
All right, it's got to be directly relevant to advisory voting because we're really moving on.
Okay, I just wanted to make a pitch on the fact that there's a lot of things to be worked on and improved, but it was so negative. People are posing it like that a lot of things need to get fixed as opposed to things are always changing. The tone of that.
Let's say that. I think we're past that. I think we got some good input from folks. Thanks. All right. So motion and second for favorable action. All in favor? 9-0. Thanks. Great. Okay. 4:45. Okay, let's keep going. Article 14. Thank you, Corey. Thank you very much. And Mary, thank you. Glad you could be with us for almost the entire day.
It was like a trip into the time tunnel.
Yes. Article 14 is to shift the town clerk position from elected to appointed, and Jackie Morris is here to talk to us about it.
Jackie Morris, 56 Harrington Ridge Road, Town Clerk. I requested that this article be placed on the warrant as I am planning on retiring, date to be determined. While succession planning has worked in the past, the current staff is not interested in becoming the town clerk. So I'm recommending that the position become appointed for the following reasons. It is in the town's best interest to have the ability to hire someone with experience. The position has changed over the years and running elections has become more complicated with the introduction of permanent vote by mail and early voting in person. Many towns are now in the process of changing the position from elected to appointed due to the complexities of the position. There are now at least 7 different software programs that the town clerk has to manage or use, including Vitals, elections and registration, ethics, dog licensing, boards and committee software, in addition to posting meetings and agendas on the town's website. The town clerk is also in main contact for guidance for open meeting law and campaign finance, is the town's public records access officer, manages the logistics for the setup of town meeting, certifies the bylaws passed at town meeting, and is mandated by the state to mail and manage the annual town census. The majority of what the town clerk does is determined and or mandated by federal, state, and local laws. Not complying with or having limited or no knowledge of these laws could be detrimental to the town. An appointed town clerk, after consideration from the hiring committee and the town administrator, would be appointed by the select board and then report to the town administrator. The town clerk is also the only remaining elected official in town that is paid. So for these reasons and many others, I request that you please support changing the town clerk's position from elected to appointed. Thank you.
Thanks, Jackie. Very helpful. So let me open up first public comment period on Article 14.
A quick question, maybe, for Jackie.
Yeah.
What's the more common trait among like surrounding communities or similar communities to a small community like Sherborn? Are you seeing a trend toward movement from elected to appointed
Yes.
and stuff like that?
Yes, yes, definitely. And some of the surrounding communities are already appointed.
Okay.
But yeah, a lot of the towns are moving to elected.
Now, is
appointed, excuse me, from elected.
Is appointed by the select board, and the reason I ask is sometimes clerks are considered independent of the executive authority, and I'll pick Framingham, and also Gloucester's the same way, there are cities, I get that, but the city council appoints the clerk, not the mayor. And that way it acts as kind of independent of the executive branch. How does a small town do it on like a town meeting structure? Is it still all appointed by the select board?
Yes, you would have to do a special legislation in order to have the position appointed by the town administrator. But, I mean, I should think that Jeremy and I would like to be on the committee and whoever else is on the hiring committee would make the recommendation. I should think that the select board would go with a recommendation from the town administrator and the hiring committee.
Well, I wasn't talking select board, maybe something more independent than that, and I don't know why either.
Well, I mean, let's say that the majority of what the town clerk does is based on mass general law. Like, you know, the dog licensing, the census, I'm mandated by the state to do that. You know, certain things I have to be here until 5 o'clock because the mass general law says so. So there is a faction of town clerks that want to stay elected because, you know, they're concerned that the select board or the town administrator is going to try to make it do something illegal, and if they don't do it, they'll lose their job. But, you know, I think it's in the best interest of the town, especially a town like ours. We're a small town, but we have a lot of complicated things going on. I think it makes complete sense to hire someone with experience and you know, and hopefully, you know, those kind of issues where it's something, the clerk is being told to do something that's not legal would not happen.
No, yeah, I get that, and
Right.
maybe my point's not whatever it is. I just find that another place I've seen it's actually independent executive branch. So Jeremy would never, he's in the executive branch, you know what I mean? And I don't have any solution to it, so let's move on with the question. I just
Well, I
find,
mean, the person would report to Jeremy, so.
yes. Just like I said, the cities I've seen, the mayor does the planning board, does the ZBA, does every single thing underneath it, except the clerk.
Okay.
The clerk is very purposely independent of the executive branch. But maybe a small town, it doesn't matter, so I'll move on.
Harder to do in our structure.
What's that?
It's just harder to do that in our structure.
Yeah, it is,
Yeah.
it is, an open town meeting.
Mike Giammo.
Is that something that the statutes allow?
The default is the select board.
It is.
Yeah.
Just because the clerk administers the election of the select board.
Probably. I just know that, you know, town council, it would have to go to special legislation in order for the appointment to come from the select board. I mean, from the town administrator, excuse me.
Or to come from anybody
Any body
other than the select board. If it's not the select board, then it would have to
Okay,
have special legislation.
okay, got it.
So the town council.
But the town clerk also supervises the election of the town clerk.
True.
So the
True.
laws are built to provide protections. for-
Yeah, the town clerk is allowed to do her own election. That is allowed.
Other public comment? All right, let me close the first public comment period, open up advisory discussion period. Again, we've had a chance to talk about this. Stephen, go ahead.
Just a question. The treasurer collector and the finance director also appointed by the by the selectmen
Yes.
Yeah.
with a term.
Yep, correct.
What is the thinking that it is for a term now that they're a town employee?
You mean-
Traditionally, as opposed to you hire somebody and
And it's indefinite
And it's
instead of a
indefinite.
3-year term.
Mary?
I had a kind of the same question posed differently. Is this a hire or an appointment? Is there a difference, and what legally is the difference?
Yeah, I would say it's both, in that it's a hire of an employee, but they're appointed into a certain position. So they're both. And that's consistent with other positions, as mentioned earlier, the treasurer collector is an employee, but is appointed for a term. That term is generally reviewed.
And the term is typically how long?
3 years.
And Jackie, do you know if that's what would be the typical appointment for a town clerk? If the town clerk were appointed, or that would be at the discretion of the select board?
Yeah, I think that's typical. I mean, the election cycle is 3 years, and I do think it is typical.
Okay.
But that's probably at the discretion of the board. They could probably make it for whatever term.
Okay.
I guess I would just, maybe this is just a remnant of being elected and you're elected for a particular term. And perhaps hopefully this task force 3 will potentially take a look at that.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, that would be a potential thing for them to consider. Yeah. Other advisory comments or views anybody wants to share?
I just, when we presented this before, wasn't it pretty split with the other municipalities, like where about half of them are elected and half are appointed? Is there trends, like is it going more towards?
It's going more towards appointed.
More towards appointed than
Yes,
elected. Is
yes.
it for, do you think some of the reasons that you?
That I've
just
mentioned
needing
is
to have that
just,
institutional
yes,
knowledge?
yes, because people are just having no idea. You know, there are just so many laws that we have to follow. And I just think coming in with some kind of municipal clerk experience is really the best way to go, rather than just having someone elected, because they think all we do is dog licenses.
Right. I'm sorry, I have one more question. Do we anticipate that if this becomes a position where we need to hire for, that we would need to offer, would you say that your salary is comparable to what someone, like?
I'm part-time.
Right.
So, I think the position should be full-time, which I had mentioned before. I do get stipends for additional things that I do. If the job was made full-time or possibly the new hire, maybe the salary would be higher. It really all depends on how the town wants to structure it.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so currently you're not, it's still a part-time position at this point in time. We're not talking about that.
No, that's a different conversation.
Which will not be had this year.
Correct.
Okay. And, okay, I just think at some point with elections, to some degree, there's like a term limit. I just get concerned about the term limits, you know, maximum, or, you know, at what point can you trigger something coming off? But I guess that's more of a hiring thing. I'm looking at Jeremy the whole time.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just something to add to that as well. Sherborn does not have a recall provision, so when you elect someone, there's no ability to remove them from that elected office. One of our neighboring communities, that would have been an issue for their town clerk, and that they needed to remove that individual. If that had been an elected position, it would have been hard to do so.
Yeah, second comment.
Let's see, so we're still in an advisory discussion period. So if you have comments that are directly related to things advisory members said, do it now. Otherwise, maybe wait until we get to the second.
I would encourage waiting.
Public comment period.
Nothing relates to noise directly.
If it's right on point, that's good. Otherwise, save it for the public comment period.
One is, what's changed is we now have early voting, we have mail-in voting, so this position isn't what it was 5 years ago, which I can tell you that, all the open meeting law requests. And the second thing, anytime we make a position part-time, we lose the people constantly, because if they don't get healthcare benefits, they won't stay very long.
Well, if I wanted to, I could take the healthcare benefits. I don't.
Yeah, because you're more than 90.
I'm more than
that.
Yeah, that's, I think, a separate, that's a separate
Encourage the
conversation.
board to hold off to the second comment.
Yeah, let's continue with the advisory discussion period, and let's just get to the end of that before we jump into a more open discussion. Anybody else with comments? Again, we had a chance to talk about this. Okay, I will close the advisory discussion period and open the second public comment period. Let me start with you, Eric.
Okay, and the select board voted 5-0 to support this. Of my own comments, I think we've been lucky over the years that we've had qualified people in town to be elected, but I know that's just, we've been lucky essentially, and we have essentially a limited supply of talent there. I want to say, are you the third one since the late 70s? Did they go like Lucy, Carol, you?
Yes.
Yeah, so we've had a good, 50-year run there, and I think it's time to expand the hiring pool. That's my personal opinion.
Okay, thanks. Paul Durensis.
Just I wanted to respond to questions about compensation. For an elected official, compensation is determined only by town meeting. There can't be a formula, there can't be any kind of long-term progressive salary increases, all of that. The law says for elected officials, every year that has to be voted by town meeting, and you gotta make the case at town meeting. That's really passe and very difficult to try and hire somebody under that kind of formula, because that employee doesn't know what they're gonna get paid the next year.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, any other public comments, either online or in the room? Marion?
Yeah, a point of information. So far, I believe our town clerks have all been residents of the town.
You have to
Have
be
to
in
be.
order, because you're an elected official, so you have to be a resident.
Right, so now if it's appointed or hired, does it have to be a resident of the town? It's just a question.
No.
Okay.
Don? Yeah. Okay, seeing no other public comments, I will close the second public comment period. Come to advisory voting. Any motions with respect to Article 14? Penn?
Move favorable action on Article 14.
Okay.
Second.
Shelley, thanks. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, let's vote. All in favor? 9-0. Excellent. Thank you. Okay. 5 o'clock. Good pushing on just a little bit more. See if we can get a couple more done maybe. Okay. So Article 15, amending Chapter 7 of Article 4 of the bylaws to discontinue the Traffic Safety Committee since its duties are really covered by the Public Safety Committee. Jeremy, anything more you want to say on that?
I think that sums it up very well.
Okay, it's not a complicated thing. Okay, I think that counts as proponents 5 minutes. Public comment. Seeing none, close that. Advisory comment. Seeing none, close that. Second public comment. Eric.
We voted 5-0 to our unanimous decision today to support this. I have
Thanks.
one question. So traffic safety tradition has been advisory to the select board, has been the roadway commissioners. Is it, who would be serve the advisory now? I know they're kind of ineffective over the last couple of decades, but what's the other committee that sounds like this?
Public safety.
There it is, okay. So, there's a point of information.
Okay. Seeing no other public comments, I'll close that, get to advisory voting. Any motions with respect to Article 15?
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
Discussion on the motion? Seeing none, let's vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, great. All right, let's go on to Article 16, Sherborn 1858 Townhouse. Jeremy, do you want to say just a couple words about this one?
Sure. As discussed in previous meetings, town meeting in 2022 authorized the select board to enter into a lease for the Sherborn 1858 house. That authorization gave them a authorization to enter into a 20-year lease, a defined term. They're 2 years into that lease, was since executed. They're 2 years into that lease. There are some capital improvements proposed by the occupant, and the lease terms dictate that if the useful life of that equipment is longer than the current lease term, then there's two alternatives. The town, as the owner, contributes towards that, some share of the capital cost, or the lease term could be renegotiated. However, since town meeting set a definite term of 20 years, the select board is requesting that town meeting vote to give them authority to extend that lease or enter into subsequent leases.
Thanks, Jeremy. Okay, public comment. Seeing none, close first public comment period. Advisory comment. Seeing none, close that. Open second public comment period. Eric.
Unanimous support.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Yes.
Yes. Frank, is that you?
It's Frank Hook, yes.
Yeah, go ahead, Frank.
Thank you. I was just trying to run to my computer to speak. So thank you for considering this. The Sherborn Community Center is looking at extensive work on the building of the community center. We're looking at doing work on the HVAC system, which incorporates a fairly large amount of money. So the reason that this is being brought up at this time is so that that work can continue and can continue in a meaningful and progressive way, and it would be really helpful for us if we go out to get quotes and so on, that we don't need to wait for a town meeting to be able to execute the work that needs to be done and to get everything accomplished. So we appreciate the positive vote on that.
All right, thank you, Frank. Any other public comments? Go ahead.
Save us money.
Yeah.
The bottom line, if we don't do this, we're gonna have to contribute to this cost. This is a way of not having to do that.
Yeah, thanks. Any other comments? All right, I'll close the second public comment period, open advisory voting. Any motions with respect to?
I just have one comment. I'm very much in favor of this, but I will be abstaining since I'm on the board of the 1858.
Got it. Any motions with respect to this item?
I move favorable action to extend the lease on the Sherborn 1858 townhouse.
Second? Okay. Any comment, any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, let's vote. All in favor? 8 with 1 abstention. Okay, great. Okay, so quick schedule check-in. The next articles are the zoning ones. We're gonna skip over those. So I think there are 2 realistic possibilities for right now. We could, just flipping to the right page. So following the zoning ones would be Article 21. It occurred to me, we could do the following. I think Article 21, 22, 23, and 24 are pretty non-controversial. I think we could asking the committee if you'd like to do this. I think we could do those as a consent agenda and then quit for the night. I think the quorum article will involve more conversation and discussion, as will the zoning ones. Preferences, should we just quit now, or should we take those 4 as a consent agenda, or how would people like to proceed?
What about number 25?
I think that one's gonna have more discussion. I
Okay.
think that's gonna generate some conversation.
Okay.
So I think I'd be inclined to save that one for Monday when we have more time to talk about it.
I'd be in favor of powering through.
Just
Either 4, yeah,
happy doing them as a consent agenda?
yes, yes and yes.
Others?
I'm gonna do them as I move to do Article 21, 22, 23, and 24 as a consent agenda.
Second.
Okay. Okay, so just to repeat that for everyone on Zoom. So we're gonna step over the zoning planning board articles. Addie Mae had a family emergency and couldn't be here, so we'll do those on Monday at a later time when we can get organized to have the right folks from the planning board here to talk about that. So we're getting near the end for tonight. We will be continuing on Monday. But motion for advisory in a second to take Articles 21, which is amend the Personnel Administration Plan, Policy and Outside Employment. Article 22, acceptance of prudent investment rule, Mass General Law 44, Section 54B. Article 23, Affordable Housing Covenant and Restriction, and Article 24, Public Meeting Recording Bylaw. Advisory has talked about these at some length. So I think people here were comfortable doing that. With that motion and second, let's vote on the consent agenda, whether to do these as a consent agenda. All in favor of doing those articles as a consent agenda, please vote. Let's see, what do we have? Okay, 8, and anyone against?
Well, I guess my question is, by doing this, are we now gonna vote to adopt all these now in one group? Is that the idea?
Yeah, if we do a consent agenda, we would have a discussion about all of them together, but we would have one vote on approving all of them.
Okay,
If-
but we are gonna discuss them.
Yeah, absolutely, we're gonna discuss them.
Yeah,
Yeah, if there are
okay.
questions or comments, absolutely. But we would, under this arrangement, we would be voting on them as a block.
Got it.
If you have serious concerns about one, we can pull one out.
I have some questions or comments on Article 24, which is actually one of the ones I'm responsible for writing up, so.
Which are informational questions or things where you have concerns? and
Well, I
maybe we
guess my
should pull it
question
out?
is, I mean, jumping into my question is so many of our meetings are Zoom meetings under mass, whatever special law that allows that. If that doesn't renew, do we go back to in-person meetings?
It did just renew with a 2-year window. That just happened, or.
I mean, everyone in the room probably knows this. I'm livid that there are boards that never meet in person. And I'm just trying to figure out what is the sense of the room here on whether we should have some number of meetings in person. The Board of Health hasn't met in person in 5 years.
Yeah, I
That's
think,
not the scope of this
yeah,
article.
yeah, that's where I was going. I mean, that I think is a view that, I think a number of people would share, but that's, as Paul said, that's not the scope of this article.
Can we change the article?
Not at this point.
Is whether you meet it
Yeah.
in person or you don't
Yeah.
meet in person. There ought to be a recording.
Got it, okay.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, this is just about that, exactly as Paul said. If you have a meeting and you're one of these 10 committees, it must be recorded, which,
No, I get it, I get it.
I think is a step,
Let's move on.
I think it's a step forward. Okay, so, so we had then the 8, so on then Doug, so you were voting against consent agenda, so
No,
we're 8.
I'll vote to have vote on all at once,
All
it's
right,
fine.
okay, great, okay. All right, so then we'll open a public comment period. Obviously, comments, questions, points of information on any of these 4 are wide open. Jeremy, anything you want to say about any of these, just for maybe people on Zoom or people who haven't dug into these yet?
Yeah, I guess just a brief comments on each. Article 21 would amend the Personnel Administration Plan to add Section 32. Essentially supplements the existing conflict of interest law in the Commonwealth. adding a little bit more definition and detail for implementation for paid town employees. Article 22 is the acceptance of Mass General law that would allow for the use of the prudent investor rule to help give a little more flexibility to the management, the fiscal management of certain trust funds that the town has. Article 23 would allow the town to grant and or accept an affordable housing covenant and affordable housing restriction for the property that encompasses the Woodhaven Elder Housing. This is to ensure that the 24 units that are on the state's subsidized housing inventory remain on that inventory. It's sort of a cleanup item. When the original structures were built, it predates the current regulations or requirements, and this would bring us up to current requirements. And as mentioned previously, the public meeting recording bylaws just added would require that said committees listed would be required to record their meetings, whether they be held virtually or in person, and that those recordings be be held by the town for a certain period of time and made available if requested.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll open the public comment period, and I see Michael Lesser has his hand up. Go ahead, Michael.
Sure, Michael Lesser, 54 Forest Street. On Article 21, I guess I had concerns when the Personnel Board was actually meeting on this, and I was there, but I can't remember, even though I've seen the form, two parts. One is whether this includes what people do as a volunteer activity, and separately, I have trouble with the second paragraph about if the town determines that an employee's work is disadvantageous, whether there's any sort of appeal process there, and whether how unilateral that is in terms of who makes that decision and how you have any recourse.
Yeah, this policy is written would govern paid employees, not volunteers. As written, there's no specific appeal process. The process involves the department head of said department and the town administrator.
As would be the case for many sort of personnel issues.
Correct, yeah, it's consistent with other terms and requirements within the personnel administration.
Yeah, okay.
I guess I'd say I don't like that because you basically have the same person deciding as well as who would deal with any appeal. And I meant also, so I have trouble with that there isn't any process better than what you just said. And on the paid employees one, what my question was is, do paid employees have to list their volunteer activities on the form? I cannot remember it, even though I've seen it, and whether they should be required to. And I'm not sure. I would prefer that they do not have to list their volunteer activities.
The draft form is for administrative use. It's not a requirement. It's not actually part of the personnel administration plan, and it does not require listing their volunteer activities. However, the state conflict of interest law does require anyone, even outside of adopting this update, to disclose to their employer if there is any perceived or a potential conflict of interest.
All right, thanks. Other public comment or questions? Jeff, go ahead.
One thing I wonder here is we have a volunteer fire department. So I'm wondering, and we have a number of people that on volunteer fire departments serve other towns too, I think. So does this include if you get called to be a volunteer, if this, you get called as a fire or an emergency and they need to respond?
They're paid.
It's a stipend. It's not a salary though. So does a stipend trigger this? I think that's Jeff's question. Does a
Well,
stipend?
also they could volunteer in another town and they may leave Sherborn to go. I'm not sure if that's the case. They leave Sherborn to go volunteer if they volunteer in Dover or whatever town it is, and they get an emergency call. Is that going to be judged against them as taken away from their duties?
Jeremy?
This would not preclude call firefighters from and being employed in other communities. In fact, there's many of our call firefighters that are full-time firefighters in other communities, which is a great benefit. This has been discussed with the fire chief, and sees no issue with this.
I just need to make sure that the language makes that clear, I guess I would say, because it supports a public good.
Yeah, because that's
They
important.
are getting paid, but only for the hours that they either train or respond to fire.
Yeah, the wording has been vetted with the chief and town council. It's really intended to supplement the conflict of interest law of the Commonwealth and help the town identify proactively where those conflicts may come up, and to help address those before they become an issue.
Robert Johnson. Good, okay, Mike Giamma.
I'm gonna follow up on what Jeff said, which is I don't think this language is really clear. I don't think it makes that point clearly, that somebody who is being paid by the town for a position like a volunteer firefighter is free to take any other employment or doesn't have a disclosure of employment to the town. I think would be an easy fix, just to add a sentence that addresses that. And before Jeff raised that, I had the question about, we have certain arrangements, I think, with other towns where we share a particular employee. And I wonder if there's an intent here to accommodate that, or if that's within the scope of this.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, so, any outside employment that's paid should be disclosed to any current employer. In fact, without this bylaw, the state's conflict of interest law would require all of those items or these issues that you're talking about be disclosed to the employee, paid positions, that is. The fire department already has some policies in place that help govern this, and this is not in conflict with that.
And Jeremy, this is really about disclosure rather than a ban.
Correct.
It does not say that you may not have outside employment. It just says if you do, you have to disclose it so that people understand, is there a potential for a conflict here? So this bylaw is really about disclosure rather than a prohibition on outside employment.
And if I may, and word this carefully, in that this policy has come up to help address an issue that's been ongoing for some time and to try to bring some closure to it. And that enforcing agency in the Commonwealth is supportive of this.
Okay, Jeff, go ahead.
I have another question about it though, Jeremy, is how is this headed? We have a whole lot of employees in town that are part-time employees. And sometimes they might be, let's say that they're guaranteed, you try to make it 19 hours, so it's not a benefited position. But sometimes they work 30 hours, and sometimes they work 19, like if you're a Board of Health agent or whatever, and maybe in May, there's all kinds of properties that you need to review and there aren't many in November or whatever. How do we judge if it's impacting on town? If they're part-time employed here, more likely than not, they're part-time employed in another town because they need to have a benefit position somewhere. So how do we judge fairly whether or not it impinged on their job here if they are not a full-time employee of the town of Sherborn and they have another part-time job somewhere else? I think this relates to what Mike was saying too, is I would feel somewhat better if this only applied to full-time employees in town.
I mean, again, I would come, oh, sorry. I was just gonna say again, this is about disclosure. So even for a part-time employee,
it
strikes me, it's helpful for the town to know if someone has another job. I think probably 9 times out of 10, or maybe 99 times out of 100, it's gonna be, yeah, whatever, no big deal. You have this job, you have another job, they're not related to each other. But it's just so that if there were an issue, it's been disclosed and the town, knows about it and can react appropriately. But I would think most cases, it's like, in the volunteer firefighter case, full-time firefighter in another town, volunteer firefighter here. Hey, that's great, excellent, disclosed,
The
done.
second sentence is why that doesn't apply.
Okay.
Second says, such employees may not engage in additional employment which in any manner interferes with the proper performance of their duties of the position with the town. They may be required to have a job to serve 30 hours in a given week, and it could interfere with our town because they have 2 part-time jobs. I think that sentence, second sentence, is what I have trouble with. How are we gonna judge the additional employment that interferes with a proper performance? That's the sentence I don't care for. You need to have, if you're gonna make a penalty, you need to define how you're gonna judge that, I guess I would say.
Go ahead, Jerry.
I just respond in general. So this policy was drafted and brought to the personnel board and voted and approved. It was then brought to the select board and discussed and administratively put into place prior to town meeting. So
I see no problem with the disclosure, to be honest with you. I really don't. It is no part on here which it allows people to just kind of have all the right information. Jeremy referenced one situation, I'll reference another one where basically we had someone on a board who got a stipend. It turns out that person had a professional connection to someone, another call a full-time or part-time staff member person, which might have caused some interference. It would have been nice to have known that. It might have made a difference in hiring someone, or whatever else, if we had that type of disclosure. So I see no problem with this. And I think if you go to the private sector, often you have disclosure requirements under other employment and stuff like that. I don't know why you wouldn't have this. We voted unanimously to support it. I still support it.
I'm reading it again, and it reads to me, particularly with the reference to Mass General Law, that it's sort of things that are, might be conflicts there,
I'm not objecting to the disclosure.
got it.
I'm objecting to the second sentence. Such employee may not engage in additional employment which in any manner interferes with the proper effective performance of their duties with the town. So how are we gonna judge whether or not it interferes?
Yeah.
Disclosure, I think, is great.
Kind of how you judge anything though, you know what I mean? There is some discretionary. I feel as though we did have a situation we didn't know about
I
that
would
hasn't been mentioned.
retract my vote on this one.
I'd suggest that just professional HR standards and
Yeah.
ethics would apply.
I mean, again, I'm thinking this is much like other, personnel management plan things where there's, judgments to be made, and one hopes those judgments are made in a sensible way. All right, Robert Johnson, you've been patient.
My personal experience, 40 years, was prior to some changes that have taken place. However, my recollection is that I had a conversation with Zach that bears relationship to this, and that what he said was that people are assigned to different slots, employment slots, and that if they, for some reason, whatever the reason is, a medical appointment or a family event or whatever it is, if they can't make their assigned task, that they're obligated to find another person in the department who can take their place and report that change to him, so that he would know that if person A was not available, person C was taking his place, and therefore it would be covered, so that it appears to me that this isn't a problem, that Zach has taken care of it.
Okay, thanks. I see some people online who wanted to comment. Courtney, do you want to offer a comment?
Yes, thank you. Courtney of 41 Green Lane. This might be a crazy suggestion, but I thought we were going to handle the non-controversial articles and wrap this up. Since you guys have already made the sad decision to have a second day of advisory hearings, I actually had walked out of the meeting for a little while, just came back, and honestly, everybody sounds very tired, and it sounds like we're going in circles. And I'm just gonna throw that out there, that maybe you want to boot this one until Monday and finish the other items.
Yeah, okay, thanks for that, Courtney. Good observation, I think. Michael Lesser, you had your hand up as well.
I guess, yeah, hopefully I'm not repeating, but I think everybody agrees that it's nobody has a problem with the disclosure. It's just that process of deciding when something is either the second sentence or the beginning of the second paragraph of what the process is. And that I agree that you need to have some judgment, but in this case, the judgment's going to be made by the same person. There's no process besides the fact that the same person who's going to be deciding on whether something's disadvantageous is the same one who you have your recourse to. There's just no way that it would be nice to have some alternative to the same person as to how you decide whether something is disadvantageous or interferes with proper and effective performance. And so, yeah, that's my problem. I'm not sure who I would suggest is the alternative the way we have it here, but whatever.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. Eric?
But that's no different than any job. You have your boss, and the boss determines if you're good at your job, not good at your job, your performance, everything else, hires you, fires you, determines you have it. I mean, that's like every position ever. This isn't the volunteer stuff where we're talking about boards and committees or elected or what have you, where someone has to make an opinion or a recall or anything along those lines. I mean, it'd be either like HR director or a town administrator or personnel board in that range. I mean, I like leaving it a little bit loose with some subjective nature in there. Maybe the sentence is rather obvious. Of course, if you have a conflict with something else, you have to either deal with that conflict, end that conflict, or move on. It's the way the world works. I think we're overthinking this and overcomplicating it, to be honest with you.
All right, so I'm thinking looking at the clock, it's 5:30. I'm thinking about what Courtney highlighted, wondering if we should continue this discussion to Monday evening. We do have the slight logistical complication that I apparently made a bad prediction about what would be non-controversial. So we still do have on the table a consent agenda for all four of these. So depending on where views go on this, we may have some unraveling procedural Robert's rules kind of stuff to do to unravel that. But
pull Article 21 out and vote on the others.
Yeah.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
This is your meeting. You all collectively decided it was a consent agenda. There may be members of the public who have some issues with this and they can bring it up at the annual town meeting. If you guys are in consent, you vote your consent agenda.
Yeah, okay. All right. So committee members, what do you think?
Continues.
Of course. Continue on it. We only moved stuff to Monday because we don't have someone to present for planning board. It's not because we're tired.
All right.
We probably wouldn't have gotten to that. But,
Okay, all right. So
we
then
had to
let's,
make
so
that
then,
change, yeah.
so then let's move forward. So I'm going to close the first public comment period. Open advisory discussion period on these.
In spirit, I agree with this policy, and perhaps it can have some technical revisions in the future. But I see three things that I don't know are addressed. One is, what if the person is self-employed? He's not an employee of the town, but he's self-employed. He or she does consulting and whatnot. Person could be a partner in a partnership. They're not an employee, so that could be addressed. Are union employees included in this as well, and would that violate any union contract? And my third observation, in the second paragraph, second sentence, may be asked to resign from town employment or the outside job. What if they don't? So as I say, I in spirit agree with this. I think we should move forward with it. I'm going to vote in favor of it. But perhaps the personnel committee can come back, offer some technical corrections in the future, and we can address them then.
Okay. All right. Any other advisory
I was just
comments?
it doesn't say the employee will be, it may be. I mean, that's a little,
Yeah, but what if they're asked and they don't do it?
well, then that's a bigger problem.
But that's what I'm saying, it's just a technical issue that.
Right, and I
Okay.
mean, Jeremy, you said, attorney said
Okay.
this too. so-
We're not gonna resolve this now. I think as Stephen said, there might be a comeback with some cleanup of this, in the future if necessary. Okay, so let me close the advisory discussion period. I'm gonna reopen public comment. I'm hoping everyone will be mindful of sort of where we are and what we're trying to do. Eric, let me start with you.
The select board voted unanimously and all the consent agenda.
Okay. Seeing no other public comment, I'll close the second public comment period. Advisory voting, is there a motion with respect to the consent agenda for Articles 21 through 24? Penn?
I move favorable action on the consent agreement on these articles.
Okay,
Second.
and Nora seconds. All right, any advisory discussion of the motion?
Other than Doug may be joining us, he
He-
just mentioned to me.
I'm online.
Okay, we'll pick up, we'll have to do a roll call, but we'll pick up your vote in just a minute. Okay, seeing no other discussion, let's vote. And let's do a roll call vote since Doug's online. So Stephen. Aye. Laura.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Paul.
Aye.
Nora. Shelley.
Aye.
Doug. Doug, are you there? He got lost. So I might as
No,
well.
I'm here. Yes, aye.
Your aye. Okay, thank you, Doug. Okay, so that's 9-0 on the consent agenda in favor of these. Okay, I think the final thing we need to do, I believe, again, the experts here on procedure can help me, but I think we need to vote to continue this meeting to Monday, March 24th at 7 PM, and that will be an all Zoom meeting. So
But we're not gonna be in person
we're gonna do it on Zoom.
for the zoning? Okay.
Yeah, it's too late. It's posted as Zoom. It's too late. I thought we weren't gonna get there, so I just posted it as Zoom meeting rather than worrying out logistics. It's too late to repost it, so it'll be on Zoom. We'll do the best we
The
can.
time will fly.
Yeah. So is there a motion to continue the meeting? I need somebody to make that motion. Okay, continuing the meeting, Monday, March 24th, 7 PM on Zoom. There's an agenda posted online. The Zoom link is there.
Not just the meeting, the hearing.
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you. We're continuing the public hearing and the advisory meeting to that time. Thank you, Paul.
Right, that's right, we have to close as well. Thank you.
Board of Selectmen got it.
Yep.
Yeah, let's just get this vote set with continuing and then we'll take care of other business. Let's see, so that was, I lost track now. Who made the motion and who, Penn, you made the
I
motion?
made the motion, I don't know who seconded it.
I second.
Nora, okay, thank you. Any advisory discussion on the motion? Seeing none, let's vote. And again, we'll do roll call.
I vote
Shelley.
in favor.
Thank you, Doug. Shelley. Nora.
Aye.
Paul. Penn.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
Laura.
Aye.
Stephen.
Aye.
And I might as well, so 9-0 to continue. Okay, so that gets us set, select board.
Point of comment, if you all like this format, I think you can show up for a Zoom meeting, each one sitting on your own computer, sitting in this room if you really want to.
Oh,
I don't think
yeah.
anything actually prohibits that.
Yeah,
I mean, maybe
okay.
like a group Zoom meeting.
Yeah, okay, we'll talk about that.
It's the full room. All right, any motions relative to our meeting here?
Move to adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Wait. I was gonna suggest that we recess this meeting to Monday, or unless we are already.
We can recess, but we're not in a hearing.
Yeah.
So it kind of doesn't
We
matter.
can just reopen on Monday.
Let's reopen.
And did you,
Are we posted?
Yeah.
We are posted.
We are posted.
You're posted.
Yep, we posted just for Zoom.
Just in case.
pretty
Yeah,
sure,
we might have to be here and you're all on Zoom, that'd be awesome.
I'm pretty sure you posted just for Zoom.
That would be amazing. I'm not sure, like, how.
Are you gonna be in person?
Diane, are
I
you
don't know,
on
we'll
Zoom
figure that out.
still? Diane, can you hear me?
Oh my God, we're hybrid town hall and Zoom.
Awesome, so we're here.
Hello,
Oh, no, sorry, no. No, that was today.
Can you hear me? What are we posted for Monday night for select board?
I believe we're posted for Zoom.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I assume Diane followed our agenda. Okay.
Yep, Zoom meeting. Yeah, just Zoom.
So have you
But Eric, if you
taken
want,
care of,
you can be here with Eric.
Yeah, we can be with our computer, get Wi-Fi.
have you taken care of recessing or doing whatever you need to do?
Just finish the vote.
So that's all we can do. So all in favor? Okay, so we
Okay.
adjourned. We'll resume. Any thoughts? You can always talk.
Resume.
You're gonna be on Zoom.
It's a Zoom meeting, but we all can be here with our computers if we want. We can actually sit like this, but everyone's got a little laptop in front of them. It actually is something you can do.
The problem with that is if you five of us start talking amongst ourselves, it doesn't get fully picked up.
We can do that in Zoom anyway. I still mute people. It'll be awesome.
Yeah.
We can-
I make a motion to adjourn.
We're not adjourning,
No, no,
we're
not
continuing,
adjourning.
yeah.
We're not
So
adjourning.
voted
I mean, continuing, we already did that.
Yeah.